What's up, everybody, and welcome back to another exciting regional here. My name's Tam. I'm joined with Barrett and Sam for the Canadian regional here in our 2025 season. Really excited to bring some incredibly awesome gameplay to you guys. Barrett, how are you doing on this fine morning?
I'm incredible. The fact that this is the nightcap of our 3-week regional after regional after regional action, and I get to commentate it with two of my favorite people, of course, in the world, just like everybody else on our production team. But how nice of you to join us this time, Tam, in front of the camera. Because last time Sam and I were at a regional, you were helping us so much behind the scenes, but this time you get to join us in front once again. But I'm expecting you to be a little rusty, so we're going to work you extra hard this weekend, that's for sure. But Sam, great to see you again. I haven't seen you since Louisville. How are you in the world of UniVersus, and are you also excited for this weekend?
I'm feeling great. I'm super duper excited. We saw so many crazy things in Oceania, right? We saw so many crazy things in Spain, and I'm expecting Canada to hit us with more curveballs, more surprises, but most importantly, I want to see some of the highest level gameplay. And Canada has historically some of the greatest players in UniVersus history.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I mean, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. Although he may not be here, you're right. Where is the Garrett Brett from? He currently has a character legal in standard right now. He's from Canada. One of the most decorated players, if not the most decorated player in UniVersus. But he's got to fight against the person gunning for that same title. Kevin Broberg is at this event, our current reigning world champion, and I'm sure he's got a spicy deck with other heavy hitters in this tournament. Tam, the roster for this event is stacked. Not just
Yeah,
the people from Canada, but coming across the border as well.
this gives me big old school PTC vibes, if you remember all the way back in the UFS days. Slightly smaller event with roughly 50, maybe a little more people here, but it's a room full of killers. There's no, I'm gonna take a round off and play some jabroni. There's 50 killers in this room. There's no jabronis. And so every round that we're going to be broadcasting this weekend is going to be hit after hit after hit. And I am incredibly excited to see what the tournament circuit is going to look like. Sam, what's the number one thing that you're expecting to show up here this weekend, having watched the past two regionals worth of events?
If I had to guess, it's gonna be resource denial to prevent the Deku, the Izuku Midoriya on the move decks from being able to get a foothold. We saw how powerful that deck was in Spain with like a few certain tech pieces that came up really big with the airy smiles. But the main thing is we saw how that deck could operate on even just a mid-range amount of foundations. We saw how it wasn't all in on the one-shot combo, right? There was many avenues of success. The sweeping daggers, stealing echo moves, getting to chain steal other sweeping daggers from other decks, you know? That's probably the number one thing I'm going to see is maybe people leaning heavily into the Godzilla board wipe. I don't think it was a particularly bad matchup. You know, it's just in Spain, we saw airy smiles when your opponent has only attacks in hand. That's an absolute game changer. Barrett, what do you expect to see? Maybe the adaptations from the last couple regionals.
I've heard so many people in different clusters around the globe or the country saying that this might be the Midori is the best deck in the format. The backup synergy decks are the best deck in the formats. The Godzillas, the resource denial. I mean, heck, we just saw Reiner Braun, one from AOT1, just win a regional, and that very much is that name of the game that you just said, resource denial. But I've got a different horse in the race here. Of course, I've got to cheer for my number one girl, Pony Sunotori. I really do think that aggro 7 hand size does have a place in this format. And we have seen Pony Sunotori be the Swiss champ, not just to the last regional, but to both of the regionals so far. She really can do it and has just gotten a little unlucky on that first round of top 8. And I think this event, we might see a little bit of a further run. And Tam, I know you're a fan of the Pony. And you can play her on any symbol right now. I genuinely feel that. Do you think that that's kind of speed of an aggro deck, you know, even Porco Galliard adjacent, can keep up with these Midoriya's backup decks and resource denial like Godzilla's?
Yeah, if there's a character to do it to deal with every aspect, every lane of combat that you just referenced, Pony's the one to do it, clearing out the card pool, being really aggressive on turn 2, and being able to now use things like Genghis Frog to start cleaving heads. It really feels like she is not just a triple threat, but even a quintuple threat, depending. My big thing that I'm excited for is Calvin Harrigal, your last North American, I have to say North American, we're in Canada now, regional champion is in the room as well. So with that, I think we are going to take a small break, get these players ready to rock, and then get the show on the road. Don't go anywhere, anybody. We will be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. I, of course, am Sam Tate, joined by Tam Cardwell, and we have the first round of your Canadian regional action, and it's featuring two of my favorite characters in Standard, at least on the aggressive side. We've got Pony Tsunatori versus Mikasa Ackerman. It's an air versus death battle. Tam, what can we expect from this matchup with these two characters?
Slight change of program. I believe it's Pumat Sol, Magical Proprietor, over on DM Salvador's side versus Rochester's own Jesse Cervini. Two characters, a little bit heavier health than the pony that we were thinking before, but two characters that have a ton of tricks. Pumat Sol got a huge glow up with TMNT from his ability to cheat in, to add in, to artifice the Mega Mutant Machine out of his hand, giving his moves +5/+5, and he gets to do that over and over and over again. And as we saw over on Mikasa's side at the last North American Regional, a huge deep top cut run with Hizuru's Hope, playing out these big, massive, essentially draw my entire deck type tactics that we saw. Gonna be an exciting, explosive match, I'm sure.
Yeah, I love Pumat Sol. I think that this character has so much untapped potential. It's just very tough because you can be dragged in so many different directions, right? This is a character that says, hey, you can play whatever assets you want. Hey, you can play whatever backups you want, but you've also got to have foundations to be able to pay that cost. And he responds when you play an attack card. The only card type he's not referencing is action cards, which of course are some of the strongest cards in our format. But we've got Mikasa starting things off here. Looks like we've got I just lost the name of this.
I believe
attack.
This is Propelled Kick. This is Propelled Kick.
This is one I've never seen in a regional before. I can tell you that much. There's a lot of kicks in this format. It is Propelled Kick. Blitz, spend a momentum, clear this attack from your card pool after it resolves. No momentum yet, so looks like we're just going to take the card draw and a little bit of chip damage. Going to bank that for momentum later, and we get a Desperate Struggles out. This is a card I expect to see a lot in this format, with the Midoriya on the moves being very, very popular. Desperate Struggles is one of the best ways to reset the speed and damage of a flash attack. But depending on what assets Pumat Sol builds, being able to reset speed and or damage could be incredibly important.
Totally agree. Totally agree. And it looks like, I mean, with Mikasa being able to destroy that foundation here and then build out, we got a really healthy build on Mikasa's side as a Dramatic Slash comes in over on Pumat. Discarding to then redraw. Pumat, not a very combative character in the Critical Role lore, but is able to do a lot of really neat stuff, like trading out this Polite and Well-Spoken for a Mega Mutant Machine. The engine is already online, Sam.
Yeah, I absolutely love Dramatic Slash. The 7-diff asset has only made this card look better. And for just one little momentum or one little foundation now, Pumat Sol gets to kind of find whatever assets they want from hand or discard pile. And we do see exactly that play I was referencing, the Desperate Struggle coming in to reset the stats from this massive +5/+5 bonus. But Desperate Struggles is a flip cost. Our asset is a commit cost. That means next turn we're gonna have to deal with this again.
Yeah, it's it is dealing with it now, but as you said, that's next turn. Sam, I'm focused on this turn. Dangerous Gambit comes in, it says blitz timing, re-ready an asset. We're going to choose the Mega Mutant Machine to give it this measly 4 mid for 4 into a massive 9 mid for 9.
Absolutely crazy tech piece. We are all in on this massive mutant machine. It looks like we've got ways to build it, we've got ways to ready it, and our rival is going to have to find ways to deal with it because turn 2 +5/+5, that's basically unblockable, and now it's swinging for almost a third of your health. That is not something you can keep up with.
Yeah, I played against this deck on stream this past week, and I was very, very afraid of the damage output that it was allowed to have. And because we have this polite and well spoken, the quote unquote cost that you have of cheating in these assets is just gone now because of polite. So we get rid of the polite and well spoken, and then it's build it back in a little bit later. It's just airdrop in this awesome asset and go about the rest of your day.
Yeah, a pretty impactful turn there for Pumat, despite the desperate struggles being really handy, allowing us to block that dramatic slash. We got a powerful defensive response. Potentially the only really defensive card in our rival stage out of the way, and it's going to be up to Mikasa now with this anchor toss. So this is Mikasa is one of the Hizuru's Hope. Mikasa is one of the best characters at using card pool clearing effects because she's one of the only characters that can draw enough cards to properly utilize the difficulty reduction you get from skipping progressive difficulty. So while Anchor Toss doesn't look very impressive as a 3 mid for 2, Mikasa adds a healthy damage bonus to it. And then once it leaves the card pool, we get to use all those additional cards that we drew. Absolutely love this strategy. One of my favorites, as you all know, to keep clearing the card pool means I get to keep playing cards, which means I get to keep playing the game.
Yeah, totally right. Yeah, the clear the card pool, draw a bunch of cards from Mikasa, give it a bunch of stats is really rock solid. But Pumat Sol has some tricks of his own. Does not exclusively work on their own turn. Pumat does say after you play an attack card, do the cool thing, which in this case we decided to discard another Mega Mutant Machine and then draw 2 extra cards. I think this is focused gravity beam, if I'm not mistaken.
The glare is directly on the attack, is it not?
The gravity beam, it's too shiny.
Yeah, I think it's very
focused.
cool that Pumat gets to respond to playing the attack card. One of my favorite strategies is to use a breaker block and then commit my rival's foundations on their own turn. But against Mikasa Hizuru's Hope, that's really not a great plan most of the time. They're just going to commit a bunch of these blank foundations, destroy them to draw more cards. And they were willing to destroy ready cards. They're not going to be sussed about, 2 committed foundations. So getting more cards to draw to potentially build down from our hand and maybe block one more attack. We do have the Moth Monster getting sealed there. So only -2 speed left in the stage, and 1 card in our card pool means we probably only got 1 more block in us.
Yeah, that's true. Unless we see more things like focus gravity beam, 1 low for 4 as its starting stats, as we have the dangerous gambit coming in for this block, committing no extra resources. But if you were if you were looking at Mikasa's hand and card pool, you'd imagine somehow we're just starting this turn. But Sam, we're 2 attacks deep as the Lunar Ring hits the card pool.
Lunar Ring gonna be absolutely huge here, getting rid of that massive mutant machine, telling Pumat you got to go build another one, which frankly I don't think will be too difficult for Pumat because we've seen the dramatic slash to be able to build from the discard pile. But getting rid of it, forcing the rival to have it, always a good idea. And on top of that, Lunar Ring gets the damage bonus based on cards that were destroyed. So that includes our rival's asset and all these foundations we're using to draw additional cards.
Yeah, this is absolutely massive because let's pretend that we're just done attacking here. This is it. The Lunar Ring came in. We went jab, massive haymaker. We're just allowed to rebuild out with all these cards that we've drawn from Mikasa. We just destroyed a bunch of face down cards or blank cards with these syndicate targets, and then we're gonna rebuild and make our stage nice and strong. And it looks like Pumat's done playing and is demanding that we start building some foundations here. Great block over on Pumat's side.
Yeah, and that's probably about where the aggression was going to end. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a dual needle lunge on a 6. It clears the card pool. We destroy the foundation. We hopefully only commit one to play it anyways. But with all these wonderful, wonderful gray cards in our hand, it looks like the right time to peel off, rebuild our stage, and swing in for something even bigger and better next turn, as long as our Pumat Sol opponent does not wipe us off the face of the planet, because we barely survived double massive mutant machine last turn, but we don't have desperate struggles anymore.
That's true. But because of our Lunar Rain, they also don't have the machine. And we saw them discard another one during that defensive turn whenever we blocked with that Hang 10. And so the likelihood of us finding an extra one, I think it would have to be the 4th one left in our deck. I think there's 3 mutant machines in our discard pile. And I think that's exactly what we're about to go check. Hey, what assets have I spent? What do I have available to me? How do I go dumpster diving to go find these green cards and put them back in the stage?
Here's another attack that likes to play around with assets. Pristine sword play. This is one of the critical role attacks from Tyrion Darrington. You also get to ready an asset just like the Dangerous Gambit with this card, but the only asset we have, unfortunately, is Dottie, which also readies an asset. So we don't actually have any real value to be gained from the blitz on this one. We could sacrifice Dottie for +4 damage, but that doesn't seem like a winning play.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think maybe coming in, letting the 4/4 happen, or even just the goal of this was to enter the enhanced step to then cheat in the asset with Pumat, draw a couple extra cards, and then be on our way. Not a great spot for Pumat, especially after losing that mutant machine. But you got to play a text to make a text. That's not how the expression goes. But you do have to enter the enhanced step to play the abilities on your character.
Yeah, you got to play attack so you can discard a card and get one of the wonderful Pumat effects. But only one foundation build. Sam, this isn't looking good for Pumat Sol here. Everything is coming up Mikasa. As long as the orange cards begin to flow, Mikasa can continue to chain draw after that. So it only takes one to get the party started, and it looks like we got an absolute great party favor with the dual needle lunge. It's going to leave our card pool. We talked about how important that is. This one's also going to give us a momentum, of which we already have a little bit.
Yeah, love this opener. As you said, clears the card pool, gets us the momentum that we care about. And in Mikasa's stage, we've got 2 copies of weapons at the ready. Enhance, commit, remove 3 cards out of the discard pile, take a weapon or tech, place it on top of our deck. Normally, that's a bit of a struggle, but now, if we are Mikasa, we have a committed foundation that we are absolutely down to destroy and then draw whatever tech or weapon we want out of our discard pile. Is it more dual needle lunges? Is it those anchor tosses that we saw in the previous turn? The world is truly our oyster.
It looks like we're going to spend a momentum here to get EX. So we're going to be able to add this dual needle lunge back to our momentum after it resolves. And that momentum is going to fuel our keyword abilities. EX increases the speed of our attack. Powerful could come into play and can increase the damage of our attacks. And speaking of damage, I thought we were going to go for the I am with you, but it makes sense. Once your rival reduces the speed of your attack, investing additional damage, investing resources into the damage doesn't make sense, right? Because they're more likely to block this attack. They've made it easier to block this attack. So saving the I'm with you for later makes a lot of sense. And we've got the stack, it looks like, coming in. We're going to remove 3 cards from our discard pile. A tech card is going to go on top of the deck. It looks like we're going to try and guarantee our next check.
Yeah, already drawing with Mikasa is an interesting play here, but weapons at the ready, stacking that weapons at the ready to say, hey, this dual needle lunge that I just showed you for the +3 damage, you'll I sure do hope I pass it and don't have to commit any foundations to do so. Love this play. We already have the attack. There's no reason to try and draw the extra. Let's just guarantee our check and make sure our stage stays healthy to then continue playing out these massive strings.
How big of a math nerd are you, Tam?
I'm not, but I love hearing other math nerds pop off. So by all means.
Good, because I'm not a math nerd either, but I've never been a huge fan of this play early in a turn. We committed a resource to put a 5 on top of our deck, right? So
Sure.
in essence, it's the same as if we checked a 4, is it not?
Yes,
We
it
kind
is
of
the
hedged
same
our
of us
bet.
checking a 4.
Right. We kind of hedged our bet that says we don't want to check a 3. And so we put a 5 on top. But to do that, we had to commit a resource. So instead of relying on faith, right, we kind of met in the middle. And I've just never been a fan. That play is absolutely amazing when you're swinging for game, right? When it's the final check and you just need to check anything but a 3, makes perfect sense. But this could come back to bite our Mikasa player in the butt. But with all this card pool clearing and with how rough Pumat Sol stage is looking, I don't know if that's going to be the case.
From here, we've got Pumat Sol bringing out one of the homies. Mondo Gecko is the card that we've decided to airdrop in. We've hit a tag team. It's now 2v1, saying, hey, you are giving a bunch of damage to all of these moves, but that damage is all based on the block modifier of your attacks. Mondo Gecko says plus X or minus X speed, X equals the block modifier. So yes, these moves are going to hit hard, but we're going to be able to block all of them. The question now is, will Mikasa be able to play out more attacks than Pumat can block?
Yeah, and it's super funny, right? Because Mikasa gets rewarded for having the bad block modifiers on the attacks, and Mondo Gecko kind of coming in to punish that, but only as much as you can keep up. And we see one of the awesome plays, one of the plays you and I were expecting, dual needle lunge is a tech. So we were able to discard it from our momentum to pay for EX, then stack it back on top of our deck, and then draw it with Mikasa. And now this dual needle lunge is going to once again go into our momentum, bringing it to play the dual needle lunge that we played earlier and add that to our momentum. And we're still not going to have progressive difficulty.
Yeah, this is a bit of a beating here as we now check another dual needle lunge, one that we didn't stack, funny enough. 3 high for 5 as our base stats, and it looked like Pumat wanted to go for the block there, but decided against it, maybe biding our time, waiting for a bad check like this to potentially ask Mikasa to stop swinging. Let's utilize our blocks a little bit smarter. As minus more speed comes in, showing the dual needle lunge in hand. And I think that Jesse's just going to say, hey, I've got more this turn to be played. It's going to take more than one bad check to tour me.
Yeah, these are all swinging for the same damage. So really what you're looking for is you're looking for the dual needle lunge that is pumped the least by EX. But I think we're out of cards in hand, meaning that it's all just going to come down to Jesse's checks here. And I don't think Jesse can check bad enough, considering we have the I'm with you to destroy for additional damage here. We're going to get the Mikasa pump as well. And then just about any attack will do it.
Yeah, this is currently representing check, I believe. Pumat being at 9 health, this all the way up.
We got the hidden text on Dottie. The Tenacious enhanced to reduce this attack back to its printed damage if its damage is greater than your current health. So that +4 damage bonus allowing us to use the Dottie, but
yeah, point of note there, the Dottie was actually a misplay because Sam, we were at 9 as Pumat, 5 damage plus 4 damage equals 9. Dottie only says that you can reset it if its damage is greater than your health total. We were swinging for Xaxes, but showing an extra attack says that, hey, the game is over anyways. It still didn't matter. But tough tough thing to play around, and really showcasing the explosive nature of Mikasa. What do you think this Pumat's going to have to do to get back in the game and steal game 2?
So I think the biggest thing is we gotta snipe foundations. We've seen a lot of ways to get the massive mutant machine out, but without ways to snipe the desperate struggles, without ways to snipe potentially weapon clashes or even an always cool could come up, without ways to get rid of those powerful death defensive foundations, you committing that asset for basically no effect is going to put you so far behind because of the way the decks are built. We saw Jesse was able to outbuild Pumat Sol despite being a 5-hander. We saw that Jesse was able to play way more attacks than Pumat Sol despite being a 5-hander, right? Because of the ways the decks are built. So Pumat is trying to hit you with 1, 2, a big combination attack, whereas Mikasa just kind of had free reign. So if we want to make our 1-2 punches effective, we have to make sure that there is absolutely nothing interfering with our ability to pump speed and damage.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with you. From here, though, Mikasa is a little less in the driver's seat. We did start this game 1, going first on Mikasa's side, which is exactly the position that she wants to be in. But with Pumat going first, I think there's a real world where we play some cards out, we build a machine. On the next turn, we play some cards out, we build a machine. I think the real turning point in that last game was the Lunar Ring that came down. Obviously,
Yeah.
Mikasa gets to dig deep in their deck to try and find it. But if we had a mutant machine on the previous turn and a little bit more gas, there's a world where we did accidentally find the 20 that Mikasa was left at.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the pristine sword play. We had Dottie in stage. Potentially 3 attacks could have gotten the +5/+5, and that's almost half of Mikasa's health right there just from the asset alone. So the game plan of use massive mute machine to make everything a haymaker makes perfect sense. But that desperate struggles gave Jesse a little bit too much wiggle room. And I also want to believe that the Aries Smiles was super impactful. But we saw that Jesse had 5, 6 foundations to be able to freely build out. And so it wasn't as punishing as it could be. And I'm not sure how many Aries Smiles you're going to need to draw, especially since this isn't like a mono high zone deck, right? This isn't a
Yeah.
high zone overload deck. So partial blocking with Aries Smiles doesn't feel good, but it can be the kind of card that you need to put some progressive into Mikasa's card pool, right? Make that foundation stick around, make them play around that +1 progressive difficulty, or buy yourself an extra turn. So hopefully we're going to see some more Aries Smiles defensive plays. I would love to see a reversal, or maybe capitalize on a bad check by being able to block with an attack and commit 2 of the rivals' foundations. But again, you can't do that early in a turn because Mikasa is absolutely just going to destroy those foundations anyways. So it's going to be really important, not just how many Aries Smiles you draw, and it's going to matter when you block with Airy and when you block with attacks.
Yeah, the important thing is this Pumat deck is it's got the tools needed to deal with this onslaught. And so as we see Pumat here building out a safety for the best that you could ask for your average 6-hand size build, tossing an anchor toss over on Mikasa's side and building out high impact foundations of our own, like that Desperate Struggle, like you said in the first one, and Desperate Struggle followed by Moment of Normalcy. Oh my goodness, Sam. Crazy defense.
Yeah, double resets, then a weapon clash. Uh not not a bad build from Mikasa at all. We've got a little bit of ramp if we really want it. I imagine this weapon clash is more likely to be used for ramp than damage reduction. But here's a nice one. Good in this format for sure. We've got the Violent Animus shot, the secret rare from Critical Role coming in. This is a nasty high attack that if it deals damage, you're going to remove a random card from your rival's hand. So this is definitely a must block situation the vast majority of the time. And we do see immediately that weapon clash flips. We get to build the top card of our deck face down committed, but that's not going to matter because Pumat Sol already has the massive mutant machine.
Yeah, big zone check here, because that the
Desperate
remove
struggle.
desperate struggle, yeah, and the remove cost from hand. So even the partial isn't going to get there. But from this into pristine sword play, let's ready back up this mute machine. Again, bread and butter turn 2. Let's put +10 worth of stats here on some cards with the ability to even pump it up by another 7. But looks like moment of normalcy is going to come in. Speed or damage, we'll know during the block step.
Yeah, I imagine it's damage at this point. Blocking a 4 mid is a little risky, but oh, we have the +1 block, so speed was the right call, it turns out.
Man, if you're a Pumat fan, that is not the 2 cards you wanted Jesse to have accidentally held as his 5 fan size character on turn 2. A great high block and a great mid block into a build 1 pass. Tough spot to be in. Building out a really cool foundation, though. I'm going to go find the name of it here. It is Dawning Horror. This card says, Indians flip, spin a momentum, add an asset or backup from your discard pile to your hand. And as we know, Pumat's ability to just drop them in, put them on sale, is really great.
Yeah, that first turn, that first attack turn, it's got to feel real bad for Pumat Sol because you've got the asset that you really wanted. You had an attack that readied it. You had 2 of the best attacks to put it on, but your rival had double reset and the right block zone. So, you got to feel really good about your ability to deal some damage in that situation. But Jesse had everything going for him. Luckily, though, we've got the Filled with Doubt to seal this dual needle lunge. So we're not going to see all the crazy shenanigans that we saw from the last game. And even destroying another foundation here on a small board, this could be the opening that we were looking for. But unfortunately, Pumat blocking with the attack, no cards in hand to use his character ability.
Yeah, and the partial at that. And so, although this is asking us to potentially stop here, unless we went ahead and checked it anyways with the Lunar Ring, saying, "Hey, this was high impact last game. Let's make sure that we get that Mega Mute Machine out of here this game as well." Because we have jammed up the card pool and kind of stuffed what's going on, I think building is going to be a little difficult to do afterwards.
Yeah, but what's crazy is the card that we built face down with Weapon Clash was an I'm with you. So when we destroy it to draw 2 cards, we're going to get the +2 damage from it. And that's going to be, I believe, 3 total cards that were destroyed this turn for the Lunar Ring damage, plus 3 more damage that we got from our character. So that is a massive Lunar Ring, putting Pumat down to 11. I mean, this is looking about as one-sided as it can get.
Yeah, but I wouldn't count Pumat out yet. It depends on what assets we're allowed to drop. We do have a pretty high impact foundation to play around here with that moment of normalcy. But as soon as we can get that committed and it no longer on the table, I think that we're going to be in the money. Again, it's just going to depend on what does Pumat draw. How can I utilize my hand to the best of my ability?
Yeah, you know what attack I feel like would really serve us in this exact moment, in this situation?
Hit me.
The vast hybrid Chimera Kraken. You're not going to go a regional without me mentioning this attack because it is still absolutely bonkers. It has been carrying the air and chaos symbols for so long. I can't believe it hasn't made the water symbol more playable. We haven't seen too much water symbol, but anytime I want to play the water symbol, having a point and click commit is so handy. And that's exactly what this Pumat needed. Turn 2. It's what Pumat's going to need turn 3 if we're going to get anything going, because we play a dangerous gambit. with 0 assets, no assets in the card pool, no assets in stage. I don't even think we have assets in hand, Tam. I don't know. I don't know
Yeah.
what can we do with no assets if we're Pumat Sol.
I think our goal here is just to draw the bonus card. We said that Warm and Bubbly was not going to be enough to keep us alive at a low health of 11. Mikasa's going to sneeze and find that across her attacking turn. And so cards in hand is going to be the name of the game as we're going to rebuild back out and attempt to weather the storm for the next one. Pretty big build here, building out 3 and saying these 3 cards that are left are going to be the things that are going to save me.
Yeah, I love the polite and well spoken, by the way. That's such a cute tech for this deck because you remove the foundation from your stage to build cards from your hand, and then you can play the polite and well spoken as sort of a card advantage tool, right? To be able to build an additional resource back later. But I think it's just going to be a little too late. I think it's too little, too late. We've got the dual needle lunge coming in here. It's going to leave the card pool. We are going to go spend that momentum to find an asset, but do we have a defensive asset? Uh-oh.
Mega Man Machine does say deflect 3 on it. And so although does lack a block, does have a bit of a defensive ability. And if we do, again, weather that storm, get back to our turn, figure out how to deal with the moment of normalcy by playing the Mutant Machine, committing it get normalcy. There are so many cards that let us re-ready it back up and then continue on pushing. But first and foremost, you got to get out of this turn, Pumat, before we start thinking about swinging back on Miss Ackerman.
Yeah, we got the rifle arm coming in, -3 speed because our rival only has the 1 attack in the card pool there. But between EX and Mikasa's own foundation that gives +1 speed when it's revealed, this is still going to be a 4 high for 8. So a little risky on the block, but we've got more speed 8 if we're really scared of checking poorly on this one.
Yeah, I think that this is probably the best position we could ask for Pumat, though. Especially if there was Airy Smile. He beat me to it. Airy Smile coming in. We drew up this other copy of Dual Needle Lunge. Yes, this one's going to leave, but playing out a non-attack card as our next card, and then checking a 3 says that we do commit Mikasa if the 3 that we're trying to play is that Dual Needle Lunge. And so it's possible that taking Airy to the concert is the thing that saves a turn. It's just that we said the risk was too high. We're going to build out 4 foundations and give you another chance at life. Love that. Great defensive play over on Pumat's side.
Yeah, that's exactly what we needed, right? We talked about when you play the Airy is going to matter almost as much as how many you can find, because Jesse didn't start off that turn by checking particularly well. I have to imagine that if he had, all of his resources ready, if he could have played the dual needle lunge without, guaranteeing that he wouldn't have to commit his character, I feel like he would have gone for it in that instance. But we are taking a look at the moment of normalcy. Yes, it's still here. Yes, we still hate it. Yes, it's still dunks on Massive Mutant Machine. Unfortunately, you're going to have to deal with Levi reading some manga a little bit longer here. But we do know that the Massive Mutant Machine is in hand. I guess not anymore.
Yeah, so I'm assuming we drew a second one. I'd have to imagine, right? I'd have to imagine. Because the way that we're going to get this game done and get through, yeah, there it is, get through this 28 remaining health is by doing some pretty massive damage pumping.
Now, it is worth noting that that the Massive Mutant Machine is not unique. So if we do find ways to build it from our discard pile, or if we had, the ability to hard play it on a 7 and gambit it down, you can be utilizing multiple Massive Mutant Machines, say that 3 times fast, at once. But not going to be the case here. It looks like we do have the normalcy, going toe to toe with the Massive Mutant Machine. When I dip, you dip, just like that.
Yeah, no, I think that it's good, and it connects. Looks like we put it back to printed damage, dropping down to 19 over on Mikasa's side. And here it is. Let's go ahead and blitz, re-ready it up with another pristine sword play. And like I said, that that moment of normalcy is committed. So this is going to be coming in 9 for 9, destroy for another +7. This is representing lethal. If we don't have anything to say about it, did we just steal the game? Blocking on a 10?
At 19 or 16?
Mikasa's at 19 from what I'm showing.
So this should be 9 mid for 16?
9 mid for 16. You're so right. I was getting overly excited. I was here for it. But it looks like we're gonna go for the block either way. Checking the 5 to commit everything. Says I do need 19 more from you if you're gonna get it on this turn. And it looks like
What
I
a
believe
heel,
this is
Jesse Cervini.
dramatic.
Just give me the Pumat victory, man.
Yeah, give me one. Give me one.
What does this Pumat got to do just to hit this man for pumped damage?
I think the answer is Aerial Kokosho. Coming in saying it gets minus difficulty if you completely blocked my last move. Yes, it is a 4 high for 7. Gets a little extra speed here, but after taking that 7 on the chin, we're gonna play out our own moment of normalcy, and looks like it's just gonna be past the turn back, checking a 3 on it, committing out extra foundations, including Pumat themselves.
Yeah, Pumat checked 3 attacks on that turn. The only time we didn't check an attack was when we were playing an attack on a 6 that required us to commit an additional foundation anyways. And we know Jesse's already got the attacks in hand. The defenses, the shields are so down.
Yeah. This is begging Mikasa to not find it, and we know all it takes is to enter the enhanced step one time. Because of that, weapons at the ready. We've got a dual needle into dual needle active, and that is absolutely going to clean up the 11 that we have. Aries Smile, I think, might be the only thing that stops us, but with the foundation count that we have, I'm not even sure that's going to happen, Jesse. Or Sam, looking at Jesse.
I almost wore my Jesse shirt to be ironic today. But
that would have. Go ahead.
I couldn't find the Barrett Bryant one to go with it. I was going to switch between rounds, but I figured the bit's not complete if it's just Jesse.
That's fair. That's fair. So besides an Aries Smile, do you think that what outs do we have over on Pumat's side? Is it just checkmate?
Yeah, I mean the out is that Jesse Cervini gets a phone call from a loved one telling him that there's a family emergency.
Sure.
And Jesse's like, well, I won't take the win from you. That's about it. I mean, it would take, an otherworldly act at this point, because even in Aries Smiles, even if you could pass it, right? We could put this down to printed speed. We could reduce the speed to 1. We could block on a 3 with everything committed. And then Jesse has to play 1 foundation on no progressive and then 1 more attack, right? Because we've seen the dual needle loop kind of established, which is really cool that this deck is doing. It seems almost superfluous with how many cards this deck can draw that you would have to have that level of consistency, but it's paying off, right?
Yeah, totally. Hey, why draw random cards? We can just draw the good ones.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to opt for a stun move here to get rid of that normalcy.
Yeah, focus gravity beam, the one that's coming in. But if there was a chance for Pumat to have a second block here, this is the one to do it. 1 low for 4, coming in, asking for more. I mean, there is a world where I guess we're down to 7.
Yeah, we
I don't even think
partialed the dual needle.
Yeah, I don't think checking like 3 3s is going to stop us. I think we're just going to perish before the third 3 happens. And we have the low block for the move. Check the 5, and there it is. Hey, 2 more, please. And then I think it's going to be curtains.
Imagine if you could have 5 hand size problems as the fakest 5-hander of all time. But he's going to say, peep this for lethal damage. You've got no cards in hand. There's the handshake. And Jesse Cervini with Mikasa, Ackerman, Hizuru's Hope is going to win round 1. But we all know that DM Salvador is the one who truly won our hearts, because that Pumat deck was sick.
Yeah, It's a dope list. And again, I got my teeth kicked in against that deck this past week. So I'm really happy that he got to showcase at least the ideas. Even if we don't take the W, just showcasing the
Right.
ideas and inspiring somebody at home is just as important. But with that said, the round is not over. The card pool is nice and clean. And we are going to take a small break as we get back to you to come back for round 2. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, UniVersus fans. I'm Barrett Bryant, joined once again for, it's been a while, but my co-host, Sam Tate, and we are jumping into round 2 of the Canada Regional for UniVersus here. Sam, an oldie but a goodie that we're going to have surprising for our viewers at home. And I say that not just representing the character that I know you think I'm talking about, but a character that we finally saw come back to the forefront of the format last event by a player that we know and love that also has been piloting this character for a long time. Hawks by Ryan Levine, that we all know and love. But of course, the character that he's sitting across from, Sam, Overhaul.
Yeah, we've got the Undaunted Raid showdown here. Couple of villains, technically speaking, as well, because they both have the villain keyword. This one should be super interesting. Ryan Levine has just been like a Hawks specialist for so long. It would be truly, truly awkward to see him piloting any other deck at this point. And Jacob Johnson has been bouncing around between decks, usually playing something outside the metagame, but with a really potent combination. There's usually like one really strong combo of cards that he's kind of focused on. So I would be very, very surprised if that changed in this event. But Overhaul, very much a fan favorite, very much a very interesting character because he builds cards from his hand face down, and then he gets to play face downs from his stage, ignoring progressive. And that is such a powerful ability in and of itself. It has allowed this character to basically remain relevant, at least in the memers and the dreamers' minds, for the entirety of his legality.
Yeah, I cannot disagree with that any more than what you just said. And I think what we saw even a little bit from round 1 that you and Tam got to showcase here, we're going to see it in full force for this matchup because honestly, Sam, the name of the game is Massive Mutant Machine. We saw some success last weekend with this 7 difficulty asset, but the fact that we have this reusable piece of +5 speed, +5 damage with a character like Overhaul who can build it in with pieces from his own sort of kit with maximum overhaul. And then we have the other sort of spicy technology that we've gained from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles equipment heist that we saw have success for Hawks last weekend. So I don't know about you, Sam, but whoever gets those seven difficulty assets on the stage first, that's the person I'm going to be cheering for because that's the new technology and what has brought this set 5 and set 6 characters back to life here in round 2 at our Canadian Regional.
Yeah, and it looks like we didn't get a great build to start things off. Meeting Hanji, incredibly powerful card draw piece. It's the discard 2, draw 2 foundation that has basically had to serve as life symbols card draw. Looks like we got a small production issue. We're back to me and you, Barrett.
Yeah.
But we'll keep you up with the play by play because Hawks got a Thor build off. There's a hacker extraordinaire, which going to be really important with all these people playing Massive Mutant Machines. And we've also got a final test to draw some additional cards after we discard, and a Botan's coaching that's going to allow us to discard and draw cards. So little bit of a feeling out process here. No turn 2 aggression from Overhaul, but we do get a Keiko's aid down. And is that 3 assets we built?
It's 2 assets and one of my favorite new additions that we also gained from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Sam. We've built in one of these new secret rare backups. It is the ooze treatment though, so it looks green, but don't be fooled. It is one of the pink ones. And of course, we're playing Overhaul, right? So our new symbols that we have, or our symbols that we have on our character that allow us to unlock some of these new things is, it's not the life symbol because we didn't do that for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle set, right? But we have Earth and Evil. This is a Cammy the Chameleon, I believe, that really gets to help take advantage not only speed for our character that doesn't give that, but also helps us deal with some foundations that are a little troublesome on our opponent's stage.
Yeah, Cammy the Covert Chameleon. You get to target flip a rival foundation with just an enhanced commit. So repeatable effect there. It could prove pretty damaging to Overhaul's stage. Overhaul seems to have a little bit of stun hate, but he likes to flip foundations to fuel his damage pump and his life gain ability on hit. So if we get to a late game situation, the Cammy could come up huge. I've played in formats in the past where deadlock enhance your rival flips a foundation becomes absolutely backbreaking. So only doable once per turn, unlike the deadlock effects. But the fact that we can do it on our rival's turn because we can give their attack +2 speed, and then we can swap the speed and damage to kind of play around giving them bonus speed is really, really cool tech that I think Hawks maybe gets to use a little uniquely, right? And then on top of that, Cammy is difficult to attack because you have the elusive keyword, and then after you try to attack it anyways, even after the elusive, you can simply check a 6, and then you can flip and commit Cammy, basically aborting the attack, and you get to preserve that card for later as a resource. So very interesting stuff. Our first attack of the game played turn 3. It's going to be a foundation into rejuvenating smash, and we're going to get 2 cards drawn here for Overhaul. And it looks like we do have the Cammy coming down on Overhaul's side here to flip one of Hawks's foundations.
Yeah, for everybody who's now catching up, we did have some technical difficulties, but they have been since resolved. And so you didn't miss anything because Sam is right. This is the first attack of the game being slung because as you look at the stages on both sides, both of these players not only just building pretty wide to begin with and setting up these pieces. We've talked about the assets and now also the backup here for Jacob Johnson on the Overhaul deck. But on the other side of the table, Hawks taking even more time to get those feathers in the discard pile, really unlocking the character potential there. And what we didn't see here on screen for you all at home, but what we got to watch, we even saw a use of the equipment heist first form to discard a card and draw a new one, and we just built afterwards, Sam. Like, it's a non-block. We don't actually want to keep this card in our hand if we're not going to have success, but instead of getting the 3 attacks in our card pool, we just used it to do a cycle draw, and then we built out some more impactful foundations. But you're right. I mean, our stage is already starting to get a little terrorized with the Cammy, the Covert Chameleon, and this nice little rejuvenating smash to draw some more cards and then build out afterwards is the perfect kind of poke that you're going for in this much slower paced UniVersus game that we've seen normally in the past couple of events.
Yeah, what I love here is we have the desperate plea in stage, which is so great for Overhaul because you get to build a card face up or face down, and then you get to use it later with Overhaul's ability, even if you build it face down. What I am surprised though is we have the meeting Hanji committed, so potentially disrespecting Hawks' offense a little bit. I think it's only 2 cards in hand after the rejuve, so we had a big build but no ability to actually draw cards in stage unless our rival goes to deadlock, it looks like.
I'm calling it right here. You're right, though. You're correct with the moment of peace deadlock, which is very powerful, by the way. We'll find a way to flip over this meeting Hanj. I don't know how, but we'll find a way.
Right.
And
And then
then
we can block with it.
yeah, with Overhaul, build it down with the Desperate Plea, and now it's a ready foundation, of course, so we can draw some cards when we go to 0 in hand. That's the kind of best play I can hope for. But you're right. Right now, with it being committed, it's not going to help us without it being flipped. But we do have a Keikuze, which is going to help us a little bit. But the offense now beginning on Ryan's side, the equipment heist setup, as now we've also got the Feather Sword Slash, which is didn't have a feather for this turn or an extra one to pick up, but now there is one going to be in our discard pile that we get to put there ourselves. Or actually any card of difficulty 3 or less for the deadlock part of it. But then, of course, you can search your deck and put a Hawk's Feather from your deck into your discard pile. So kicking things off, this isn't necessarily what we saw last weekend, Sam, where we kicked things off as our first attack for the turn being something like a setting the standard or a feather storm, but this is still another sort of setup attack, and we just need 3. We just need to find the 3 attacks to put in our card pool to start playing with that card pool enhance from the equipment heist to grab, again, what I can hope, massive mutant machine.
Yeah, and I think what's underrated too is while it's nice for Hawks to play the feathers as attacks because they're 1 difficulty, 3 damage moves, a lot of characters can use the feathers to just enhance to add them to the card pool to buff up the first attack with bonus speed, and then you can go search for that massive mutant machine and add even more speed and damage. So there's a lot of ways to play out this turn, but it looks like we're going to be attacking again.
Yeah, the setting the standard coming in here, the wonderful ooze treatment, of course. Now, I'm eating my words, of course. Now, if we play any feather after immediately follow this, instead of it being a 1-1, it is now a set to 4-4, and this goes for any attack that we play. And then we still get to press the enhances on our cards, Sam. It still can receive the +5/+5 from a massive mute machine. It can still get the speed from Hawks, but instead of being this tiny little 1 difficulty attack that has such minimal stats, it comes in basically statted just like this ultra rare that's a 4-diff, but we get to play them at the low price for 1 difficulty.
Yeah, Hawk's Feather has to be the best partner for the setting the standard. I don't. Is there another 1 speed, 1 damage move in standard? If we're talking about the biggest bonus you can get from setting the speed and damage value to 4, it's got to be a 1 difficulty 1/1. And there's the equipment heist. We're gonna get the massive mutant machine coming in here.
Yeah, and we're immediately going to send it off as well. Remember, the Hawk's Feather, as we have it pulled up here, also has that Hawk's Enhance, which we are. So we can get an extra bonus 2 damage as well. So it's not just the 4/4, right? It's going to go up to 6 damage because of itself. And then the +5/+5. These Hawk's Feathers hit really hard because they're for, 11 damage. And then we still get to give speed because of our character card. And we can even maybe do some swapperoo once per turn action to maybe make it an 11 speed move instead, and maybe a little bit less damage, of course, from the swap. But it's really going to tax here because I think this is one of the biggest weaknesses, and I want to talk about it still. What we saw Overhaul struggle with back in the format where he was even really, really good, he doesn't do a lot of defensive stat manipulation. He relies on the foundations and cards he can put in his deck, Sam. What he really excels in, though, is using gotcha resources that from our stage that our opponent necessarily doesn't see coming. And so I have yet to really see that sort of action. We still have a Keiko's Aid ready to go.
Yeah, the original trap card user, the original outwitter, overhaul banking cards for later to surprise you with. But one thing that's important to note, we did see the fast friendship get used to reduce speed by 3. And I think we flipped the speed and damage with the once per turn on that last attack. So we do have another Hawk's Feather coming down, but Equipment Heist is repeatable. And as mentioned in the last game that we saw, the Massive Mutant Machine is not unique. So we are going to get a second Massive Mutant Machine. We're going to use Feather Control to pick up our first Hawk's Feather. And this is another 9 mid for 11 coming at you that I think you're just going to have to raw block.
And we do that wonderful +1 high block here from the number 10 pro hero coming in clutch here, that the life symbol gets to have access to these strong 0 diffs. But that's great that we blocked that. That's incredible. We still took half because it was a mid attack going down to 11. And I told you before, Sam, the Hawk's Feather, I did the math. They go up to 11 with 1 massive mute machine into setting the standard. That's exact lethal here as long as we can search for 1 more. And by the way, we're allowed to grab our discard pile too. It's search your deck or discard pile for any asset. 1 more massive mute machine can present lethal on this Hawk's Feather. And I don't think there's much else Jacob's going to be able to do on his Overhaul deck, at least for this game 1.
Yeah, you saw Jacob pointed at his backup, kind of pleading with him. Are you sure you don't want to attack the backup instead of me? But we don't see the windmill slam of the massive mute machine. I can't imagine what else we would be grabbing. If we're only playing 2 Massive Mutant Machine in our deck that tutors Massive Mutant Machine, that would surprise me, but we can also go and get a Dottie, which can just ready a Massive Mutant Machine, which is also just fine.
I love it, right? Because it's not just Massive Mute Machine that is an asset that has a commit ability. We are playing plenty of other assets, right? We've seen other assets in the past that just have strong commit abilities, like, I don't know, Military Airship, another strong asset in the format that we see across the board on Jacob's stage. When you play something like Equipment Heist, you really do get to build your own asset toolbox, and that's going to be game 1 with that, readying up that Massive Mute Machine. Game 1 to Ryan Levine's Hawks deck. Dare I say, Sam, Ryan Levine and his signature Hawks deck is back?
Oh, it never left. It just got a new fresh coat of paint. It's got a new arsenal. It's now a massive mutant machine rather than just a feather dispenser. So I'll be honest, Bear, I was not that big of a believer of the Hawks feather equipment heist idea. I thought a few too many things had to go right for it to be really impressive, but the setting the standard proved to be the real difference maker, right? Setting those initial values, essentially giving plus three to all of your feathers. That's that little bit of extra speed that made it so that Jacob had to commit out to block just for a partial, and that really paved the way for the second feather to land home for lethal. So this deck's looking a lot stronger than I really gave it credit for. But if anyone was going to figure out the Hawks equipment heist deck, who better than Ryan Levine?
I 100% agree, Sam. And I don't even think it's just that, right? You said a new coat of paint. I think of it almost like a facelift because it still can be on the order symbol that, Ryan is sporting here. But when we think of the way that this deck was tailored in the past, and I mean, you guys at home, you guys can go look up like the previous deck list because Ryan would always top cut with this character when nobody was talking about him because that's how well versed he was in playing this character and the strengths and the limits of what they're able to do. But we don't have focus attack anymore. That's what that deck was doing. It was a deadlock threat. It was a potential early game combo. If you pulled it off and you checked really well, you could dish out a ton of damage on something like turn 2 or turn 3. This is like, hold on a minute. Setting the standard's really good, but it's this deck feels so much more powerful the longer you kind of go and you assemble this asset toolbox that I said earlier, and equipment heist being so versatile on what you grab for when you need it, whether it's we saw even in OCE, it was just like, I'll do an aggressive turn 2 equipment heist play. And instead of grabbing the mutant machine, Sam, I'll go grab things like Ceratos to always have access to the 6 difficulty asset with a very powerful form ability so that every turn from now on, I'm not actually an 8-hander because of the Hawk's ability of picking up 2 feathers. I'm actually a 9-hander, and I know the top card of my deck, and I grabbed one out of the top 3, right? So, like, having the now breadth of what this character and this deck can do now, I think it has not just leveled up how the deck performs of not looking a little more linear with the focus attack gameplay. I think it has so many different avenues of playing the game because when I look at the setting the standard thing, everything we just talked about and making these feathers very much lethal, that is something that this deck did not do when it was doing that previous game plan. And now it's not just the assets, it's not just the setting standards, it's not just the pristine sword play. You could also, get rid of one of these assets for a ton of stats. It's all of it combined into a well-oiled machine. But just like machines, we have to construct those. And Overhaul going first here in this next game, he's going to be able to construct a meaningful stage and hopefully a little more aggression as they're going to be able to go first this time.
Yeah, we see the double Keiko's aid, which would normally be an amazing defensive feature, but against the 1 difficulty attack deck, I gotta feel like the Keiko's real estate is not as good. It's at an all-time low in this matchup because even if you make them play a feather at +4 difficulty, if it's only on a 6, that's not going to be enough to slow this deck down. We saw how many extra resources Ryan had access to and getting almost an amazing build. I was going to say an amazing 6 build here, but 5 build going second, little risky, but I think you can gamble that the overhaul deck is not going to be incredibly aggressive. You can probably get chunked pretty hard here because we're going to get that extra resource from our hand, and overhaul can put +2 damage on every move that touches you. But generally speaking, the overhaul decks not the most aggressive in the format.
Uh, it's so crazy that we have this matchup and what we can talk about and what's going on here because what I said and what I ranted and I raved about the benefits of this kind of toolbox type of deck that Ryan is bringing here, we're seeing the same tried and true ability of being a toolbox style deck happen right here for this Overhaul deck, right? Well, our first attack of the game is a falling heel strike. Our Overhaul first enhance says we get to put this foundation face down in our stage. And then because we get the cost of unflipping a foundation in our stage from the falling heel strike, you get to unflip it. And surprise, Sam, it's not actually a foundation. It is a secret Mousketool, another Cammy of the Covert Chameleon immediately on the board that we also kind of got to cheat in the same way that Equipment Heist kind of functions, right? It's such a cool way to use this character in such a new and meaningful way. People were already doing this kind of, but now with the addition of backups in the format and the game as a whole, it's not just about assets or foundations for later that you could hide face down, which again, Maximum Overhaul lets you help build those in as well. But here are now backups that you can help build in as well, and we get to use them right away. Tattered Costume also coming in as after a build for that nice little setup poke. Plenty of speed hate on our board. We'll have to see though if Ryan even decides to go in, and it looks like we're just building.
Yeah, a couple things to note, right? Being able to build the backup and then immediately use it gets rid of the normal drawback of a backup. You don't give the rival a turn to attempt to attack it. Even with the elusive keyword, right? Just being able to guarantee the use of the of the cami is really nice. The tattered costume to cancel one activation of the equipment heist is going to be really nice, but it might not be a perfect solution. One, because equipment heist is repeatable on every attack as long as you meet the condition. But two, we do see the hacker extraordinaire down again. And if Ryan is able to take 5 damage from this move, we can commit hacker to get a momentum. And now all of a sudden that tattered costume is immediately under threat. Are we going to see it flipped by the cami?
I can only imagine that's probably like one of the most impactful ones, but we lost the game last time to those feather controls, those pesky feather
Right.
controls that allow us to give Hawks an extra attack. When you combine things like setting the standard of what we saw last game, that is a lethal force to come with when paired with Massive Mutant Machine from your Equipment Heist. I think that was a pretty good call, but you're right, Sam. We are going to have to deal with this hacker extraordinaire at some point, but we got a little bit of time. You still have to take some damage if you want to get the free momentum, or you have to deal damage to me to get the momentum to have the flip ability, and you never know what might happen in between there. But the Maximum Overhaul coming in here for Jacob Johnson, now building in a Massive Mutant Machine of our own, straight from our hand. It just says build a card, Sam. And we are going to be able to do our own impersonation of Equipment Heist, but from the attack itself. And it's a meaningful low attack. A lot of people, at least how I feel right now, there's a couple characters that really get to benefit from playing very high impact low attacks, but I really think that when you sit across the table from an Overhaul, you know that almost 4 of these are always in the deck, and you have to always hold a meaningful low block, and it gets so fast on its own, and now an extra 5/5 on top of it. Sam, I hope you got some good low blocks in your deck.
Yeah, and it's funny, this used to be a card where you only played 2 or 3 copies of it because of the amount of card draw in the format and because of, resolving one of these maximum overhauls was usually enough for a kill shot. You were going to add attacks back to your hand. 7 low for 8, which becomes 10 damage at the time, was one of the highest damage moves in the game. But now we're playing it as a tech piece, as a 4 of, just to kind of get our actual win conditions into play. And we see the pristine sword play again. Massive Mutant Machine has been the entire talk of this tournament so far in the first 2 rounds. How many ways can I build it? How many ways can I ready it? Because of that new unique rule, meaning that we have to ready the same copy. Or sorry, this one's not unique. I apologize. This one's not even unique, but we're seeing a lot more asset readying than we ever have before.
Yeah, it is so much of it, and it's another avenue, right? Because I mean, we have to talk about it, right? I mean, the unique game rule changes this idea of like if they did have unique, like you said, which this one doesn't, which is a point
Right.
of the side conversation, but readying assets that haven't been ready. We saw the Dottie on the other side, pristine swordplay we've seen now in both of these decks, and this one could be lethal right here. We're playing a lot of back and forth, but we have to worry about the swaps. The Hawk swap once per turn. We could change the zone, and we could have a crazy block for this, of course. But you're right, Sam. Like readying them is just as good as building in a new one when it comes to these very high impact commit abilities. Because yes, this massive mute machine, we can't play another one to ready it, right? Because it says the hasn't been ready this turn, of course, or this combat phase. But now it's also still just a 7 diff asset for us to blow up from the enhance ability on pristine swordplay. So if there is some sort of stat manipulation coming from the Hawks, we always have that enhance button to still press and give some counterplay to. And again, this is just the second attack of this turn, and Hawks is down to 9. There could just be more.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. We even saw a rejuvenating smash get discarded from the rivals Botan's coaching, and typically when you're discarding attacks from your hand, it means that you're flooded already. Especially if we had another way to ready a massive mutant machine, but Showdown coming in here, I have to assume we changed the zone to make this a complete block, but we are going to be committing basically all the way out, and then we're just going to get to commit 2 rival foundations, and those foundations are going to be, we're going to flip one of them for the overhaul for basically no effect. Now we're going to play maximum overhaul, ignoring progressive difficulty on a 5, check a 5. We get to build a Dottie from our hand. This is looking mighty familiar.
I am muted. I apologize about that. Sorry, Sam. I'm over here talking to myself.
I
You're
saw
looking
you
at me.
going.
Yeah, but the big thing I wanted to note, as we're seeing it happen right here live in living color, is that Dottie ability to ready an asset does not have that prerequisite of hasn't been readied this combat phase like pristine swordplay does. So this one presenting even more lethal. And I don't even think we've played the pickup potentially 3 face downs from our stage, but instead we tried to get some extra minus speed, but we have another maximum overhaul in our hand. Anyway, game 2 going to overhaul here. I was wrong. I thought we were going to see the clean Ryan Levine Hawks special here, Sam. But you're right. The name of this match, and at least like you said for the first 2 rounds of this tournament, how do we best abuse Massive Mutant Machine? This is a crazy new tool that we have access to on a 7 difficulty asset. But Sam, I haven't seen one of these players yet play it on a 7.
Yeah, I don't expect you're ever going to see a player form this card. You know, this is kind of a staple of card games. Is if you think something is too hard to play, it's probably not. And on top of that, you probably don't have to play it. And that is what we're seeing here. We're not playing the Massive Mutant Machine. We are simply adding it to our stage to be utilized in full. And that's one of the strongest strategies you can have, right? Is circumventing the cost of any card, much less a card that makes any attack look good. How often did we see a pristine swordplay before this tournament? Basically never, right? And now all of a sudden they're 9 mid for 9s, sometimes for 16.
I mean, go all the way back to Denver, Sam. We were both there. That was the first regional of this competitive season, and it was when Critical Role was legal. And Terry and Darrington came out in full force for that event and made top cut appearances. And I don't think any of them were playing that card. And it's his own ultra rare. But now having access to this high impact asset that does have a meaningful ability if you ready it. Also, remember, it's got deflect. If you got him in your hand, it got minus damage on it too. And the conjunction of equipment heist or the sneaky abilities that we've saw now from Jacob's overhaul list, I really do think this is anybody's match, because I think if Jacob had to do anything that game and adapt from game 1, it was how fast we turned on the aggressive machine. We have to do that again, I think, this game. If you're an overhaul, if you think he's the coolest and you think he can win this match, you have to see that kind of same aggression and start that toolbox rolling, or we're going to give Ryan and Hawks too much time to set up, and we might see what we saw in game 1. But taking some riskier plays right off the bat and getting some meaningful assets and foundations on our stage makes a lot of sense. But on the other side, Bar, the Star Razor coming in as well. Again, this is an asset toolbox deck, Sam. We're just playing some of the ones that I would consider good. This is selective seal to any foundation on your opponent's stage.
Yeah, and so far the battle has been between Cammy, the Chameleon, and Hacker Extraordinaire, right? Because taking one attack and getting momentum for Hacker could have saved Ryan a whole lot of headaches by being able to flip either the Dottie or the Massive Mutant Machine. So I would love to see the Hacker Extraordinaire come into play here, but we do see the sixth of USS Cerritos being hard casted here, being hard played, which is something else I didn't expect to see. But it looks like we don't have too much of a choice between what's in our hand, and also again the overhaul deck, kind of a similar shaped combo deck. You probably don't have to be afraid of it turn two, but if you can pop off with Massive Mutant Machine turn two, more power to you.
I'm eating my words, right, Sam? I said I haven't seen a single one of these players play a 7 difficulty asset as a form as the entire time. And here, 1 difficulty less. That one is worth playing straight from your hand. And like we said, I mean, the USS Cerritos, just because you have it on your stage early this on in the game, that extra plus to your hand size and having the top card of your deck knowledge whenever you want at forum speed is really, really powerful. But we didn't play any attacks. We are still slow rolling it ourselves, getting ourselves the stage and creating this defensive monster that Hawks can do. But Jacob is going to try and say something about it, because once now that we've entered the enhanced step, that is where Overhaul shines. We need to get to the enhanced step. We need to press that first enhance button, and then we have the potential to play something from our stage that could ignore progressive. And when the first attack you have to play is Maximum Overhaul, we are going to miss out on one of those abilities, because there is a prerequisite to use part of the abilities on Maximum Overhaul. You have to have played a card not from your hand this turn, and we haven't done that yet.
Yeah, luckily that part is the one where you debuild yourself 3 face down foundations. So not going to be super relevant here until later, but we do immediately get the Massive Mutant Machine down. We immediately get the +5/+5, but it looks like Hawks is coming in with some speed reduction. That feather control, sorry, not feather control, that is an actual name of a card, but the control element, the control ability of the Hawks feather giving the -3 speed. Are we going to see a swap on speed and damage, and this is just effectively damage reduction? Or are we going to attempt to block this one potentially for half damage?
I mean, the great block modifier here coming from Dottie, of course. I'm glad that we have something like this as the block, because my answer to you, Sam, was if we used the feather from our hand for the speed control and didn't block it or failed to, and we just used the swap, that's great. But the swap is a once per turn. We saw the potential of a pristine swordplay just being the second attack here and readying that massive mutant machine again. You were able to do that cool once per turn trick for the first move. What are you going to do going forward? Because we're still going to eat half from this Maximum Overhaul and go down to 21.
Which eating half is a good thing here for 2 reasons. One, we get the momentum from the Hacker Extraordinaire, which means now we have an answer for this Massive Mutant Machine and potentially other asset follow-ups. But Dwaithvar, the Star Razor, says after you take 5 or more damage, your rival has to play a non-attack card as their next form or pass, or they can lose 6 health to cancel this ability. I think that is an incredibly underrated ability. I think a lot of people are overlooking this asset because they have other ways to seal foundations, right? And they, in your mind, you don't want to take damage. But Barrett, how many games of UniVersus have you played where you have to take 5 damage? You know, an attack is going to touch you. It is going to hit you unblocked in this format. There's almost no deck that's playing perfect defense like that. So love to see the Dwaithvar here in combination with the Hacker, putting a halt to the overhaul turn. And now we're going to get some equipment heist going. And we've got that Massive Mutant Machine in the discard pile ready to go.
It just synergizes so well with itself. It says as a first form, I get to, discard draw, right? So why not throw away these little giant 7 difficulty assets that I can just build straight from my discard pile once we get 3 attacks in our card pool anyway, which is the other ability of the scheme. So it flows so well, Sam. But we still have to answer that question of getting the 3 attacks. We then are now using our Cerritos form That's why we were revealing all these cards and making decisions on where they go. So we now have access to that going off of the table. And the question now is, Sam, can we do a better job with now having access to this scheme? Can we deal 27 on the other side for Jacob? Because we only built one more card and passed after that maximum overhaul. And it is the Cammy. We've seen the Cammy hit the stage now all 3 games in a row, which is really nice for the stage control because we're fighting against these hacker extraordinaires and all these other pieces. But is it going to help us stay alive here?
Well, silver lining, the Big Fist Bash as the first attack is not typically the one you want to play. This is a pretty underwhelming move if you're not getting the full benefit of the text, and you can't do that if it's the first attack you've played. So we might see a feather added to the card pool for some stats and then bounce back to your hand. That's kind of a neat play you can do, but I would imagine that that would be pretty taxing on the resources. However, if you're trying to swing for game here, which is very possible once we get the equipment heist on board, I wouldn't be that surprised to see it if every single point of damage matters.
I even like it too. Like the card is so Big Fist Bash specifically is so synergistic with what this deck is doing now. Because if you look at the static as the card is up here on the screen, when you go to try to play this, if you have 3 or more cards in your card pool, this gets -1 difficulty and +2 damage. That
Right.
counts the scheme. That doesn't count towards progressive. So this is like a card that was already being played by Hoxes or order decks in general because of that incredible Breaker 3. But the fact that it also works really well when your cards ignore progressive and it picks up mid attacks, which is what the feathers are, it it's just like this extra cherry on top. But you're right, it doesn't work that way necessarily when we play it as our first move. But it did get us to the enhanced step, so we played that hacker enhance, we flipped over that massive move machine, and now the second attack of the turn just being a Hawks. Or no, we are just doing the thing. We're adding them into the card pool. We're doing the double speed pump, which means on the first move here, Sam, we have 3 attacks in our card pool, which means we get to go grab an asset, which we just did.
Yeah. So this is what, a 10 speed for 3 at the moment. We're gonna discard those 2 cards like I was talking about. So we are gonna get a feather back. This is gonna get +5/+5.
This is so cool, Sam. I'm loving every moment of this. We knew that this could happen, but the fact that we're seeing it happen right now, live, and it could be part of the game and match winning play on the first move, getting a free first, card pool enhance of the scheme right off the bat. And now because we left a feather in our card pool, even though we picked up one of them, when we now go to play this feather, we are going to be able to press the scheme's card pool enhance every attack for the rest of the turn. That's why we did this. We just needed to play a attack, and we said that the Big Fist Bash was worth it because it picked up another move in our card pool, and now the offensive gas is going. How many massive mutant machine enhances are we going to see this turn alone?
Yeah, I don't know, but we do have the setting the standard coming down. Setting the standard is gonna be able, or no, sorry, this isn't. This is the Feather Storm. The
Yeah.
Feather Storm is coming down, which is gonna make the feathers not count towards progressive difficulty, which typically you want to see this one first. You want to see this one
Oh,
before the feathers come out, but now we've got the airship. We don't
weaved in
we
the
don't
airship.
have to build the massive mutant machine every time. We've also got the military airship, which is going to potentially add the Big Fist Bash back to our hand, which can then add the feather back to our hand.
I love this so much. This is the exact kind of deck and the exact kind of character watching Ryan Levine pilot. And I mean, I'll call it right now. I mean, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. I think he might be winning this entire turn because of the sequence of events that are going on. And wow, we're building these assets and we have so much yet to still play. And that's the thing. We have a Keiko's Aid response coming in, but you've talked about it already, Sam. It just doesn't feel good when your opponent is playing 1 difficulty attacks. And oh, by the way, 2 of the cards in our card pool don't count towards progressive. Yeah, this is going to get +2 difficulty to it, but it's a 1 difficulty card with only 1 card counting towards progressive. It was on a 4. Yeah, we checked a 3. Your Keiko's Aid said I committed 1 foundation. I don't even need that where we're going if we're going to play a bunch of feathers.
Yeah, I have to feel like if you build the deck correctly, right? If things have not gone demonstrably wrong for you, um, if you can resolve the enhance on equipment heist, you're probably winning the game that turn. That is the a very difficult statement to make in universes typically, that you can rely on a singular ability or even just a singular combo so much, but there's no way to really interact with it at this point, you know. Even if you could cancel one of the activations, there's so many attacks that Ryan has been able to rebuy, has been able to reloop, and because of that setting the standard, they're all legitimate, you know. There's
Yeah.
no rinky dink little pokes. These are all absolute bangers. And we're gonna take this feather. We're gonna play one more attack. He's gonna show him I can't block it anyways. And there's the handshake.
The plea once again. Hey, you want to swing at this Cammy, make it a little more interesting? But no, we are going to
Yeah.
go for the game here. That is the match. Full 3 games here in 40 minutes. Both players playing exceptionally well, showcasing a bunch of the new cards here. And I mean, it's like you said, Hawks combo is back. It's here. You're right. You said it never left, Sam. And we have one of the best known players playing the character, showing up at an event. We were just waiting for him to come out of his turtle shell, right? We were just waiting for him to come back into the format. And here we have Ryan Levine piloting this Hawks list. If you're at home watching right now, this is a player and a deck that I would be thinking could potentially win this entire event. And that's just not the story of what we've seen from OCE and Spain the past couple of weekends. Everything is still changing and evolving. Yes, we saw the Hawks decks, but you said when we play an equipment heist and we resolve that search our deck for it, I think, how many times do you just win the game there? Last weekend, Sam, we did see some people not win the game when they were resolving those abilities, even multiple times. But if you just have the pieces, you can play these combo-oriented decks and figure out and find the tools you need at any given time. Hard playing a Ceratos on a 6, setting ourselves up for the future. Anything is possible, especially in a game like UniVersus. But that's round 2 here already here, Sam.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if we have more massive mutant machine decks on the horizon. Are we gonna see anyone who can defeat the massive mutant machine? Which, I mean, granted, this one was in both decks, so it was gonna win no matter what. But so far, the massive mutant machine is undefeated on stream. So you guys let us know in the chat, who do you want to see? What decks are you looking for? We should have a character breakdown for you coming up pretty soon in next round, or you know, every time we try to preview it, something goes wrong on the technical aspect. So I won't get too much into it, but we should have a better idea for you guys to pick and choose characters. But Barrett, you know who's in this tournament. You know what characters are being played. What are you looking forward to coming up in round 3?
I want to see where the ponies are at. I said it at the beginning of the day. I've always got a horse in the race. I know a couple of well-known players playing the character at this event. And, you know, again, I just love me some aggro 7 hand size action, man. And the pony is such a the pony has 4 abilities on her. It's so fun. You get to do so many things. I love it so much. So I want to see where they're at, Sam. I want to see if they are beating down these massive mutant machines. I want to see if they can conquer over things like Godzilla. I want to see if they can beat characters like Midoriya on the move, which I know is on a lot of people's mind and could also be a front runner of this event. But we won't know until we take a look. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. Hopefully come back with a character breakdown before we jump into round 3. So don't go anywhere. Grab a snack. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, every UniVersus fan around the world watching our third regional for the third week in a row. And now, as we join into the third round, I'm Bear Bryant, joined with my wonderful co-caster, Tam Cardwell. But before we jump in, we've got a character breakdown. We said we might have it. We do have it. Our players are shuffling up. We've already got a match ready to go. But real quick, Tam and I are going to run through this amazing character breakdown and something a little more familiar of what we see, at least for North American events or US events as well. Pretty standard spread, at least what we've seen comparatively to the past two events, where we saw characters like Godzilla having a 20% almost roughly of the player base or the tournament base. Now coming a little closer now to 10% for these characters, and Godzilla's no longer necessarily number one of the tournament, sharing a slot with, I've been saying it all day, Tam, Pony Tsunotori.
Yeah, I dig this breakdown. There's a couple questions that I have though. Paul Phoenix made a splash over the past 2 weekends, getting themselves a top cut, but Ryu shared the spotlight with them just as well. A character that one of the fighting characters that I did not expect to see on this breakdown. But the big thing I think I'm missing here, man, and everybody keeps talking about it all over the place. Where are the backup decks? Where's the Hanj? Where's the Zeke War Chiefs? Where's the Zeke? What's the second Zeke's name? Hold on.
War Chief?
Not War Chief, the other one.
Zeke Yeager.
Zeke, is it just Zeke Yeager?
Yeah,
I keep forgetting what his backside is. Hey, Zeke, where are they? They made a massive showing inside of the first North American regional, and they're just nowhere to be found. They're inside that 56% of other.
Well, I mean, Tam, Pony Tsunotori's a backup deck. We're playing the Genghis Frog here. That's a backup deck, right? But I 100% agree with you. It's a different conversation than what people have been talking about and what we've even seen, at least in the other two regions that have represented regionals for the past 2 weeks. I think even like the fact that we got to show off Hizuru's Hope, Mikasa Ackerman from AOT 3 on the slice of the pie here, sharing with Paul Phoenix and Ryu. The Ryu kind of makes me happy, but I know a lot of people kind of are a fan favorite of that character coming out of that Challenger deck release. And you still have your tried and trues like Rodans. And I think the number one thing I see here is the story continuing from what I said last weekend, if you were paying attention at the OCE regional. Six-handers kind of really eating good right now, of like feeling comfortable in a format that we exist right now, whether they're doing the backup game plan or you're just a Godzilla deck or you're even this kind of combo control style that we've seen now from Hawks, also not here on the pie chart, but also this Midoriya on the move, right? It's that, ultimatum eventual game plan, but also sharing space with things like heavy hitters and aggro mid-range type decks like of Paul Phoenix and Ryu. It's just like a crazy mix match of all these different game plans. And you're right, the fact that the backup deck characters aren't represented here, but we know that they're in that 56%. I do wonder what this top cut is going to look like, because I do think it's anybody's field and anybody's game to take, right?
Yeah, I think it is anybody's game. We've seen some really incredible games so far with some eclectic characters to boot, but it looks like we are going to get started here with this round. We've got Rodan versus Pony, two characters on the pie chart. Rodan piloted by Ryan DeWolf and Pony piloted by Tim Keefe. Thoughts on this matchup, man?
I think someone and or both, well, obviously not both at the same time. These are seven-handers, Tam. I mean, low life totals are the name of the game. Volatile decisions. One small mishap can lead you to death in 1 or 2 moves, as you look at 22 life here for Pony Tsunotori, 21 for Rodan. Rodan going first here as well is exactly what you want to see happen if you are a Rodan fan, because you might need that one extra turn or two to get a very comfortable stage to have not just the extra speed hate to block a bunch of moves, but the cards in hand that you get to hold on to, because if anyone's going to sling an onslaught of attack after attack after attack, it's the Pony deck, and they can do it on much less foundations necessarily than the Rodan deck can. So I'm excited to see how this is going to go. I very much think it is how much defense does Ryan have access to on the early turns of Tim Keefe's aggressive, the shape of what Pony can be. But we've seen Tim Keefe take aggro characters like Seven Handers to the long game and still have strong success. So I think this match could go either way.
From here, Rodan getting the first attack of the game. That is his privilege as he gets to go first. Opening up with Survey Corps Teamwork. A neat card, 5 mid for 5, gives the next move speed and damage and changes the next 2 cards zones. Pony has to spend horn counters to do that. We get to do that one a little bit for free. So telegraphing here, we've got a little bit of a longer term planned out to utilize the blitz ability of this one. Best case scenario being the rejuice smash that we have in the top card of the pile. But from here, it looks like blocking with Genghis Frog, those amazing secret rares, turtle backups, 0 mid blocks, the buddy blocks back in the game.
Yeah, it's that, that kind of spiritual successor of having access to not necessarily character cards anymore that can give you these 0 mid blocks, but these backups that have such strong abilities that are equivalent to character cards, such as 3 damage to all of your moves. That's what Godzilla does, Tam. So very much functioning as another character fundamentally in your deck. But the Violet Animus Shot, we are seeing the follow-up after that full block come through because Pony is completely tapped out, basically, except for this one face down, which we did play the Breaker 2 on it. So this was a risky Violent Animus Shot to play, but because of Rodan's committability, we kind of had an idea maybe of what was coming on, and we just are trying to get some damage in. And because of the strong on-hit effect of this Violent Animus Shot, it's going to stop some sculpting. But we're going to throw away this low block because the Survey Corps Teamwork changed its zone, and now on the on-damage hit, we're going to remove 1 random card in the Pony's hand. Well, I think there's only 1 left, so it's whether or not they push the button.
Yeah, that's the question, right? A lot of buttons, a lot of responses to be played, and I love the fact that we decided to change it low because if you notice, Pony decided to use their ability on the rival's turn to spend these to discard these cards, and we had a flying elbow drop hit the discard pile along with another card. So we did have a 1 high block waiting in the wings, waiting to block this move. So kind of a perfect storm setup play of the Survey Corps into the high attack. Let's juke it to low, and now your best defensive pieces just aren't available to us. But from here, the scariest turn Pony could possibly have. Turn 2 with Rodan having 2-3 foundations ready. Very scary spot to be in as we see the Hunter's Ally coming in and instantly getting shut down by Filled with Doubt.
Yeah,
Massive.
I was gonna talk about what this attack would be doing here for Tim and this Pony deck, but there's no reason to even talk about it because the Genghis Frog is not coming into our stage because this attack has no text. It is, however, still a 4 high for 5 and one of our most impactful pieces of what the Pony deck is doing. Spoiler alert. It's the name of the deck. It's the character card. We still are going to have access to all of those enhances and pressing those buttons, discarding 2 cards, drawing one new one, getting 2 horn counters. And Rodan still has to block this if they want to save some of their life total. But getting a card out of hand instead of getting the use of that Nonagon, I thought that's what we were going to see get used here. But the hand trap or the hand, piece here of the Filled with Doubt, also in conjunction with one of those foundations we had that we built, Battle for Dominance, getting it out of our card pool to make blocking a little easier and redraws us a card. It's one of the big reasons why Filled with Doubt plus any symbols with Battle for Dominance is a great combo to have and basically counteracts the downside of Filled with Doubt.
Yeah, totally. Great defensive options here on Rodan's side. And because of these defensive options, it looks like Pony's deciding to put the brakes on, discarding 2 very prominent attack cards, our own Violent Animus Shot and a falling 8% full cowling roundhouse over here. Thank you. It was tough. A lot of words on that one. In order to draw non-attack cards to potentially build out, saying my stage is not good enough to crack your stage, and Barrett, half of it's committed.
Yeah.
Half of it's committed. How much more do you need in order to break through what this Rodan can do defensively? And it looks like love this play.
Yeah. It's the half block here, Rejuvenating Smash, and because we did play that Filled with Doubt as a response to the first attack, typically you don't get this response of the second card being played, the Rejuvenating Smash for that draw 2, gain 2. We were at full, so that gain 2 is not going to matter, but it's the cards in hand, Tam. This is what's going to help you continuously chain block if Tim decides to keep going, but it is going to be half blocked here. Going down to 18, we take half of it going, or take the 3, of course, but we still have all of our ready foundations here. We still have our tenacious character ability, and we only have 1 card in our card pool, but that is the breaks. And it's only a build to afterwards, Tam, really having to value these cards to hold on to block with, or to use Pony's ability defensively. It's just hard to tell because already Ryan is very much on the offensive pressure and basically got away from the most volatile turn that they were going to have with great defense.
Yeah, this is really solid gameplay. Every metric of this game right now, Rodan is in the lead. Life total, we've got the stage presence. The only difference here is the fact that Pony has a bonus asset. But I think we're feeling pretty good if you're a Rodan fan at home.
Yeah, and especially speaking of being a Rodan fan, we're seeing some attacks from the past at this event. Not just what we saw, with the overhaul from last round, but repeated 100% smash here. I just love this attack in general. I mean, it is a secret rare from a Daunted Raid. Tam, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how many punches you play in your deck. This still is a punch, and so that enhance for ready 1 foundation that has not been ready this combat phase for each punch in your card pool. This is just a crazy, worst case scenario, Tam. A 4 difficulty, I'm using air quotes because we get to ready one of our foundations back. 4 high for 6 with powerful and EX on it. That's crazy good.
Yeah, and we got the momentum from the first turn. What an easy way to get the potentially get this tattered costume off the board, pushing this up to a 10 high, all but unblockable for 6 here. If we decide to use the tattered costume, it is going to leave us open to things like that Filled with Doubt that we had last turn. And so it looks like Pony's just going to take it on the chin, dropping all the way down to 9 and a second repeated smash coming in. It makes sense, right? It's not singular 100% smash. It's repeated 100% smash. You got to play at least 2 of them.
Exactly, and now this is the real strength of the card, right? The more punches you have in your card pool, the extra value you get here. We checked a 3 on the first attack. We now checked a 5 on the second attack. Bada bing, bada boom. The entire stage is now ready, and we played 2 very high impact attacks. Pony's down to 9 because that first one connected. We don't have any momentum for this one, Tam, but with the speed on top of what Rodan gives us for this 4 high for 6, I can only imagine Pony's going to go to 3 here.
I mean, there's also the potential of checkmate if we want, or at least check. We have a Supersonic's Flight in our stage, which does give some extra stats as well. I'm pretty sure that's +2, +3, if I'm not mistaken. So
is that or +2 or +2 +4? So you're right. Regardless, that bottom number, the damage being for at least 3, it is representation of that. And because we readied our entire stage, Tam, I would feel pretty good for a sacrifice ability. But Ryan says, no, I'm already winning this game. Hold on to the resource for when I really need it. And how about my last attack that I try and get you in the game with is your best attack in your discard pile, Sweeping Daggers, one of the most iconic and sought-after ultra rares from the Critical Role Heroes of Exandria set. I blitz, get to remove 1 attack from your rival's discard pile. This attack gains all abilities, keywords, and keyword rarities printed on the card. Tam, we're playing some good ones. Things like Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, selective committal of not just your best foundation and freeze it, but also commits an asset. Or, this is the great play, what most people do, I'll also just grab all of your Sweeping Daggers first, gain extra instances of the Blitz ability, and then finally cap it off with whatever attack I wanted to copy anyway with. And now I've removed a certain amount of attacks from your deck in the game for this entire game.
Yeah, this is a very scary spot if you're a Pony fan. There is the resetting of the foundation with this Invisible Infiltration. We can either get rid of a problem card on Pony's board or even reset one of these face downs to give us a little bit extra. And this is going to represent lethal Eva on the partial block.
Yeah, exactly, because it's going to get the extra little benefit because it gains all the abilities, and there just happens to be enough foundations in Pony's stage. Again, Rodan's going to give it a little bit of speed. It's already a 5-speed mid-move. And we haven't even really started using our pony counters defensively yet. But as these supersonic flight's going to come in, the enhance that you said, extra stats, it's going to be a high now. So if you didn't have it now, we're now seeing the pony enhance come through. Discard 2 cards, draw a new one, get 2 horn counters. Hope we have a high block here potentially to block this, because it originally wasn't a high. Now it is, and it's still for 9 speed.
Looks like we're going to come in for the block. We've got it calculated. Kiyomi coming in. Beautiful 1 high block, but checks a 3. Going to have to commit everything out. If we've got one more, Sweeping Daggers comes in. 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6. It fails. Whoa. We're going to give Pony one more chance to go to the races.
Blowing up that foundation on the supersonic flight because it has to be readied for that sacrifice enhance cost. We had one less foundation. We couldn't pass this move. Tam, like you said, without the supersonic flight enhance, it was already presenting lethal. If we just had that ready foundation here, yes, you would have saved the extra, 2 readied resources for the pony player, because Tim checked that 3 to pass the block, but you would have passed the last attack. It's a crazy decision to make that you think you can make because you're so far ahead, but giving 1 extra lease on life for Tim here might be exactly what he needs, because you still use your resources offensively. What do you have aside from your character? Well, it's an incubating and this reluctant role model.
-1 speed to every attack, -1 damage to a singular attack. This is going to be a tough spot, and it looks like we're gonna be taking this one on the chin, giving it the minus damage. But with the stage that Pony has available to them, they're a ghost. They are supposed to be deceased, and it looks like that is just not the case here. 4 high for 5 coming in, dropping us down potentially to 13 here over on Rodan's side. But this tenacious playable committed character has a ton of options when it comes to speed reduction. So down but not out. There's still plenty of game to be played here in round 3 of this regional.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're already seeing different, tactics here. Of course, we have enough horn counters that we accumulated defensively from pressing our character's ability. So we're starting to spend them offensively, Tam, not just for clearing cards at our card pool, which we'll get to eventually, but we're spending it for the speed increase because we have to fight against that impactful, tenacious ability of Rodan. Whatever the top card of your discard pile is, you can give minus speed equal to his block modifier. On top of the incubating, which we just saw, remove any card from your discard pile for -1 speed, repeatable as we move on with this turn, and we can pick cards like Supersonic Flight to draw us a card as well defensively. They could draw us things like, I don't know, more copies of Filled with Doubt, or I'm thinking of other key defensive pieces that Tim Keefe has to play around this turn because they can stop the turn in its tracks. Things like Barrier Shield, but that tattered costume that we built and secured earlier means that we can't fall for just 1 action hand trap anymore. It's going to have to be like 2 of them in a row if we just start running out of options here. And the Electric Moth is one of the key pieces on how this pony aggression continues. It's not just giving you another instance of an attack to, spin 3 horn counters, clear a card out of your card pool, but it is discard 1 card and draw 2 more. Extra if your opponent has a foundations, but not happening here in this scenario, which means more cards in hand, more cards to discard for Pony.
More cards in hand, more cards to discard, more cards to be played. And I think that's the thing. We've now played 2 attacks, committing no foundations here. And the onslaught continues. The Moth is back out again. Our first 3 check of the turn, and we'll see how else.
They typically matter. I mean, eventually, if you check so many of them, your turn can end. But with things like Mother's Embrace, which can trigger here after clearing a card out of our card pool, but honestly, because of how much you do it in this deck, you don't have to do it here. You can just do it later. It's really only the committing of one of those, but we haven't cleared it yet. We're going back.
We're going a little quick. There's a lot of moving pieces here in both of these characters' decks of when do I move, when do I not move, when do I trigger, when do I not trigger, when do I get counters, when do I not get counters. Electric Moth being very similar to the pony enhanced shape. It's possible that you use Electric Moth and you reach for the die for increase the counters. It's just making sure that everything is in its correct spot, in its correct zone, as we then spend our counters to then re-ready back up.
Yeah, clear the card out, respond with the Mother's Embrace. So although we checked a 3 TAM, we actually only result with 1 committed foundation. Now, of course, because we have to flip the card to do so, we're not going to be able to do that anymore. And these next 3 checks that we might check throughout this turn actually impact how many cards we might be able to pass. But with the amount of cards we just drew off of this single Electric Moth, and Rodan is choosing to block these ones. Tam, these ones aren't for a lot of damage. These are the baits. These are just the setup moves to get more instances of Pony going off. These are not the heavy haymakers that you can end the game with. Things like that one for all full cowling 8% falling roundhouse that we saw one of them get pitched earlier this game. As I'm eating my words and more Electric Moths hit the card pool, though, the world is Tim Keefe's oyster. Whatever he draws from all of these could just end up being the killing blow, as Rodan is now at 13 life from playing great blocks. But I can only imagine we maybe get to play one more for this entire turn. Maybe.
Yeah. This is, again, if you're a Rodan fan, you really wanted that 5 check to happen on the last turn, as another 4 damage move comes in. And again, Pony stage very, very healthy as we continue the onslaught, playing it looks like the 8% full cowling roundhouse.
Oh no, this is the Violet Anima Shot that we get to play. Yeah, so it's not necessarily getting any of the response on play abilities, but if this one hits, if it doesn't represent lethal, which in its current form, it is a weapon move. We actually got to use the double Shishiwakamaru Zero Diff Foundation that we get to play. When you play a weapon card, you can flip it over for some extra damage, actually making the Violent Anima Shot lethal. And we use a Pony counter to give it some more speed. The Rodan Enhance doesn't matter anymore with 2 cards in the card pool. Game 1 going to Tim Keefe on the Air Pony list, all because Ryan checked that 3 when he really needed anything greater than that.
Stolen, truthfully stolen from Ryan over here. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we used our sweeping daggers to steal that invisible infiltration ability.
Yeah.
Did we ever reset a foundation?
Wow. Now that you're thinking about it, I don't know if we did. Which
I don't think we did.
Would have just been the extra foundation that we could have done.
I think there were just too many cool words on our cool cards. We didn't get to utilize the best attack inside of my rival's discard pile to reset that foundation, give us that extra resource to close out the game. We gave Pony a fresh breath of life, and it came back to haunt us.
I mean, that allowed Tim Keefe here to what we call a lot breaking serve. Tim didn't win the die roll in this matchup. He went second that game. That was Ryan's game 2 win, going first. And now, although Ryan gets to go first again in game 2, we're now in post sideboard scenarios where things might get a little easier for Tim. Things might also get easier for Ryan, of course. But even if Ryan wins this game 2, Tim, we got 41 minutes on the clock. We can easily crank out 2 more games of UniVersus here. And in one of those games, Tim is going to be able to go first, which is way better for Pony.
Scary, very, very scary. I mean, hey, we're both big Chapel Rollin fans. We are card carrying members of the Big Pony Club. I love this deck. You love this deck. I think this matchup is very Pony favored right now. In the current game, and so not taking down that first game when we were that aggressive and Pony deciding to take that turn 2 off was a godsend. Like, it was really, really awesome for us. But the fact that we missed that control check and we bombed out that check and we lost that match for it means the rest of this is going to be really, really difficult.
But I do think it can happen. I mean, Rodan, Giant Monster in the Sky, Tam, is a character that we have to talk about literally every format. This character is one of the kings of defense right now, and also offense, right? I mean, I know we talk about how impactful he is because of his defensive ability of getting repeatable minus speed with a tenacious character ability and as a 7-hander, but it's also giving speed offensively on such high impact void attacks, because the void symbol has some pretty scary cards to help steal games against very low life characters like Pony with only 22. I'm thinking of things like Ice Sword execution that we've seen have success in Pony or in Rodan lists of the past. You know, I'm thinking Tri-Gravity Beam is still a card that this character is allowed to play, removing cards out of the benefit of being a 7-hander on the third attack of the turn, and you easily get the extra 2 damage on the Tri-Gravity Beams because your character removes cards for you. It's just losing that first game can mean a lot for the momentum shift of what's going to happen here, because not only does Ryan have the pressure of needing to win the second game, you've got to win the third one too. And it's just we're talking about it, right? Our characters or our players are still shuffling up just a little bit. This is a very high caliber event, as we've already talked about with players. And I mean, Ryan is staring across another decorated player of the game, Tim Keefe.
Maybe we
just got a little nervous, missed a button we couldn't play. I mean, when you think about it, Tam, that Sweeping Daggers had 1, 2, 3, 4 blitzes on it. And then also the enhance abilities from the Invisible Infiltration. There was a lot of words going on. I didn't know which buttons to press, but that's not going to matter, at least in this point right now, as we now kick things off. Ryan going first once again and building 4 solid foundations here. Some great defensive pieces, things like Aaron's Sidestep, Mikasa defeats the female Titan, and a bunch of speed hate. A bunch of enhanced commits for -2 speed, basically.
As well as a little bit of breaker. Like, I know Pony's very good at clearing their card pool, but utilizing the fateful decision in conjunction with a potential breaker from in hand could be enough to slow her down in conjunction with some poor luck of her own. But reviewing a second Mikasa defeats the female Titan, saying, hey, that defensive piece is not what we need. We almost won that game last time due to aggression, and foundations are not the way to get there. I need to be playing some pretty high impact attacks on this next turn. Maybe doubling up on foundations that I already have is not the name of the game. As Ryan looks at his hand pensively, what is the play to make? What is going to make me win this game?
The answer is repeated smash, and we checked a 5 on it, which feels very good, which means you're even allowed to play like a cool little enhance commit ability on a foundation and then get the free ready. We don't have any offensive ones here, of course, so just taking the freebie check, of course, and we have to get some momentum, right? We're already playing these high impact EX and powerful moves, and we saw that be part of the key of the last game, why we almost won on that turn that we went for it because of things like repeated smash. It helps when you land the ones early, get some momentum, and have powerful EXs and powerful abilities to help in the game. And Pony early on in the game is just going to use a lot of their defensive time to accumulate horn counters to maybe have another explosive turn 2. That's one of the benefits of going second as Pony. There's not really a lot of benefits for most characters going second, but it also depends on how many attacks your opponent plays, but just the one poke, building some more foundations afterwards. And we're seeing another impactful one here. Science Bros hitting the table, which this is a card that both of these decks are allowed to play, but we love seeing them in Rodan because not only does Rodan remove a card from your discard pile to get a proc for it, but incubatings then all of a sudden become offensive tools as well as defensive tools, and it also can draw you another card.
Yeah, I know that a lot of times this matchup is really dependent on on who gets Science Bros first and who can capitalize on it. And the fact that we didn't see it from Pony in game 1 at all. Yes, it can be built in with the Hunter's Ally, but there's like this hierarchy of which ally cards I need or want in my stage at any given time. And the fact that Rodan has found it, but Pony has not. The percentage points for win rates has gone significantly higher, I think, in Rodan's favor, at least at this point in the game, as the Electromoth comes down, drawing us just a buku amount of cards.
Well, the cool thing here, too, in case you didn't know, there's actually only one copy of Science Bros in Tim Keefe's list, and it's only in the sideboard. So not actually part of the main game plan here that I know that you and I really like here, but really we're saying that the only real ally card I need to build in is a couple of techie defensive ones like Shobujin's Message or the Ryukyu Agency trainees, or the big one, obviously, the Genghis Frog. That's the one we're looking for most. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, this is not only not leading with a Hunter's Ally, there's no Frog still in the stage, but like you said in these matchups, and what I think the benefit of Pony against 7-handers in general is Genghis Frog is a nice addition to this deck and what it's doing, but it does not need it when it's going against 7-handers. You very much can still steal wins from your opponent because you can easily do 7 hand size life total just by playing a bunch of moves without the extra +3 damage. So, and I think that's why we see this have success in the game one that happened when we were gifted that extra chance. But building another tattered costume here in this game too, very, very big. And another one, I know I love this card, Web of Blades. This card is such a cool offensive piece when you're fighting against a bunch of stat negation or speed decrease, damage decrease, which we've seen already in this matchup. Reluctant Role Model minus damage, the character Rodan itself minus speed, being able to give a little bit of that juice back when you send the attack. Love seeing a card like that hit the board here, but we have to survive another turn here. Tam, another repeated smash has hit the board.
Yeah, it's tough. And again, we're checking well on it this time rather than last time. No need to reset these foundations. And because of it, we have the opportunity to do one of the coolest plays in this Rodan deck. We could then from here remove this this ability, respond with our Science Bros, give it the extra speed, the extra damage, draw the card. And then since we haven't readied anything up, let's just, let's give it the let's ready back up and reuse it on the next ones. But it looks like up to 10 damage, it appears on this move, saying checks can't be modified, so no breakers coming in over on Pony's side.
Yeah, which actually kind of matters, right? We saw the Shobujin's message get used last game, so it says if any of those get built in, at least while we're doing this kind of thing. Obviously, not on the stage right now, but you're right. I mean, stopping against breaker just matters a whole lot. We've seen the violent anima shots already that has breaker inherently on it, but the second attack of the turn, rejuvenating smash, gaining some life back, not that we had any really to gain, and then of course drawing 2 more cards. And if we find a way to discard a card during this attack, we can also sneak a momentum, but currently nothing on board that lets us do that. So this is going to be a very high value 4 mid for 6, extra speed from Rodan, of course, and Pony's at 6.
Yeah, this is representing check. How many horn counters are we going to be allowed to use to play the game defensively? Because the more horn counters you use defensively, the less you're able to do offensively to fight back against the giant monster in the sky.
Fixing the zones here, we had it listed as a high. It was actually a mid, and we have this incredible 0 mid block. We checked a 3, only have to tap 1 foundation, though, because we used some speed hate from our horn counters. Easy, complete block, but here's one of those attacks I was talking about. Try Gravity Beam. This one is very potent. It's very easily going to get up to 7 damage because of our character, 8 because of the Science Bros, and we get to selectively rip a card out of our opponent's hand as long as we pay the Sacrifice of Foundation cost, which means we get to grab any mid blocks that happen to be right here, like a Sweeping Daggers. But
wow,
not all is lost here, Tam. We do have Pony who can change the zone of an attack to make your block actually work. But getting that
Shobujin's message is a 4 mid block.
Yes, it is. It is a 4 mid block, but it still says we can try. And the other thing that I think is big and key from this Try Gravity Beam Enhance being the first thing that we pressed, you don't have 2 cards in your hand anymore as Pony. You physically can't get more horn counters. You're stuck with the ones you have right now for the rest of this turn.
Yeah, it's, man, very, very high impact Try Gravity Beam here. To the point where if we decide to even put the speed up at all, we use Rodan, we use the Science Bros, just committing the moment of normalcy is well enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's exactly why we were posturing that we were going to spend some horn counters. And Tim said, no, actually, I'll pass my Enhance because I can at least currently block it. If it's a 4 mid, it's on a 9. I can check a 5 and tap out, right? But once you start pressing these other buttons that are, I'm going to give it some more speed. Instead, I'll use my 3 horn counters to clear a card out of my card pool, which is good for blocking. And then because we have a push the advantage, we can draw a card off of the clear effect, and we could draw a better card. If anything, just a second card, which gives us more horn counters to still have the minus speed ability or the zone change.
That's massive. That's so huge. 8 for 8, I believe, is what we're showing here. And we have to make the decision. Do I help guarantee make my check happen by reducing the speed with my horn counters, or do I go for the full block because I believe we drew 2 low blocks in our hand? We do 2 low blocks, and one of them has breaker on it, which if you remember all the way back at the first attack, no breakers matter. If there's another attack coming, If it finds 6, it is checkmate either way.
And I think he's really wanting to save this moment of normalcy in case there is another attack after this Tam. But if we end up pulling up a half block, I don't think that its reset's going to matter at all for damage. It's only going to matter for speed. So it looks like we're going to press the button right now to reset this attack's damage back, putting it to 5, which means this is going to send Tim Keefe down to 1. There has to be another move to even attempt to present lethal. Are we going to see
I think
it?
that's what we're going for.
This is a good
love it.
one.
World's weakest hunter. He might be the weakest hunter, but weak means at least 1 with a base 5 mid for 3. Man,
That's exactly what you need right here, right? And the fact is that we checked not only a 5, but a +3 block modifier on top of our discard pile, which means he's going to get +4 speed total because of the science bros. Damage doesn't matter anymore at this point, Tam. I'm looking at that speed number, and this has gone up to 9, and we're only have 2 ready foundations on our character for Tim's side. We press the pony enhance. We're doing the math. He goes, even if the -2 speed, it's not enough. Game 2, going to Ryan DeWolf, pulling it out and not getting rid of this one. We're going to game 3 for the match.
and scored a perfect. Pony,
Yeah.
the 7 hand size aggressive character that we keep going, oh no, this matchup is so hard. We didn't touch our life total at all as Rodan. He said, I'm at 21. I'm going to stay at 21. Man, all these rejuve smashes are basically just draw 2s. There's no life gain to be had. What a clinic. What a showcase over here on Ryan's side representing Rodan.
That's what we wanted to see, right? And that, I think, was the benefit. What we also saw from game 1, Tam, it just didn't quite go our way, but we slowed down a little bit. We pressed all of our buttons. I think we played basically perfectly here for Ryan because, and we checked a little bit better, of course, so it helps a lot. But we got that poke in. We got that momentum. We moved things up. The next repeated smash, we countered Breaker. There was so many things that I think Ryan played that game impeccably well, adjacently to how we played game 1. But here is the real test. If you're a Rodan fan, or if you're Ryan DeWolf trying to move on and become 3-0 after this round, we're going second, which the partial mulligan helps Rodan a lot. You could see a potential of like a build 5, build 6 even, because of finding the lower difficulty foundations, like the incubatings, to pair with the higher difficulty 2 diff cards like the Aaron sidesteps that we saw already. You could build a pretty hefty stage here, Tam, and your character being ready is really nice. But Pony gets to go first. We could see some crazy, they get to play the first attack of the game. And I think that matters a lot when it comes to setting the pace, because more than likely, Tam, because of the incredible defense we're seeing Tim pull off for the 7-hander that is typically all gas, no brakes, you're going to put Rodan on the back foot a little bit more of using their resources, while Pony gets to kind of start the pace of the game.
Yeah, this is I'm really, really excited for this matchup. I think just like most games of UniVersus, first 2 turns are going to be really high impact. What do you keep? What do you get rid of? Going first, the full mulligan versus the partial. Looks like Tim saying that one was not good enough. And from the peak that I saw, I totally agree. I thought it was a little rough.
Meanwhile, on the other side, I don't know how many cards we partialed for the going second ability, but one of the key cards I saw in Ryan's hand that is going to help them stabilize on that turn 2 that could come through from Tim Keefe's, we have a barrier shield in hand, I think, for the first time this match. So the question is, do we build a tattered costume early, or do we not have an answer necessarily for us attempting to attack, and we might get barrier shielded right off the bat? Oh, we're flipping cards over.
We don't have the luxury of what? We don't have the luxury of repeated smash for stopping this check hacking from happening. But massive check up. Okay. One more, check a 5. Oh, what an insane
wow
stage here. 4 foundations, one of which is a code edit, which we haven't even really talked about, into a cape, and we know there's a barrier shield in hand. If Pony pulls off the turn 2 kill through this stage, I want her to be errated before the tournament ends.
I think that's a fair point, but I was going to say that Pony deck, especially on the air symbol, does have tools to get through these powerful foundations and assets. Things like Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, but that's not the lead here. It's just an Electric Moth, which this is like the scariest part I think about when Pony goes first, Tam, is that you get to lead with these Electric Moths. No matter what you check, you have no idea as the receiving end of this play of, is there actually more gas coming after this? Or is this just the, I'm just using this as one attack to generate some horn counters and then build out a massive stage to then go for the crazy turn 3 play, which I think is important, right? Because if that means any of these tools like barrier shields, or as we're seeing here, a filled with doubt, you feel pretty good as the pony player if they're getting used right now, when this could easily just turn into a, I'm playing this to draw more cards, build pass.
Yeah, that makes total
Oh.
sense. Looks like we're going to be going in for the, put it to 0. And we are saying, hey, your turn is absolutely done as 0 breaker. And then the high block comes in, putting Rodan to 0 cards in hand, but saying because of this breaker, there's just going to be nothing that you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, and especially, luckily we had a 1 difficulty foundation, but we did check a 3 on it, which means we checked a 1 and it was on a 2. So we have to commit 1 foundation from that breaker ability. But again, if I'm pony here and if I'm just going to be building foundations afterwards, I got a filled with doubt, a barrier shield, and an ice sword execution all out of that from my 1 attack that just drew me a bunch of cards. I'm feeling pretty good. It just depends on how many cards we just choose to build. And we only built 2 foundations total afterwards. So the rest of our hand must be pretty aggressive, or we're trying to generate as many horn counters depending on how many attacks Ryan is going to play.
Yeah. It feels like we are not firing on all cylinders here. As we play
Sweeping, I think.
this, it is sweeping. Good call.
Yeah.
It was tough to see. As we play this, sweeping daggers here, stealing Kraken, committing down the best defensive pieces or even best offensive pieces that that pony could possibly represent. This as one of these pokes is just as relevant as any other.
Yeah, and we even fanned through our discard pile, see if we could get some extra burn damage through. Remember, we did leave Tim at 1 life one of these games, so that extra burn could come through, could matter a lot. But you're right. I mean, which moves can we grab? What high impact things are we doing? Such as this commit on this creative counter. Of course, not going to have access for that tool for 2 whole turns now, right? And so, how many pieces are you going to have access to? It's crazy because we are not crazy, I should say, but like, if we were afraid of breaker, this is very much posturing that this is just the poke for the turn, because I think hitting that Shobujin's message might have mattered quite a bit, but when the block just fails, doesn't really matter.
Makes sense to me. And a second sweeping coming down, and we just conveniently put a sweeping in the discard pile to be stolen, and then a bonus. Those dirty thieves from Critical Role helping out Rodan implicitly. Another Kraken is so huge to slow down the potential offensive capabilities that Pony's going to push back on the next turn. And still, we've done all of this, and we haven't used these defensive pieces on Rodan's side. They're still going to stick around, and this board is only going to get bigger and bigger and healthier to defend out the onslaught.
All of a sudden, it is starting to get very scary for Tim Keefe and the Pony player, because it's not just that the sweeping daggers grabbed double Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken and we froze 2 of our pieces, right? Those Vast Hybrid Chimera Krakens are gone for the entire game. And this is game 3. Yeah. So for the whole match. And that was one of the key pieces I said could help us get through things like this code edits if it wasn't used right away on the Vast Hybrid, or the things like this Cape of No Return. And 2 of them are now gone 100% from the game. That means even if you were trying to get to a cycle to eventually to get through those pieces, they just don't exist in your deck anymore. So I don't know exactly what the line is going to be for Tim to kind of recover here, and especially when they try Gravity Beam coming in on a 4/5/6, checking a 4, making a decision what we want to commit here. We're also going to we're going to rip a card out of Tim's hand as well. It's getting really bad really fast.
Yeah, this is a scary spot to be in, as this gets very fast, very quick. I don't even necessarily know if we want to rip the card out of the hand because of how weak this stage is. Please use more horn counters to reduce the speed of this. It's going to be a 5 for 7. You're going to have to check well, and I'm just going to keep my stage nice and healthy.
Using an incubating here offensively, though, I think is what we're looking at. Maybe just for that supersonic flight to draw a card, but I think we're second guessing it, which is fine. You know, if you feel like that Tim's going to block it anyway, and maybe you feel like 4 speed is good enough after Tim already attempted to use the +1 mid block from that sweeping daggers and failed that one, how many more of those do you actually have? But instead, it is this electric moth. Checking the 5 here means that we are going to get the block off because we didn't do any extra work. Staying at 14. And I can only imagine there's probably no more attacks coming from Ryan. And you're right, it is a pretty weak stage, aside from the strong abilities, Tam. But size-wise, we probably need to make it a little bit bigger.
Yeah, but it looks like build 1 pass is all we're going to be able to muster here. Getting our 2 momentum, which is going to be massive for later turns. That repeated 100% smash being key players in the first 2 games of this match, as Pony draws up with only 4 ready foundations and no real way to re-ready them unless we can build in some Kiyomis to start healing our board.
Yeah, and it's hard, right? When you stare across that code edits, the idea is you've already seen the Filled with Doubts come out in this match, right? Like, and you got one out in this first turn. That's awesome. But when you stare at the code edits, that one's on the board. So even if you want to try and play things like this Hunter's Ally in our hand to build in a Genghis Frog or a Kiyomi, like you said, to make our stage a little healthier, we have to get past, powerful abilities that we're trying to get through. This is a good one to bait out, though. This is a high impact blitz. Another sweeping daggers coming from Tim here. Is this the one you code edits? We're going to take a look at our own discard pile, see what they potentially have access to touch. It looks like we're going to let this one go. Or, I mean, I guess I got to look at the cost. Sorry. I mean, it's Blitz colon. So if we let Tim remove this card, the Blitz ability has gone,
Yeah, it is Blitz colon, and this is from here. Let's commit down some pieces. Hey, Ice Sword Execution, not quite as potent as Hacker is in this scenario, but now that code edits is no longer an option. It's no longer on the table, and it looks like we are instantly going to get rid of this with that cape.
That was essentially the same result for playing a Vast Hybrid, Tam. We were either going to tap the cape, but you get it back because I was only going to tap it, or I would have gotten the code edits use out. We didn't get the code edits use, and we got the cape out of the way. The card pool's clear. This is the prime opportunity to play something like that Hunter's Ally, but if we check a 3 here, it could be disastrous.
Looks like that's not happening. Checking the 5 to build in one of our ally pieces. And I don't hate the aggressive use of the cape here, and here's why. We didn't let Pony have extra horn counters, filter that hand, get rid of cards that they do want, to then build back in cards that they would want. You didn't let the engine fully function. You put the wrench in it and said, "Hey, I wasn't gonna block this anyways. Let's deal with it as it is."
But let's talk about it now because the frog has hit the board. 3 damage on all of your attacks. It's an elusive backup. It's a little sticky, a little harder to remove. And +3 damage to all of your moves is something that Pony wasn't doing in the past. The fact that the amount of attacks that this character can already unload in 1 turn, now that they all get +3 damage, it says you basically have to play half of the amount of attacks you had to play before, and we are against a 7-hander. So if it was already, we won game 1 without needing the frog, now that we have the frog on board and your opponent's stage is pretty weak right now, I think it could be very scary very quickly now for Ryan, and all of a sudden I keep changing my mind on how this match keeps feeling.
Yeah, with Genghis Frog, it's very easy to trip and fall into a KO, especially with now how weak Rodan's board is. 21 is not quite the detrimental number that it looks like, but incubating, giving it even more minus speed, 0 high, and grabbing an extra block, saying, I need to batten down the hatches. I know that I'm about to have to weather a storm as we go in for a block. It looks
I think
like
it's a sidestep, full block.
Yeah.
And we checked a 5, of course. As we are now playing a second attack here, this is a flying elbow drop from our remove from game pile. I believe we had set it aside already. So this isn't even using a card in our hand. And we talked about how, how do we feel about this one? This little 4 high for 4, but is extra reach when you are using your Pony enhance. But now it's actually a 4 high for 7 because of the Genghis Frog. But we checked a 3 on it. making our stage even worse for Tim here. But at least that Mother's Embrace is going to look a little bit better. We have 2 ready foundations on our character, which is still enough to break through 21 life.
Yeah, 3 of these flying elbows uncontested, and that is curtains for Rodan. And so we do need to make sure that we are very careful of the moves that we are deciding to block or not deciding to block, because this health total could dwindle down pretty quickly as we are looking to potentially tie up this game.
Yeah, but as I'm getting, yeah, we're going for the pony enhance right here, discarding 2, being very, very. This is a big decision, right? I mean, every time you press the pony enhance, I know most of the time when you see it happen, you're like, oh, I drew the feral shrieks, I drew the wish hards, those ones go. When you don't draw those, Tam, it's a real decision on what you choose to get rid of, because it could be a block zone that you actually needed. It could be a foundation that would have changed the game if you built it. And the reality is, when you're not getting a bunch of bonus extra draws, you are also losing a full card in your hand while doing this. So that's the kind of scenario that we're in right now. And that's why we had to be very sure about what cards we pitched there from Tim, why he took it back. We did it again. We're back up to 3 counters, but this is pretty easy to block, being a 2 high, or 0 high, actually.
Yeah, on the 4, checks the 5, and a massive one with the supersonic flight, getting -4 speed, as well as the extra stats, getting away from that turn unscathed, showing off exactly what Rodan does, flying above the danger, getting above the threat, not caring about what this cute little pony is going to do on the ground.
Yeah, but it's now up to the onus of Ryan to still put up an offensive threat. 14 to get through is quite a bit. And it looks like we didn't draw enough. Or, of course, the classic, I got baited. We played a cape, which is a great tool again to build down after we've already used one of them. Plays the rejuvenating smash on a 6, but we checked the 3, Tam. This can sometimes be the reason why Rodan decks just die, because you played this attack to get the value of drawing 2 and gaining 2. We were at full, spoiler alert, we didn't gain the 2. We're just trying to get more cards in our hand, but we had to commit basically half of our stage. Our character in 2 foundations, we're just left with 3 foundations that we want to keep ready. That's scary territory.
Yeah, using the incubating offensively to remove the supersonic to redraw -1 speed down to 3. We're going to give it a little bit of extra juice. And more importantly here, it was very obvious that as the opponent player, we didn't have the gas last turn. So we're going to be getting a ton of extra value here, getting rid of these bad foundation cards out of our hand and regaining these horn counters that we spent previously. A 5 high for 6, 3 high for 6 using pony as EX3 pops off here. But more importantly, putting double sweeping daggers in the discard pile for pony to potentially use and steal some daggers of her own.
Yeah, I mean, but that EX coming in clutch here, I was so focused on the repeated smash having EX and powerful, but of course, rejuvenating smash having EX on its own, you can almost guarantee that this is landing, and that's exactly what's going to happen. 6 off the top, meaning down to 8 for Tim, which is normally 2 attacks in this deck, at least at face value. Ice Sword Execution could maybe do it, but we don't have a momentum anymore, so it'd have to be some crazy stolen attack from like a sweeping daggers. But after checking that 3 on this, I can only imagine we're just trying to build and stabilize a little bit more, as here comes a hacker.
Yeah, I like the adaptation here. I like the switch up. It's very easy in UniVersus when we are such a heavy draw game of I'm going to draw X. I look at my hand, I see what my initial game plan is, and then I stick to my guns even when it doesn't make sense after the control checks happen. So the fact that Ryan had the know-withal to change the pace of the game and go instead, there could be 4 more attacks in Ryan's hand, and it is not the 8 damage. It's not worth the risk. Let's build out our stage and survive the storm. We did it last game. Let's do it again.
And this is the best that Ryan's stage has looked all match. We built 5 after doing that. So, I mean, we checked a 3, yeah, of course, but we checked well on our build afterwards. Those 3 high impact foundations that we didn't commit to pass those checks of the rejuvenating smash stayed ready, and we built a bunch of stuff. We built a hacker, we built another speed hate or improvised noble, we built double Botans and that cape that we led the turn off with, of course, and we still have defensive tricks of our own, things like this Genkai's Guidance coming in pretty early on as an extra use of negating an entire attack, Tam, just like this cape is going to do.
Yeah, this is essentially -2 hand size now. And again, the big thing here is it has stopped Pony from entering the enhanced step to filter out the foundation cards to draw more attack cards. So unless we're sitting here with 6 attacks in our hand and are ready to pop off, we're slowing it down the machine. We're gunking up the mechanism, and potentially asking Pony to build again. And it looks like that's the plan: build 1, build 2, pass. As we send it back over to Rodan, surviving all of the back of this one action. Lack of tattered costume says that we kind of get away scot free.
Yeah, it looks great. If you're a Rodan fan, again, it's still at full life, and because you did hit with that very fast rejuvenating smash last turn, you cashed in on that EX, you got yourself another momentum here, but now you only have to deal with 8 health on the side of Pony. That is one powerful enhance from a rejuvenating smash, presenting lethal right off the bat. We still have to think about, we have Botan's coachings. It's to the point here, Tam, we're kicking things off with the rejuvenating smash, and I think we're actually going to see the other enhance of this attack get pulled off here because we've built these Botan's coaching. If we discard a card during this attack, we get to add the top card of our deck to our momentum face down. That's 2 more momentum, or 2 total, for a double EX that we could see being a lot of speed that Pony has to deal with. We find a way to give this 2 damage. It's lethal, or if anything, knocks Pony down to 2. This game is getting very close to being over, I think.
Not to mention that the card we decided to discard here was the Supersonic Flight, +4 speed to this move, instantly pushing it up to 8, and then redrawing the card, just trying to find more gas with not just the draw off the Botans, but also the Supersonic itself. If you are in Tim Keefe's position, I think the orange sirens are going off. Not quite the red flag, but oh man, is it close.
Yeah, and I mean, we our stage also looks the best it's ever looked, at least if you're a Pony fan, and we have enough foundations here. But like you said, the fact that this is going to get so fast and we're just still getting so much value, regardless if you press the EX on this move or not, Tam, it's already so fast. It's not lethal, sure, but it has set us up is going to give us another momentum, and the world is our oyster. We played all the cards that we saw last turn. We have a second rejuvenating smash. I'm going to draw 2 more cards, and I checked a 5. And we still have a Botans. This could get us a 3rd momentum with 3 instances of EX plus our character's ability. I don't know how you get out of this. I'll be honest.
Yeah, this is looking like checkmate. I'm racking my brain. Yeah, we've got -4 speed with Pony and the sidestep.
Yeah, -4 total. That only answers basically, 1 Rodan enhance, but we're dumping all of the momentum. Of course, we got that bonus one. We pressed the Botan's coaching. We're getting everything done. We still have 7 horn counters to play through, but when we only have access really to -2 speed here and maybe zone changing it, it looks like we're sticking it out. We didn't grab the extra one first. We grabbed it later, which means that there's still even more to come, Tam. You still have to answer this 6-speed move for lethal. Can't half block it. You have to full block this move.
And it looks like the frog is the best way to make it happen. 0 mid block comes in, and we play the move. Here's the question for you: do you creative counter right now just to get rid of this frog? Save your horn counters?
Yeah, I mean, too late now, right? I mean, regardless, as we go into the repeated smash, and I think this is just getting even scarier because even like this again has EX as well. And now we have 3 punches in our card pool. We checked pretty poorly on this, of course, but we ready 3 or more of our foundations up that haven't been readied this turn. 4 ready foundations. We can pass any attack basically if we wanted to as Ryan. So again, Tim is presented. Here's an attack that's going to be for lethal. I'm going to try and make it as fast as possible while we do so. And along those ways, there could still be another move after this.
Yeah. Massive string, spinning the horn counters to clear out our progressive, essentially -1 speed to every single attack. And I will notice we didn't use the Shobijins on that block. We decided not to, which might have committed out that last foundation and maybe Rodan. It could be the difference maker between do we win, do we lose? What do we have here as a -1 speed comes in with incubating ?
Yeah, looking for offensive incubating. But first we're gonna press the EX. I think this is probably the better play because that block modifier that we've put on top of our discard pile is much better than that block modifier we had from the rejuvenating smash. So as long as but we've already pressed all the buttons. Again, another 6 high with a Kiyomi block. Checking the 3 here is gonna be really rough for passing it as we have to tap 4 of our foundations, and now the breaker 2 coming in here because this didn't get up to 10 damage, but the violent animus shot on a 4, 5, 6, 7, -2 to the check. We checked a 1, 2, 3, 4. Once again, Tim Keith surviving another turn.
What is happening? Man, that was an absolute showcase of everybody sees Pony as this 7-hand size aggro character, but in the hands of a master player like Tim Keefe, really showcasing the fact that you have a character that has -2 speed on every single move, card pool clearing defensively, and is allowed to redraw their hands. We are moving into this turn having cycled now with 5 horn counters in a completely ready stage, and Rodan looking distraught over there with the choices that we have. That, man,
Game 1.
is so tough.
Game 1, going first as Rodan, losing that game because of barely surviving and checking a 3 when we needed to check a 5 to go for the win, and we failed it. The fact that that just happened again right here, the checking the 3 part. The game isn't over, of course, but you are seeing flashbacks, Tam, right now, that if Pony starts to present any sort of offense, you could think that this could quickly become the end of this match, but we still have some tricks, of course. We failed that attack, but we still had so many cards in our hand, from the Botans finding the good ones, the second rejuvenating smash drawing us 2 cards, and we failed our attack. We didn't even get to build foundations afterwards. So we have cards in our hand, like this Filled Without, which is an extra answer to deal with things like this invisible infiltration, which means we get to keep our cape and our co-edits still alive.
Yeah, 21 is still a large number for this character to get through. Yes, we've got +3 damage on every single move, but some pretty specific blocks over on Rodan's side, not to mention, like you said, the cape and the code edits to come in. I love the Filled with Doubt here, not letting Pony refresh some of these key important pieces. I think we still have a fight on our hands. That 3 check is not the end of this game. And I love the fact that Ryan is fighting to the last breath, saying, hey, every single play, every single enhance, every single response matters, and I'm going to make you find it.
I think the biggest thing here that is, yeah, you feel a little rough that this got Filled with Doubted, but this one attack that you started things off with this turn as Pony, you still got to the enhanced step, and now there's 2 cards in the card pool here for Rodan. If there's one way to kill a Rodan, it's just get enough cards in their card pool to where their minus speed doesn't matter anymore, Tam. And now we're playing an Electric Moth. This is not really a move that you care to block, but with the extra 3 damage from the Genghis Frog, this is 1/3 of Rodan's life. And we have 2 cards in our card pool. The question is, what's the first enhance here from Tim? If it's Pony, we get more horn counters, but we maybe lose a card total in our hand. If it's the Electric Moth, we go up with cards in our hand, but if we get caped, we've lost the opportunity to generate more horn counters. So, I mean, we're basically deciding right now in between these enhances. It looks like
what matters? What's the order that we do it in? Yeah.
We said we're going to block this one. We gave it minus speed, which means we get to press the Pony enhance, which one of the cards that we discarded was that flying elbow drop. Wait, is that the one?
I think we
just did
the
the
one
one.
Moth. We just did it on
that's
Moth.
not how that card works.
It's not how that card works.
Yeah, we have to discard elbow with 2 things total. And then that means, because you can't pay the remove costs, I think, if you don't do that, right? So it just goes to the discard pile. We're getting that correction from the judge there. Love that, getting involved. But, I mean, Tim, I think right now, beating himself up a little bit because that is an attack right? We could have done with something else. Could that be the reason why we don't have another attack at all?
Yeah, that is the question. Unlike, I think I see some orange in hand, but either way, it could be the thing that the extra attack over the top that says the cape is now relevant and online as the partial block comes through this early in the chain. I'm sure Tim would have loved to have an extra 4 high for 7 at minimum to be played.
Yeah, easily passes because it was
successfully played.
-2, by the way. But the half block here is massive because that is telling me at least right away, Tam, that, oh, you don't have any high blocks. And
Yeah.
spoiler alert, Tam, the majority of the zone of the attacks in this pony list are high. That
Yeah.
elbow drop now looking even a little worse of, I'm really kind of biting myself in the butt for not having that. Oh my gosh, do we see the world? Okay, I was wondering if there was a world where we flashed our own violent animus shot here so that we couldn't get caped. But we are finally getting that cape used defensively here. But our first enhance was still the pony enhance, giving us a new redraw, trying to find some more moves, getting some more cards in our hand. And here's a second violence animus shot. If you didn't like that first one, you're going to hate the second one. It's still going to come in with the 3 damage. And now, again, you've shown your hand here. If you're Ryan, you didn't have a high block for the electric moth. Where's the high block for the violent animus shot?
Yeah, that's the question. And I think the answer is it's just not going to exist. We're going to go for another partial block going down from 3 cards. The block will let us have 2. The rip was going to take us away from 1. And I've peeked the future. I think we've got a bomb in hand that if successfully played is going to be checkmate.
I can only imagine it is something like an 8% full counting roundhouse that you're talking about, which is an attack that we'll talk about if we have to get to it. But extra damage on this. Remember, it's a weapon. We got to do some Shishi Wakamaru Foundation responses to give this some more damage. This is up to 11 right now because you postured again that you didn't have a high block for the electric moth. Taking half of 11 means a lot more in this match than taking half of just the 8. We are still pressing, giving more minus speed, it looks like, from the Fateful Decision here, not using the breaker ability, it looks like. So the question here is it a high block? Or is it just another mid as we clear another card out of Tim's card pool?
Yeah, high block here would be really, really high impact. Because I think if we just like lose the card in hand, I think if we have 2 more attacks, we certainly have the ability to play them. I just think they're going to be unblockable with 4 cards in our card pool, as this is now on a 3. No, this is on a 5.
1,
I'm crazy.
2, 3, 4, 5. Checking a 3, which means we commit everything but the code edits. It's going to deal half. We pick a random one, even odd. Goodbye, low block. Didn't really matter, at least from the cards that we've seen so far. But I think it's time, Tam. I think you're right. I think we are seeing potentially the big ones of this match. Nope, just kidding. It's the Hunter's Ally, the tried and true. It's still going to come in with the 3 damage, but it's not currently presenting lethal. 5 base plus those. Response on play for plus 2 more. Goes up to 10, which is 1 off. But we have a Nejire enhance, destroy a foundation. It is lethal. We show the hand. It's game. Can't pass the block. The match to Tim Keefe on Air Pony.
Man, the back and forth that this match had was pins and needles. I was on the edge of my seat literally the entire time as both players are playing these like really aggressive lines with each other. And the Rodan deck, known for playing these really defensive lines, played really aggressively. And that defensive turn from Pony, blocking 4 moves while at 8, dropping all the way down to 2, only letting 1 move in, completely flipping the script on how both these characters are played. If you were not a believer at the start of this, you were saying during the breakdown, 6 hand size is king. 6 hand size in a great position. After watching that match, how can you not say the same about these 2 7-handers?
It's obviously very different when you watch 2 7-handers go against each other. It very much changes the dynamic of the game and how high impact each individual move is, as we saw at every point during this match. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, single digit health, a block or a check just mismatched, and it's the reason why you lose. It goes both ways. But I think the biggest thing to note here, and what I think Tim showcased incredibly well, as well over here on the Rodan, is that the amount of defensive capabilities you have, whether you're playing Rodan, the defensive king, or the immaculate defensive plays that Tim was able to pull off with Pony, which is typically characterized as, even I've said it multiple times already on the broadcast, an aggro 7 hand size character. But the reality is that a lot of these enhances of Pony are modal. They go both ways. You can change the zone of your opponents or your own moves. You can give +2 speed to yours or -2 speed to your opponents. You can clear cards not just on your turn while attacking, but also defensively while blocking. A little bit of defense goes a long way in this format. and it just was enough for Tim Keefe, taking it down here in round 3, moving on to 3-0, but we still have a whole lot more tournament to play. Tam, I'm excited for more. I'm going to be shoved away for a little bit, but if that was just round 3 and what we've already seen from rounds 1 and 2, this event is crazy. What do you think?
Awesome.
Yeah.
My favorite part that happened in that last match is actually the fact that I'm reading Twitch chat right now, and every single person in Twitch chat is going, holy cow, that match was so cool. I want to play Pony. Or, holy cow, that match was so cool. I want to play Rodan. Like, these players put on such an amazing showcase of really showing off how in depth it was, that it's so awesome. And I cannot wait.
And people thought it was going to be over really quick. We went all the way to time, and that means very soon we've got round 4 coming up for all of you at home watching, and for us over here on the broadcast team. Don't go anywhere. Round 4 coming up very soon.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. We have round 5 for you. An incredibly exciting one. Two former champs shared the same card, fighting it out to play in this round 5. We have Kevin Broberg on Zeke Yeager, War Chief, your current world's national champion, versus an old head, Devin Bernier, on Donatello, the smart one. Sam, what are your thoughts on this matchup and the two players playing it?
Well, it's funny to see things come full circle. Shameless plug for the article on coping with cardboard. Go check them out. They have amazing written UniVersus content. I got to do a guest spot for them where I actually talked about my experiences playing in the teams world championship, where my team only lost to team Rochester CCG at the time, who got the card Pulled My Trigger. So these are both players on Pulled My Trigger, the asset, if you want to look that one up on UVS Ultra. So it's really kind of poignant that I went through like this whole deep dive, went through Kevin Broberg's deck, went through Devin Bernier's deck, and you know, a couple weeks later, here we are watching them face off against each other. And I believe Devin Bernier has taken a pretty big break from the game. So I'm going to be very interested to see what he's got brewed up here. But speaking of those two decks from the past, Kevin Broberg on the Assets Athena deck, now we've got Devin Bernier on Donatello, and you know there's going to be green cards all over that deck.
Yeah, there's so much poetry happening in this matchup. Two friends battling it out. And I know that you said Devin had taken a bit of a break. I know Kevin was messaging me literally 2 days ago being like, I don't know what to play. I've got 5 decks available. And this was not one of the decks that we talked about. So he decided last minute to take Zeke War Chief, not necessarily the winning version of it, but deciding to play the Caden Chaos version, and is going to be doing some pretty impressive stuff. Moving into more of your thoughts on the matchup itself, Zeke, a backup centric pink cards matter deck, versus Donnie, an asset centric green cards matter deck. Classic pink versus green. Who do you think has the edge here? What are the play patterns you're expecting to see?
You know, I have strong opinions about how I think the deck will be played, but I would have been wrong about so many of the decks earlier today. I would have been wrong about Tim Q's Pony deck. I would have been wrong about Ryan's Rodan deck. I would have been wrong about the Equipment Highest Hawks deck. So I don't want to put my foot in my mouth before the game begins, but a 7-hander whose main ability is to pump a lot of damage versus a backup oriented deck whose main defense is damage reduction. I think we're going to see this game play out in the board state more than we are through card advantage, if I had to guess.
I think that's super fair. It's very funny. Both of these characters are like my favorite character from inside the set they came out of. My fun deck, the deck that I'm even trying to like polish and make like my competitive deck, is Donatello. I'm sitting here with the same Donatello on my desk as Devin is representing there. I got the cool action figure Donatello. This character hits really hard, really fast. You're getting +6 damage on every single move. Sometimes on turn 2, the damage reduction that Zeke Yeager wants to present and use as like part of its main defensive game plan just isn't enough. 9 Titans does -4. I don't care. I've got +10. Like eventually Donnie will overcome and overrun you. And even the gain 1 health, draw a card isn't enough sometimes.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the most recent Turtles decks I've been building is 2 different versions of Donatello, both on Void and on Good, trying out both symbols, because the appeal that I can build 5 cards on my first turn going first and then get +5 damage to all my moves for the rest of the game is very, very, very satisfying. So it'll be very interesting to see what we've got here. Devin Bernier, a very good player at playing the really aggressive 7-handers that have a gimmick, that have a a defensive plan. Usually it's either resource denial or card pool stuffing or something along that nature. So I'm really interested to see what kind of defense Donatello can play, because that's the one thing that's really missing from the character. You get a benefit when you block with an asset, but what is that asset going to do during your rival's turn is often the question we have to ask. And you see Devin reaching over, reading both sides of Kevin's character. So hopefully he doesn't get tripped up by the abilities of Zeke Yeager.
Yeah, we talked about Donnie a ton because Donnie, you know, he's the new fun toy, but we do have the tried and true veteran deck of Zeke Yeager War Chief. Specifically, Caden's Chaos deck is the inspiration here. Playing out these Beast Titans Rock Barrages to build down some pretty high impact backups like these 9 Titans, but the real bread and butter here is the knockdown blow. 7 difficulty move that you play that says that your moves are way cheaper afterwards, and you play out these big long strings. Hey, you don't need plus a bunch of damage to your moves if they're already starting at really high impact numbers. So excited to see what happens as we hit some Kevin Broberg spice of I am here instantly out the gate.
Turn 1, I am here with a character that doesn't necessarily benefit from the other effects. This could have just landed extra progressive in our card pool if we hit an attack. Normally, you want to be a character like Amajiki or Jean Kirstein who can get like some momentum off of this card. But, you know, Kevin's just rolling the dice here, starting things off. If he had gotten a backup, that would have been pretty exciting. I am here. Printed a long time ago, but it does say card. You can build any card type with it, so that would have been super duper exciting. But just gonna see a fairly normal build after that. 2 backups, a moment of normalcy, and a spam foundation that builds a backup.
I love it. I absolutely love it. As soon as I am here hit the table, I was like, inspired by Caden, but certainly a recipe of his own. From here, I got it. Every time that I look at Donatello, we got to count how much damage is in the stage at the start of the turn. It looks like it's just 1 from the code edits. Not only is this one of the most impactful response plays that came out of the Turtles, but it also in Donnie has a static ability that essentially just says +1 damage to all of your move as we hit triple Mechazoid.
We get our first whiff of this Donatello deck. The smell of the game has been revealed to us. This is going to be a Mechazoid Donatello deck because that backup counts as an asset. And there's a lot of really nice cards that kind of synergize with Mechazoid.
Yeah, damage is the name of the game here, but speed is a thing that Donatello has a really hard problem with. Mechazoid offensively says, enhance commit, my rival commits a foundation. If you look at Zeke's board, there's only 3. Those 3 Mechazoids completely and totally clean up everything that Zeke has. If Kevin can't reestablish more foundations, we could be looking at +4 damage on every move and a completely committed out stage on the very first attack of the game.
So let me ask you a question while the 2 players here kind of contemplate their hands. How good at drunken fighting do you think Mechazoids are?
I think they're very good. I think they're very, very good.
The master of drunken fighting can be used on both turns, but Mechazoids can be used on both turns, but only during your attack.
It's that, and it's the fact that Donatello just says that they all have +1 damage. Imagine Master Drunken Fighting says you got the bonus.
+1 damage to all your attacks, true.
Every single move, and that's where I think that the strength of it really lies. I think that, you know, Bishop made the Mechazoids, but I think Donnie has certainly reprogrammed them to use them to a better advantage. As
editing
second
the code,
I am here,
if you will.
Yeah, definitely editing the code.
That's right.
Second
I
I'm
didn't
here
see
coming
the
down
movie,
the.
but I read the synopsis.
You didn't watch the movie?
No, I haven't yet. I've been meaning to.
Genuinely one of the best Turtles IPs that's ever. It's my
Really?
favorite Turtles. 100%. 100. I cannot recommend it more, Chad. If you have not watched it, please, after the tournament, go watch the new TMNT movie. It's so good.
I usually make it a point to watch, you know, all the products that are in UniVersus. Like I read the entire manga for AOT in like a week. leading up to the
Yeah.
set's release, and I've been meaning to watch the turtles, but every time I go to like watch a movie, I get distracted by sports because sports are coming back now, so I haven't gotten around to it.
Hey, I get it. I super get it. It's just, it's good, man. It's so good. But we missed a ton. We missed so much.
We missed one attack it play.
Builds us in the dreaded 9 Titans from throughout history. Proceeds to have Beast Titans Rock Barrage attempt to build something in, and then code edit stopping us, bring us down to only 3 assets in Donatello stage. Now doing our Godzilla impression here, and committing these foundations. This could spell danger if there's more gas in Zeke's chamber. Lucy's hand?
Nope, I'm here. I'm just trying to read the the black and white.
Oh, it's all good. All good.
The top card of the discard pile is also a 9 Titans throughout the ages, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, it's the scene where, spoilers for everybody at home if you haven't watched, where the Titan swallows Armin in the final fight scene, takes him all the way away. But instantly, a flip over from Zeke onto the backside. Instantly saying, tell me a little bit about the backside of this character.
So the main thing about Zeke Yeager on the backside is if you have 2 or more backups, your checks to play ranged and or Titan cards gets +2. And that is the big benefit. That is sort of your payoff for not having a lot of foundations, right? If you're not building foundations, but you're building backups, you need to have another way to pass your checks. And that +2 to all your checks to play ranged or Titan cards can help you offensively and defensively. Also, once you flip, you no longer have to sacrifice your backups to gain a health and draw a card. All of a sudden, every single backup is commit, draw a card, gain a health, which makes the 1 difficulty Jaegerist followers way more impressive. And it makes it very difficult to beat this deck via attrition. But we also see one of my favorite cards now, not one we've seen too often, the 7 difficulty Armored Titan Rush. I'm a huge fan of Knockdown Blow, and I'm a huge fan of Armored Titan Rush, but usually you got to play one before the other.
Yeah, Zeke absolutely gets to mitigate that, though, using his front side ability of getting +X to your check for each backup in your stage +1. Ended up being 2 +1, so 3. And then now that we're on the backside, we get an extra +2. We had +5 to our check, so this was on an 8, check a 10 to pass this this rush. Massive move, probably going to do something high impact to Donatello.
Yeah, gnarly enough to ruin one, but then it can't be blocked by non-attack cards. So you saw Donatello here wanted to block with an asset, but he was forced to block with a violent animus shot, which the Breaker 1 might have been nice before we had +2 to all of our checks to play all these Titan cards. But the real question is, did we take half from that? Or did we have a zone change?
It's a 4, 5, 6. We checked 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I have to commit Zeke. Okay. The minus to the check and the plus to the check was messing me up. But yeah, hey, you called it. The breaker was relevant because we checked a 3. Normally not a thing that happens inside of these Zeke Jaeger decks. Normally we're checking 4s like that knockdown blow that we failed on the Knott's Flask. But here it is. The stage is getting large. Lots of pink cards coming in as we decide to shift down the Armored Titan Rush. Although looks pink, is a foundation. 4 foundations, 4 backups in the stage. Tough spot if you're a Donatello fan, as only +2 damage represented here on the table.
Yeah, not a ton of that damage bump, right? We were talking about numbers like 5 and 6. Right now, Devin's only got +2 to his checks, and I'm not seeing a ton of ways to tutor those assets into our discard pile. There's a few Mechazoid specific cards, but the void symbol doesn't have a lot of ways to build in. We saw dramatic slash earlier. That one has the good symbol, so we're not going to see it in this deck. I'm really curious if we can ramp the damage up, because with only +2 damage and with Zeke Yeager gaining health plus -4 from the 9 Titans, this looks like a very uphill battle.
Yeah, currently it is. I think stabilization is the name of the game, but if you don't put pressure on Zeke, he can certainly run away with it because of the tools that he has available to him. As we are seeing a, we saw it so much last game. Sweeping daggers come in.
Sweeping
From
daggers.
here, go ahead.
Sweeping daggers has kept a lot of players off these high difficulty moves. But I think that for the most part, it's still a really risky thing, right? Because if we took an armored Titan rush here, we'd get a really nifty static, but that's after the response from 9 Titans has already happened anyways. And then you get to ruin 1, which has no effect, and then you can tell Zeke Yeager he can only block with attack cards against your 0 damage move.
Love
if you steal a
play.
Beast Titans barrage, you get maybe a Mechazoid, which we don't. So while a lot of people I know really hate on sweeping daggers, it's really not that impressive into backup decks the vast majority of the time, which that takes up a huge chunk of our metagame.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. This is a sweeping daggers play. It's not that high impactful, but I think it is going to slow down what Zeke's got going on, because we just removed a Falling Titans. If we wanted to, we could break this Mechazoid and pick back up our sweeping daggers and play it again.
That's one of my favorite plays. I'm a big fan of anytime I get to
There it
echo a
is.
sweeping dagger, and this is effectively doing that. Is there another 9 Titans so we can do this again, though, is the real question.
Yeah, I'm not positive, but with the Rock Barrage, we're able to build back in this Mechazoid, and it was like nothing ever left.
Yeah, we
And it
could
looks
get
like there's the
Mechazoid
play.
back. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's,
Mechazoid or go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's a little wheel spinny though, right? It's very nice to generate the extra attack, but on the second one, only getting the ability to build a Mechazoid, and again, no stun, no targeted commit was really relevant here because Zeke Yeager is willing to essentially commit out on his own turn, bolstered by the 9 Titans that he got to tutor up. You know, it's still not the blowout play that we saw like earlier with sweeping daggers, taking things like, invisible infiltration, which had a potential game-winning play behind it. This is really just finding anything in a stack of nothing.
No, you're totally right. But it does get a 9 Titans off the board. One of the key damage makers for the deck, and we didn't lose anything. So one of the key pieces to the Zeke Yeager deck is playing something like a Beast Titan attacks to go late game, find us a Falling Titans, and then play it. I'm gonna spoil the story just a little bit, Sam. There's a singular copy of Falling Titans inside of Kevin's War Chief deck. That kill condition is just no longer on the table. It's just gone. You have to go do it the old-fashioned way, and if there's one thing that a 7-hand size void character could do, is block the moves when you don't have infinite of them.
And that's one of the things that I love about sweeping daggers in the format. While decks like Midoriya on the move can play that card, it forces them typically to play multiple copies of their win condition. We're not seeing 5-6 attack Deku decks anymore because sweeping daggers could potentially prey on that low attack count. So if we believe that, low attack count decks are antithetical to, traditional normal universes, then sweeping daggers remains an amazing check to those otherwise, NPE play styles. So a huge call out there for the sweeping daggers to get rid of the only Falling Titans, but Kevin Broberg, obviously he's not going to rely on one singular strategy. That Falling Titans is a cute copy just in case the rival leaves themselves open. But now Donatello's got a little bit of a stage. We've got an enhance cancel on a foundation. We've got the ability to use our Mechazoids to pass a check if we need to. So things aren't looking as dire as they did a couple turns ago.
Yeah, and +4 damage in our stage. That Donatello now officially beats the response on 9 Titans. It says that it doesn't work any longer. But Resurrected Titans is going to come in, destroy a foundation to go and grab a move, and it looks like that Beast Titan attacks that I talked about earlier. We got to get these important pieces out of the discard pile and back in play, back in rotation, so that we can, play the game back at Donatello.
Yeah, Beast Titan attacks is an amazing one against these 7-hander decks. You get to sack a backup, turn it into a throw. It's base 8 damage. You can double that with 9 Titans. Even if your rival blocks it, they're losing like half their health. That one's going to feel amazing. Void does have some pretty good throw hate, but players typically aren't mainboarding it, and sometimes they're not even sideboarding it. So this is going to be potentially a huge move coming in after this Resurrected Titans. It's going to make Beast Titan attacks -3 difficulty as well.
That's true, but the Doty block coming in, responding with Donatello to build it in. Now we have +3, 4, 5 damage on all of our moves, and the get out of jail free card of Doty being able to rebuy back some foundations that we need. I'm pretty sure that it also means we get the re-ready Mechazoids for extra stun if we wanted. So a lot of options here over on Donatello's side.
And don't forget the defensive enhance. If you're staring down a lethal move, you can return it to printed damage, which we could very well see come into play here on this turn. +2 to the check means we're playing essentially on no progressive for our next attack. And we can scalp the check.
I dig it. I think this is a really, really great position for Donatello, really showcasing where we're at. Because I even think like one more block here I think is relevant. Let's just block the Beast Titan, only take the 8, dropping down to 10. How much further could Zeke possibly go? And you have to do it without getting to 11 damage.
Yeah, we're down to 10. And it looks like we're just going to build out from here. Zeke in a commanding position, doesn't have to risk anything, and getting some inspiring songs out that could help us block, or that could help us, reduce the Donnie string. Typically, when you've got a 7-hander and you've got good damage bump, you want to get as many attacks as possible going so that they all can wear that nice, delicious damage pump. But it's going to be tough if you've got inspiring song as a sort of fake breaker. It does end the turn, which is kind of amazing, and it doesn't even require you to block. So we do have a cancel for the Reiner's toughness or the moment of normalcy. So that is potentially something that could very much open up Kevin's stage. But 29 health, the ability to gain a health and draw a card on every attack, double inspiring song, and a reset and a set to 0 is a lot to get through from 29 health.
It certainly is. And if we're not targeting this Beast Titan attacks, this Beast Titan that is sitting on the stage, they're going to be able to go pick up whatever cards they want out of the discard pile. So not only if we can't find 29, we do need to start trying to clean up these backups, because we have transformed to Zeke a Beast Titan finale, which means he cannot sacrifice them to drop our attacks. So it just really depends. How much advantage can you possibly get on this turn as Donatello, the smarty pants?
It's gonna be tough. I don't think there's an avenue for this turn specifically. Gonna do a little plundering, gonna do a little treasure hunting. Now, it is worth noting Kevin's drawn a lot of cards. He might cycle, and then we could be looking at a potential Plan B. I can't even say it with a straight face.
You gotta wait. You gotta wait until he cycles one time, and then I'm down to talk about it, Sam. He's so close. Just let him do it.
I'm just trying to think of any out for Devin at this point, right? And even he's looking at the discard pile. He's checking out all the different things, potentially looking for a sweeping daggers angle, which would be so good here. But I'm not sure what we could find that would radically change the board state. Stealing a Beast Titan and Beast Titan's Rock Barrage would be so nice if we just had one more backup in the stage already to get that targeted commit going. But
I think the actual answer here, man, is we just attacked the Beast Titan to get it off the stage so that you can't go pick up your Rock Barrages.
right,
We hit that one because it's gonna do the full damage. We got +5 damage on all our moves. You can't, and we don't have enough DR, or you have to use the Reiners or the Moment of Normalcy or whatever.
Right.
And then just build up your stage. You can get +10 damage eventually on Donnie's side. Like that can happen. And so it takes what, 2-3 attacks if you can leak through to like get the job done. And collecting scraps is a great way to do it. 6 low for 4 that says pick up any asset out of your discard pile. I missed what we picked up though, which
we
is
picked
important.
up a soup, which builds as soon as you play it, which can add to our asset count. So we might actually be trying to swing for game here. It doesn't look like we were aiming at the Beast Titan. It looks like we were aiming at Kevin, and soup might just be a block trick because there are some really nasty 7 mid attacks, big 7 mid 7s. But I would have to assume that the soup is here to help us play through the potential check hacks that the inspiring songs could have provided, and then also ramp up our damage a little bit more because the Mechazoids are coming in. Things are getting committed down. There's effectively one enhance playable from Kevin's foundations now because that Masho concealment will cancel the other one.
Yeah, love this. Absolutely love this play. This is 6 low for 9, right at Beast Titan's face. If you block this, it's a 6-speed move. How much more are you going to commit? Rocking a hard place for sure. If you're over here as a Beast Titan finale fan, because how much more could happen? We've committed no foundations. We've only committed assets. It looks like we're going to get away with it. 9 damage to the face. Soup coming down now, +6 damage to every single move that we play. Crazy.
Yep. Clears through that inspiring song -1.
And then from here, sweeping daggers, just like you said. Oh man, these are the numbers. These are the numbers we were talking about. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's just a shame. Like I said, it's a shame that we didn't have one more Mechazoid, because then a Beast Titan's Rock Barrage would be able to target commit one of those resets, and with the cancel for the other, that would make this a lot easier for Devin to find the win here. But if everything is going to swing for 10 damage, and we got a full stage, we've not checked so poorly that I'd be worried about our next 2 control checks. I mean, this could be it. We could see an absolute come from behind victory here.
Well, the Mechazoid does commit the last one. We build in the Mechazoid, and it is the stun.
Oh, he
one
only
that
had 3
happens.
foundations left. That's
he
right.
only had 3.
The Mechazoid. Oh, we don't even have to commit the Mechazoid.
Yeah.
That's right, because we readied a Mechazoid on an earlier attack. Okay. Yeah, so between the stun and the additional Mechazoid, you're right. We actually did get the ability to commit everything in the stage. So with +7, is that +7 I'm seeing
That's
to everything?
+7 damage to every move. This is now a 5 mid for 11. Literally landing one more move and it's game over.
I mean, this is what we talked about, right? Once you get to that 5 or 6 damage number, all of a sudden things get serious really quick. And Kevin being forced to partial block, that's not going to look good. And here's my favorite attack in the Donnie deck. If only because I know so many people scroll past this one on UVS Ultra, their eyes roll over because it's only 1 speed and it's only got 1 ability on it. But man, it is the exact ability that Donatello wants to see.
Yeah, this one this one hits a little too fast and hits a little too hard. Coming in for 11, 12, 13, 14. Now with the soup committing for the +1 to damage. Attempting to block with the Oya Capone, just tossing the block away, saying that it's not what matters. If we have one more move, I think it's game over. And another swing! Swing into swing. Holy cow. Insane.
Devin Bernier absolutely swinging for the fences, 4 attacks, putting up 40 damage, only one of them getting partial blocked. Kevin's at 1. What can he do? He'd have to respond to this attack being played. There's nothing you can do once we've entered the enhanced step that I can think of. We're not on a barrier shield symbol. That's going to be game 1 going to Donatello over the Zeke Yeager War Chief, which was your top 2 back in Louisville.
Holy cow. Holy cow. And man, we were sitting here being like, man, what does Donatello do? He's got to stabilize. He can't do it. No. He started that turn at +5, ended at +9. He went absolutely crazy with the amount of moves that he was allowed to play and the damage pump that he was allowed to give. Man, what a showcase showing off this very, very cool TMNT character.
Yeah, and I love the sweeping daggers, making the Beast Titans Rock Barrage into Broberg's kryptonite. He said, how do you like it when I've got a move that commits you out? It's going to build me a backup that commits you out. And when you're committed out, you've got no defense for my absolute pile of stats. And I love, like I said, I love this design on Spinning Swing, if only because it's so simple. It's so easy. If you were to hand this deck to a brand new player and you said, hey, man, you get damage for all these assets, everything that says it's an asset, you get damage for. And then you show them Spinning Swing, you go, okay, this one also gets speed for all those assets, for all those cards that say they're an asset. I mean, it just makes perfect sense. And typically we don't see uncommon attacks be potentially the best attack in a deck, but Spinning Swing definitely has potential to be the highest statted move in a Donatello deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It is way too fast and hits way too hard. It's got a really gnarly 1 high block. The stats on that card when your game plan is firing on all cylinders, second to none. Second to none. It's very, very cool. Well, Kevin Roberg, our national champion, playing a well-known character inspired by a second place finishing deck, got mollywopped by Donatello, which a lot of people are saying the set is boring. The set is not flashy. A showcase happened. What is Kevin going to have to do to make turtle soup?
Well, when it comes to competition, Tam, it's not about being flashy. It's not about showing off. And that might be what Kevin has to not do. He has to stop spinning his wheels. He's got to stop doing his cool kick flips. It was very awesome how he got to search his deck for cards. And it was really cool how he got to, build things from his discard pile. And he doubles a big giant throw. But what he didn't do was he didn't respect Donatello's offense. He was committing out almost every turn. He committed himself down enough that a couple Mechazoids and a Rock Barrage copied onto his Sweeping Daggers was enough to annihilate all of his defense. So he's got these big flashy moves. They do really cool, awesome things. But you know what won the game, Tam? Plus X speed, plus X damage. X equals your assets.
Back to the basics. Back to the basics. Doesn't take a genius to know that damage is the way that you win the game.
And hey, Devin Bernier, he played through the MHA era, and he was really, really, really fond of any deck that could play brute strength. 7-handers that play brute strength means that they can pile on damage. Health is a resource. They've got above average defense, if you're playing like the eraser heads of the era and things like that. And so you have all the necessary tools to block with, and then you put everything else in your deck. You put everything slanted towards piling on damage, and you overwhelm your opponent. Back in the day, he would play cards like Fierce Whirlwind to destroy his whole stage, and play Grenadier Bracers to add huge damage bonuses to the Fierce Whirlwinds and everything like that. So, he's very familiar with this 7 hand size aggro game plan of every attack is a threat. You have to block all of them, and no, you won't block all of them.
Wow. No, you're totally right. This Donatello feels like it was made for Devin. But let's talk about Kevin's build here. Being down a game, turn 1, getting to go first, build a singular foundation, no matter how good it is. 2 backups, not a stellar start for our world champ here.
No, and we saw in game 1, Devin didn't exactly jump out to those massive numbers that we were talking about. It took multiple turns of building. It took multiple sweeping daggers to steal multiple rock barrages to get to those impressive damage numbers. So, again, I think Kevin's deck might be playing a little slow against this specific matchup, right? The format, we've seen ponies that are so fast. We've seen Hawks decks that on turn 3 are searching their deck for massive mutant machines. We've seen Overhaul on turn 2 plays a 5-diff, builds a massive mutant machine from his hand, or a 4-diff, builds it face down, then flips it face up. So, we might have seen the metagame from one, TMNT release and adaptations from Louisville and Spain and Oceania. People are just playing at a bit of a faster pace, I think. And, I feel like any more aggressive deck could have capitalized on the slow start that Devin had. But because Kevin's deck wants to sit around and accrue extra value, it kind of left that back door open. And we've got 3 backups, but only 2 foundations. So again, a breaker block here into a high difficulty foundation or backup, like we saw, he checked a 2 trying to play the 9 times throughout the ages. This could put us back in a precarious position pretty quickly.
Yeah, I totally agree. Looks like we're gonna be fighting over this one as we've sealed the moment of normalcy. I can imagine the copy of, I will find it, Rifle Arm is going to come in for a bit of minus speed, and I'm sniffing an asset block to build up and boost our stage a little bit stronger, to try and find those kill turns a little bit later.
Yeah, especially it could be a Mechazoid, right? It could be a technically a backup block that your abilities treat as an asset. That would not surprise me one bit.
Man, this I'm here is so sick. Ripping that off the top is so cool. And you called it. Mechazoid comes in for the block, nice and easy. Let's commit Donatello, build it in. We now have +2 damage to all of our moves. Not very threatening right now, but the snowball is starting to build. My question here is, do you waste your next attack attacking this Mechazoid, or do you just go face? He's only got 23 and its shields are down.
Well, we've got the big check bonus. We checked a 6 on top of that, and knockdown blow is going to give you another check bonus. So, forget what I said about checking poorly, about running into a breaker block. We're just going to take the 7 directly to the face, and that's going to let us play the Beast Titan attacks. Completely committed out. Probably don't have to make this one a throw.
Yeah, that does make sense. Hoping to rip the just trying to get trying to get a bonus review here, blocking with the Mechazoid, knowing it's not a foundation. We're losing the game. We're at 5 health, losing because we just don't have access to extra foundations, nor a check bonus like Zeke Yeager does.
And this is that pace I was talking about. We're no longer playing with our food. We're no longer dawdling and dirtling. We're playing the good ones. We're getting the check bonus to play the knockdown blow, which gives us the check bonus to play the Beast Titan attacks. I am a huge fan of knockdown blow. It accelerates these high difficulty, these Titan attack decks, if you want to call them that. It accelerates them so quickly. Zeke Yeager's front sight accelerates knockdown blow so quickly. And, we've only got the 2 assets in stage for Devin. This is much less threatening than the kill turn that we saw in game 1. So Broberg definitely getting out ahead of where he was in game 1.
Significantly more of a dire position for Donatello for sure. But the name of the game is stabilization, unless we need to go find us some more assets. Let's go dumpster diving into the discard pile with collecting scraps. What's the best asset we could pick up and potentially block with? A bow staff is breaker. A mechazoid is more stun. Brotherly love is just a 1 difficulty foundation that I could use to bolster my stage. Tough decisions to be made here, but I'm sure Devin's going to make the right one.
Yeah, looks like we go for the brotherly love there. Just getting a little spam foundation. No soup to get the asset ramped immediately, unfortunately, but it's not looking great. But we said that in game 1, and it only took 1 or 2 more turns of building up for Devin to accrue an unbeatable string. So unfortunately, that Beast Titan I think is going to be sitting on the field. Yeah, because we've got the runaway, that means we were not attacking a backup. And so this attack's not going to deal damage. Our card pool is going to get clogged. And that Beast Titan is going to be chilling there to potentially pick up a game-winning play on the next turn. The form from the Beast Titan says you can add any ranged attack from your discard pile to your hand. Beast Titan attacks is a ranged attack that becomes a throw that would be lethal on a partial if we had +1 damage to it.
Yeah. But from here, looks like build 5. Sorry. Build 4,
Yeah,
one of those
runaway,
being
yeah.
added in with the runaway. Hey, they got me. Great looking board state. I would say that Donnie's in like a really leading position here until I go back and I look at life totals. Life totals
Right.
are absolutely telling a different story of 25-5.
There's that
As in-
+1 damage I was talking about. We're going to build a Knots Flask off an I am here, but it looks like we built it face down.
Tell me about
We
that.
just-
Why did that matter?
So the face down or the bonus damage?
The face down. Why
So
not? Why not make it an asset?
Right. So I imagine that Kevin wants the additional resource to try to play cards, which makes me think that we don't have a Beast Titan attacks in our discard pile. Otherwise, that would be a pretty. Do we have a code edit? Maybe we have a blitz cancel. No, I don't see a code edit because we could pick up a throw and we could make it lethal on half. But instead, we're going to opt to get the Beast Titans Rock Barrage, which we checked a 3 on. So getting the additional asset or getting the additional resource instead of the asset worked out for us, as now the Beast Titans Rock Barrage is going to go find us another backup and, way waste to half of lay waste to half of Devin's stage here.
Yeah, great opener. And like you said, I really love the building in the face down instead of the Knots Flask, because damage isn't what we need. We just got to pass enough checks, play enough cards to win the game.
Right.
And so from here, we have to figure out, what am I supposed to interact with to make me not lose the game? And it looks like stopping this emerging threats from building in an asset, building in a backup that I am unaccounted for, I think is what's important here, which makes total sense to me. As the Mechazoid block comes down, as we commit Donnie, build it in. Okay, we're at +4 damage if we get back to our turn, but it looks like a
Armored Titan Rush.
yes, comes in as potentially the finisher for this game.
Yeah, he commits nothing because we got the check bonus from Zeke Yeager. So while this would normally be on an 8 and we checked a 3, we actually checked an 8. This one cannot be blocked by non-attack cards, and the damage can't be reduced below 9. So you have to completely block this attack, and you have to use a non-attack card. And we just got rid of a a non-attack mid block. So looking for that mid block attack.
Yeah, this is tough, and we used hacker. No, we didn't even deal damage because it was a runaway, so I couldn't even use the hacker to redraw a card to try and get myself out of this situation. Man, this is a tough spot to be in if you're a Donatello fan. It looks like Sweeping Dagger's coming in to save the day. Checking the sweeping on it, though. On a 7, committing everything out. And here comes the Falling Titans to clean up game 2.
We did rip the +1 mid attack block, but it didn't matter because all of that extra draw power from sacking the backups, all of that extra tutoring power meant that we had exactly enough attacks to end this game. And we're going to go to game 3, but there's less than 20 minutes left in the round, Tam. Are we even going to be able to finish this game, or do you think we're looking at a 1-1 tie?
It's interesting. I think we can get there depending on how many of these count as assets foundations Donnie finds. We keep finding the assets and the backups themselves, which are good. They are impactful, but they're not letting us play out these early aggressive strings that we would want to find as Donatello. Some of your best hands are truthfully just like opening Double Brotherly Love plus a code edits to do that Godzilla impression and just like sling out as many +3 damage moves as you possibly can. Attack these backups so Zeke doesn't have this big stage to interact with. I think that there is something there's something to be said about loading up on massive damage swings and going to town.
Yeah, I think I'm a little surprised I don't see more of these asset foundation hybrids, I suppose. I'm not sure exactly how many Devin's running. I'm trying to go through the deck list, but I'm not seeing as many as I was expecting. I mean, for me personally, I feel like I have to max out on them, right? I feel like that is a huge benefit to playing this character, is that I get to block with Brotherly Love and then build it into my stage, and then I can use that as a foundation to pass checks. You know, using cards like Code Edits is a +1 mid block, and just clearing your card pool even to build it down is a really, really good handy thing to have. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see if we get a really explosive, really aggro style game, because so far Donatello has not come out of the gates blazing, right? He kind of had to find his spot. He kind of had to duck and weave game 1. Game 2, he was just the turn 2 player, right? He just got to watch Zeke Yeager do his exact game plan turn 2 and turn 3. But now, if Donatello can have a really nice aggressive turn 2, if he can put Zeke down to, half health or something like that, force him to sacrifice backups to stay alive before he can transform, the less backups he has, the less devastating Beast Titan's Rock Barrage is. So if you can even just start attacking the backups even, going first, it's a lot easier to attack those backups and keep your rival on a low, backup count than it is when you're going second. So I'd love to see him pivot, send some of those Sweeping Daggers at the backups, kill a Jaegerist follower,
Yeah, I love that too, because we saw that it did not take very much input once we were set up to swing at Zeke and kill them. So forcing Zeke to kill these backups early, a lot of people complain that like the issue with fighting Zeke is when I attack the backups, I don't have the damage output later in the game to get the job done. That's not how Donatello works. He scales, he snowballs like crazy, and I remember the first time I've ever played against the Timothy, the brothers, the 40 health forehand size character. I killed him in 3 moves. He was at full. I didn't play a single attack, and I went attack. He perished. And so like this Donatello has the potential to output a ton of damage. And so maybe you're right. Let's swing on some backups, stabilize our board with these assets, get this damage pump, and when it's time, attack Zeke and clean the game.
Yeah, I'd also be really interested to see what uses for momentum do we have. We took momentum game one, but the backup decks famously don't use momentum that often. I don't think Broberg was taking momentum. His attacks typically shift down. See, I am here turn one for the third game in a row. Is
Love
he
it.
ever gonna
Absolutely love
whiff?
it.
Does he never miss? He
Nah,
never misses.
he never
He
misses.
never misses. But so what was I talking about? The
Um, momentum.
right,
I
the
think the big
momentum use.
momentum out that we have here in our chaos build is that Resurrected Titans has both EX2 and Powerful 2.
Right. And
And
so I would
yeah,
love to see the Donatello deck get stocked up on some momentum from hitting backups and then steal an EX powerful move. But we didn't build any foundations turn one. So we've got a sweet damage bonus. But I don't know
yeah,
if we can pass the checks.
yeah. This just tells me that there's another stabilization turn coming, and it tells me that our hand was not very good because even the most veteran players know that foundations are the way that you win the game. Like if you don't have foundations, you can't play. They are literally, it's in the name. They are foundational for you to interact with it. And so
So that's
we're
my
from
Zeke Jaeger bonus.
good point. But even so, we've got 4 foundations to Donatello's none. And so we're gonna see how much we are allowed to build out. And it looks like this 3 into the 4. Okay.
So no new
4.
assets.
I think that's okay because we get to build them in with Donatello with
Right.
our block tricks, as long as zones match up and such.
Double inspiring song is pretty scary here on the he should have reviewed. He would have got the I am here. And then had a chance at a 9 Titans. But the double inspiring song here is pretty scary from Zeke Hager in the early turns because when you get check bonuses, usually the best thing I find to pair with check bonuses is more check bonuses.
Yeah.
You know, clearing the card pool, you want to pair with card draw because as long as you keep doing it, you can effectively go infinite, right? You can stay off progressive forever as long as you keep drawing the right cards to ignore progressive. But check bonuses, they do have a diminishing returns along with the progressive difficulty. So getting a couple really high impactful bonuses back to back to back can be super duper impressive. And so having inspiring song to maybe save the Zeke Jaeger response for later in a turn could have made that that turn to incredibly scary. But luckily for Devin, we're just going to build out. We now have 5 backups, though, and a Knots Flask, tons of damage reduction. But we've seen Devin navigate these board states before, typically by stealing Beast Titan's Rock Barrage. It's going to be interesting to see where we go from here.
Probably my pound for pound favorite card out of the new TMNT set, Shell Shocked. 5/3, 5 high for 5, 2 high block, stun 2, response on block. Your next arousal attack has +2 difficulty. This in conjunction with the Mechazoids is a 5 high for 5 Rock Barrage. Stun 2, Mechazoid stun 1. We're gonna get Beast Titan is now completely stunned out. That's in one attack.
Yeah,
They're all gone. And now we get +3 damage on it. This is a 5 high for 8. Zeke is going to have to be doing some pretty heavy lifting to get out of this turn unscathed.
Yeah, and it looks like we don't even have to really attack the backups to get them off the board because Zeke is gonna sacrifice one and transform immediately, which means he can no longer abort the attack if you do try to swing at the backup. But I think that Devin is just kind of singularly focused on putting together a solid enough string here that it's not going to matter, right? We want to get cards out of Zeke's hand. We want to encourage him to block for his defense. But I do think that leaving that 9 Titans on the board could potentially spell disaster if we pass it back to Kevin here.
A lot of hard decisions to make here. Any 3 check is going to end the turn no matter where it is, and we don't have our get out of jail free card of the spare parts.
But we did find a real solid piece for getting that 9 Titans off the board, didn't we?
Yeah, love this one. Haven't seen this mode of this card very much today. Been much more successful at if connecting remove a random card out of their hand, but I think getting rid of the 3 damage in response to get rid of the backup, I think is a big deal. Unless, of course, yeah.
Yeah, so you got to use the 9 Titans before you lose it. But luckily, what's really, really good about this one, and I was going to mention, it might not matter actually if you even attack the 9 Titans, because besides Rock Barrage, recurs it from the discard pile, but Violent Animus Shot removes it from the game.
Yeah. And it is an on-hit trigger for the Violent Animus Shot if we attacked a different backup and then proceeded to do it. But it looks like we hit Zeke, chose not to respond to remove a card. I think it might be at the very top of the broadcast. You were talking about how Devin is a little rusty, has not been playing so recently. It might have just been a lack of experience, lack of that play pattern recognition of if my Animus hits, I'm supposed to remove a card.
Yeah, I mean, it was for 1 damage flashed. Just not the mode he was interested in, right? He put it in the deck to kill, remove backups, and it removed the backup, and that was good enough for him. It drew him a card, but now we've got quite a few cards in hand. We did not build very much, if at all. Did we even build after that?
I think we built 2.
Yeah.
We've got now 6 cards on the board and 2 very good ones to talk about. Double incubating, but with all the backups that we have here, this stage is
Single
being
incubating.
decimated.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Luckily, there's no 9 Titans for extra doubling shenanigans. We only have the one that we just built. But this is not the attack you probably want to do the double on. This one could be very well, though, the one you want to do the double on, because Falling Titans is an attack where you can sacrifice a backup, add it back to your hand, and then replay it. We're playing it on 7s, but Zeke Yeager's +2 to the check means that this is basically like playing it on a 5 over and over and over again. And now we've even got +2 from Sean.
Yeah, this is a very scary spot to be if you are your 7 hand size characters. It only takes a couple of these to get done, but I'm peeking a little bit of technology probably coming out of the sideboard to deal with it, and that is Dimensional Sphere. Response after you block this move, remove it from the game. Not only is it staving off the damage, but also removes it so you no longer get the pickup as well. Tough stuff.
This is super funny because I don't think Cabal's Ruin actually gets the counter. But I don't know. I'm not a black belt judge. I'm a white belt judge. But I don't know if because it leaves and it technically aborts. So it is an attack this is like the block step thing that I hate so much about backups. It's an attack that existed and didn't deal damage, but I don't think it ever actually got to the point of the game where Cabal's Ruin checks that. But that's not what's important. What's important is we saved ourselves from dying to the sky is falling with a ton of backups being replayed at us. Now we just have to deal with a 7 high 7. That's easy, right?
Yeah.
Looks like we see the answer in hand actually from Devin right here. Now the real question is this when you want to use a barrier shield? Because that breaker could be a make it or break it sort of effect, it beats the doubling the speed of the 9 Titans throughout the ages, and the +3 from the check from knockdown blow would help to counteract the breaker 2 from barrier shield. But if you wait too long, Broberg will start using the inspiring songs to buff his check to counter it anyways. So this is kind of an interesting spot to be in. I think taking the 7 is the correct call here.
Oh, especially when we have more Falling Titans coming out of the sideboard. I thought I saw him side them in, which is just, we've represented that check once again. How many of these are we allowed to play? And with the plus to our check from Zeke, this could spell disaster as it goes up to lethal.
You know what's extra sad? If it wasn't for the wording on Falling Titans, this could have been an excellent time for the second enhance on Barrier Shield to be what saves us. This could have been a moment where saying you can't add cards to your hand would work, but unfortunately, Falling Titans is after the attack resolves, right?
It is after it resolves, correct.
Yeah, so I think we've got the Barrier Shield in the card pool. I think we're actually a little bamboozled here because Barrier Shield says you cannot add cards to their hand during this attack.
We put it down to the 0 speed. We forget it was a remove cost.
So okay, you just didn't remove it. All right, that's not on me, chat. That's on Devin for leaving it in the card pool. I thought I saw him toggle it down. I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows, because I've had people, backseat gamers, try to tell me, "Oh, you could have used Barrier Shield," but it doesn't work. It doesn't work against Falling Titans.
Nah, it's after it resolves, not during the attack.
Oh, it looks like we're getting a clarification on the Cabal's Ruin.
Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense.
I'm not 100% sure on that, by the way. I just want to be clear.
I'm positive it's how it works. You never get to the
I
damage step, and so Cabal's never sees it didn't deal damage, because that's when it cares about it.
I imagine Devin is thumbs upping because he's pretty sure he's dead, but it's kind of funny. We're correcting the Cabal's Ruin counter while staring like sheer death in the face here, because Kevin can almost certainly pass another Falling Titan if he even needed to, but he did not.
And there it is. The handshake comes across, Donatello falling to the War Chief. Incredible play over on Kevin's side, and truthfully, incredible play over on Devin's side. He made a pretty slick comeback in that game 3. If you remember, Sam, his first build was backup asset. Not what you want to do as your 7 hand size character staring down one of the boogeymen of the format.
I really gotta think, if we could have seen that solid 5 build that every aggro character wants to see, we could have been hitting +4s, +5s on turn 2. That could have been a very, very different game. But when you play the aggressive 7-handers and you don't have that early game start, it's really antithetical to the whole game plan.
Totally. Absolutely. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, round 4, not round 5, is in the books. What an exciting one to have witnessed. I had a blast, Sam. This was a really, really fun round. I'm glad I got to see my favorite turtle in action and take a game.
Yeah, I think Donnie is really cool. I think Donnie is the most accessible character for competitive from TMNT. I think if you're a new player and you don't want to be just another Godzilla in the field, I think Donatello is an absolutely perfect deck to pick up. It's simple to understand. You get to play with all the different card types. They benefit the deck, as we saw with Mechazoids, as we saw with the foundations that count as assets. So very, very cool stuff. But we've got a couple more rounds of action. We're going to take a small break. We're going to come back with round 5. You're not going to want to miss it, but let us know in the chat who you want to see, and we may just be able to grant that wish.
Absolutely. We will be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 5 this time for real of your Canadian regional. We're joined by Barrett Bryant and his wonderful pet companion this time. Got a little cat action. You love to see it. Barrett, we've got a very interesting, a heartwarming, if you will, a feels good matchup here at table 11. Both players fighting for the rest of their tournament life. We've got Paul Phoenix versus Murio. This one looks like it's going to be two guys putting up their dukes and kind of punching it out.
I think I was going to say the exact same thing because I think at the beginning of the day when we were kind of going more so on the character breakdown, like Paul Phoenix was represented on the pie chart, on this, representation that out of the 7 that get to be there, of course. Murio not being on the representation, but I think the kind of deck that Murio embodies is represented kind of in the same boat that this Paul Phoenix is going to be in, right? Like the way that we've seen Murio have success in the past during like Undaunted raid formats and such like that. We know that the cards that he plays in his deck are really good, but we just haven't seen him have a bunch of success recently. But as I said, 6 hand size, sort of like more mid-rangey, turn 3 win, maybe a turn 4 win, like real 6-handers slobber knockering against each other. That's literally the name of this match, right? We have Paul Phoenix versus Murio, a character on the chart versus a character we haven't seen in quite a long time. And I'm kind of excited to see how it goes.
Yeah, I really want to see what adaptations this Murio deck can have. I think the biggest thing is to remember Murio is not just a punch deck. There's a punch or slam character, and Godzilla has some pretty good slams. There's cards that give you check bonuses to all your slams. We've got cards that build a slam down, which could be really, really potent when combined with the City Rampage that we see. But Paul Phoenix going to get us started with a Tavern Brawl.
Yeah, big fan of Tavern Brawl, and I think when we start to see some of the other cards that are also being played in this deck, we're going to see exactly why we're playing this one. But of course, we're going to blitz, reveal the top 3 cards that we're doing right now. For each attack revealed, we can freeze a rival foundation. Of course, it's not committed right now, but if we do commit it, it still will be frozen. And then for any non-attack revealed, this will get +1 speed, and then you put them back on the bottom of your deck in a random order. So we're doing that right now. 2 speed, and we're going to freeze that Lemillion of the big 3, which is a high impact unique foundation that it's a lot of extra stats for the Murio decks.
Yep, and Paul Phoenix has some pretty good ways to find that card committed. It's not committed yet, but we're going to discard a card. It's a Feral Shriek, so we're going to get to draw a card, which is absolutely huge for this character. And now we're going to get Stun 2.
Yeah, being able to turn the cards in your hand as, hey, I don't need this one, or especially this one is going to give me an extra bonus card and recycle itself essentially because we have access to that fire attune symbol. And now we get this extra added benefit of committing 2 of our rivals' foundations. If we play another attack right here, we could do the same exact idea of giving it stun 2 and committing down that Lemillion of big 3, making this freeze ability of the Tavern Brawl go a long way. And here's another synergistic piece with the Tavern Brawl. Patchwork Baby, which gets extra damage based off of unique keywords in the card pool. Tavern Brawl, Sam, has 6 keywords on it.
Yeah, that is about as many keywords as you can get. I would dare say that that is a record number of keywords. Any UVS Ultra nerds in the chat can fact check me on that one. But if I had to assume, if I had to guess, 6 is the most I can remember. And that stun 2 native means we're not going to have to discard a card from hand. We're going to stun out the rest of our rivals' foundations. One of them is, of course, that Lemillion of the big 3. It's going to stay frozen. And now it's just going to be about how much damage can we pump into this attack. But this is not one of the Paul Phoenix keywords to get the additional bonus.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't like gain any of these extra keywords, of course. It does get quite a bit of damage again because of the keywords, but because that it itself is not one of the ones for that impactful once per turn, which would give us an extra 4 because our opponent has 4 committed foundations in their stage. And remember, and we kind of glossed over it a little bit as we're kind of just talking about the cards. we did check a 3 on this, so we did commit all of our own foundations to pass this check. So I can only imagine this is the last one, but a big impactful hit off of these 2 moves, knocking Murio all the way down to 12. And this is kind of the benefit of going first here. Again, big, heavy haymakers against each other, because once Murio starts to get some momentum, we have to talk about that other ability on the character, right? Being able to commit and spend that momentum to basically reset an attack all the way down to 1, right? Now having gone down to 12, that's going to be super important if we don't have access to that ability, if we don't get momentum on the board.
Yeah, Mirio does put it to 0, small
Oh, 0.
distinction. Yeah, it doesn't matter too much, but that is going to be very interesting footsies that you'll probably have to play once Mirio gets momentum, and his ability to change his zone makes it very easy for him to get momentum. We do see an extra card draw before we draw up to our hand size. Now the horrifying realization going to, of course, get rid of that duplicate unique foundation that's not going to help us. And now we get the Phantom Threat, which is so wonderful, because we talked about how important momentum is. This one says if you change the zone of the attack, you can enhance to add it to your momentum after it resolves, which guarantees us some momentum, but we can't add any more cards to our momentum during the combat phase for the rest of the turn. So it's going to be a little sketchy. We're not going to be ramping too much on the momentum side, but getting that card pool cleared is a great way to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, last time I've seen this card, at least in recent history, Sam, is I forget that this is a Murio card because it's got its face on it. This is a Midoriya on the move card, in my opinion, but using that other accessible ability because we have the zone change, making it be able to leave immediately out of here because of uh, adding it as after it resolves. And also remember, we started this turn off using the ability of a short-lived promotion, so we're actually not even really a 6-hander this turn. We have that extra benefit on top of the horrifying that you mentioned already, getting rid of that unique card that we can't really use. But there it goes, sneaking away, knocking Paul Phoenix all the way down to 22, and a very clear card pool here. And again, it could have been even more lethal if we did have access to Lemillion of the Big 3 Foundation. But the freeze being pretty impactful here for Paul Phoenix, having not a lot of defense of their own right now. And so the question is, how much more do we have from the tank of Murio?
Yeah, we're getting a little peek at the hand of Mirio. It's not looking great, but you want to talk about the damage pump from Lemillion of the Big 3. 3 enhances we could have played during this Armor of the Wolf. That's 3 opportunities for our rival to pass enhance, and 3 damage that's effectively going to be knocked off of this attack.
Yeah, and we are also pointing this out. I love that Alessandro immediately goes for this. You're allowed to pay the cost of any enhances as long as you can fulfill everything before the colon. Even if you don't get the effect of the card, such as capture the target, you are allowed to press the button to deny an extra damage of these Armor of the Wolves, depending on how many enhancers there are. So I love the idea of immediately looking at that one. But that is our only playable enhance right here. So any extra buttons that we press, as we have a momentum, of course, we can press either powerful or EX. I can only imagine it was going for the powerful, as our rival is pretty committed out, except for these 2 foundations. Just trying to cash in as much damage in the same idea of how Paul domed us all the way down to 12 on turn 2.
Yeah, guaranteeing that this 8 damage deals instead of risking it to try and get to 11 damage is something I like a lot here. Not blocking the first attack can be a little bit of bait against Murio players, because it's pretty common that you jump on any block zone that you are legally allowed to play, right? If you have the right zone, it's pretty common to immediately just, mentally you're checked in and you're like, okay, I'm going to block the first thing that matches the zone. So not falling for a potential bait, right? To say that the zone is automatically secure. But now we're going to have to build out. We only have 12 health, and Paul is going to be able to stun out this stage very easily.
Yes, going into 6 ready foundations, none of which are really defensive abilities. They're very easy. I mean, that's 3 attacks as Paul Phoenix, not including any attacks that inherently have stun, like that Patchwork Baby that we saw last turn. But that momentum, I think, is the big key, right? You aren't allowed to just like willy-nilly press the once per turn ability of Paul Phoenix for that bunch of big extra damage, because we do have a reset available unless you have a way to deny momentum from your rival, or play around it by holding on to a powerful enhance. But kicking things off here with Pale Rider.
No, this is
Oh,
Rising Uppercut.
we're just opening with the Rising Uppercut. Yeah, we kind of talked about it a little off stream here. Rising Uppercut's block trick ability, not exactly the best against the character that says I can make everything a low zone, right?
Yeah, I think James heard that high attacks were illegal, and he said, "You got it, boss. I'll play the character that makes all of my attacks low." So Rising Uppercut, usually one you would save the play on your rival's turn, but unless James is feeling real froggy, I doubt there's going to be any high attacks coming his way anytime soon.
Yeah, and at least, offensively, I mean, even though you don't get the cool block trick of the Rising Uppercut in this matchup, it's still an orange card. You're allowed to play it. It still functions as an enhanced step for us to discard a card with Paul Phoenix and maybe
Ooh.
get some cards committed down. But it looks like it's just going to go in easily for 4. And I was jumping the gun. It's my own fault. Another card with Luke's face on it. Pale Rider, a very impactful Echo attack that has the ability to pay for its Echo ability. If you pay the drive cost, you can kick an attack out of your card pool instead of paying for the momentum, which if you got it at Foundations, you pay the drive cost through your Foundations. And if you were going to use the Echo anyway and you just have a momentum, save yourself the Ready Foundations, but get a card pool clear while you're at it.
Yeah, it's very funny because this one it's kind of like you have to pay the drive cost to be allowed to do the benefit of the Vexalia attack, Storm of Arrows, but this one clears any attack. It's way less restrictive. So if you have any kind of attack lineup, Pale Rider can fit into it, and you can get card pool clearing going for symbols that might not really have any other card pool clearing. So this is a long line of effects that I like to call rain flushers. We used to have a rain flush style effect, which it probably wasn't the first, but it's the first one that I knew about. And I'll tell you what, rain flush back in the day used to bother me so much. Turning one attack into an additional attack, moving it, discarding it from the card pool to pay the cost was so frustrating. And you can see now Murio committed out down to 5 health, pretty much going to be forced to use that enhanced commit, spend that momentum on the next attack that gets played. But guess what we have in our stage for Paul Phoenix?
Sacrifice for the cause, exactly. The greatest thing about this foundation is not only does it provide extra damage pump if you do choose to let the damage reduction ability go through Murio, but it also just has an ability to cancel the damage reduction ability. And Sam, boy howdy, this card doesn't say non-character effect. So you can press the button all you want, but you have a no button, and you probably just still have enough gas from your own character and the ability to discard another card for extra stuff. So that's going to be game 1, going down to Paul Phoenix pretty easily on turn 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Full checkmate, full stop. No real counterplay. We had the once per turn damage pump to put it back to lethal. We had the sacrifice for the cause to cancel the damage reduction. And sacrifice for the cause could have discarded a crazy block modifier to get us pretty close too. So, these are 2 aggressive decks, 2 6-handers swinging it out. Throw in, haymakers, right? We had Phantom Threat for 7 or 8. We had the Armor of the Wolf for 8. We had Patchwork Baby for way too much, way too much on the Patchwork Baby. So, it's going to be about blocking that first attack. I think that's going to be what comes up the most in this matchup is, having the right block zone against Murio, blocking whatever you can, whatever he gives you the opportunity to, because you're most likely are going to hold more than one block zone, and then you're only going to get that one complete block. So is the first complete block you can get is going to matter a lot, and blocking Paul's attacks before he commits you out is going to be really important, right? So playing that heads up defense, getting on top of things early in the turn before you get committed out, I think is going to be key for both of these players. But now Murio gets to go first, and Murio is one of the better aggressive decks, one of the better aggressive characters we've really seen printed in the since the MHA reboot.
Yeah, I mean, this character, you ready? I'm going to compare a character like Murio in the same kind of vein on the popularity for this character and the kind of way you play the game, like Godzilla. Like they're different
The
time
original.
frames. Yeah, right. But like the idea is like I'm a pretty straightforward deck to play. I got some keyword restrictions. If you're Godzilla, you got some difficulty restrictions on your attack cards. But the idea is you play generic UniVersus quite well by giving some stats, doing a little bit of mix up for your opponent, and then having one high impact other ability on your character. Godzilla's is a board reset, obviously, and also the spending momentum for plus your checks, whereas Murio's is a very high impact damage reduction ability. But as we've already seen in the matchup, there's cards that you have to fight against in the Paul Phoenix list that it's kind of like an uphill battle. And just like you said, Sam, like I kind of think this is in a favor of Paul Phoenix because like we saw last game, if James had like one more attack, I think we maybe could have gotten there depending on what it was. But I mean, at the end of the day, these are both six-handers. And sometimes you just start your turn with 2 attacks, and that's not going to be enough for either of these players to chew through 28 or 29 life. So, yes, it's great that Murio gets to go first here, but I'm thinking all the way ahead. Even if Murio, does the same story, we go to turn 3 after a great poke on turn 2, more Phantom Threads, playing Armor of the Wolf with some momentum. It's like really kind of just spelling things out. I'm looking ahead to game 3, and I still just see the advantage going back to Alessandro on Paul Phoenix because it's not just the same kind of damage output that Murio can do, but it's the board committal as well, making the defensive decisions a lot easier for Paul because you're not having to worry about stun. You just need the right block zones.
Yeah, I think if that Lemillion of the big 3 was ready,
Yeah.
right, that would have accounted for a lot more damage on the Armor of the Wolf. It would have added 1 more damage to the Phantom Thread. That would have put our rival, from 14 down to 10, down to 9, maybe, if I'm getting the math right. And especially if we had like full belief, full faith, and spent the momentum on powerful instead of EX and just, found the right zone check, that absolutely could have been a 3 attack kill string for Murio in that last game after Paul, potentially overextended. But that's not how it went. Paul won game 1, and now only a 3 build from Murio in game 2 is not looking good. One bad check on turn 2 can put a huge halt in the early aggression that you want to see from the Murio deck. So military airship coming down, that could be hugely impactful in these in this game 2 matchup going second, because if Murio can't be aggressive against you and you get a good build here, I don't know if we're going to get 4 or 5 or what, but if we get a solid build, check a 6, commit Paul, it seems good to me. I imagine Murio's probably going to build and pass.
Yeah, I think there's a world where we attempt, one meaningful poke if it was something like a Phantom Thread. But as we draw up here, we don't even have like a ton of foundations per se to like make something impactful. But we're gonna go for it with a gigantification swing, and
Oh,
you called it like it was written in the script. They checked a 3. We're having to commit all but one of our foundations here, and there's not even like a real guarantee that this attack connects, right? Like starts as a mid. Murio will mix it up. The response on play for -2 to the check to for Paul's next card is meaningful because this character Murio doesn't give speed, so it's essentially a 6 something, right? But this is still pretty blockable when you look at 4 ready foundations. But it looks like it did connect. The poke is gonna pay off, but I can only imagine we're done after this, just like you said, Sam.
yeah, luckily no sacrifice for the cause out yet, but I really would have liked to see that gigantification swing act as a breaker 2 block on Paul's next turn, because we've seen that, he's willing to play the rising uppercuts on his own turn. That's
Yeah.
something that we have to assume that we're going to be playing around anyways, right? So we know high attacks exist. We probably could have sent any move potentially, for the right zone check to get a momentum. But now we've got Attack Titan's Haymaker coming down. This one natively has stun 2. Paul's going to give it another stun 2, and the steel muscle explosion. We're going to clown on our opponent a bit and draw some cards similar to the Feral Shriek. And now you're completely committed out. You've just got the 1 reduced damage to 0 effect. Luckily, no speed pump on Paul's side, so maybe a +1 block mod gets us there.
Loving the steel muscle explosion here. I loved your clowning around, Joe. I really appreciated it. But yeah, I mean, the fact that it's another bonus here, and like you said, I mean, I think it really didn't matter what this lead-in attack was, Sam. But the fact that it is another attack in this deck that inherently has stun 2 on it, and because it does have one of the keywords that Paul is looking for, we could immediately press the once per turn to try and bait out that momentum damage reduction ability right off the bat. But we're gonna let it go for now. And like you said, the discard for giving an extra stun 2 didn't even feel like a problem because it was an extra redraw. We're also seeing another crazy card that I really don't see anybody talking about at all. This is we just use the ability of down not out, which is a Attack on Titan fire attuned unique foundation that says response destroy after an attack deals damage, draw 2 more cards, Sam. And it looks like it gave us something like, I don't know, the card that helped us win the game last time, Pale Rider.
Yeah, this is one I waffle on a lot. I feel like more experienced players would love this card because they see all the opportunities, where because it's an attack. It's not even your attack, right? It's
Yeah.
an attack. And destroy a foundation to draw 2 cards with no momentum cost is pretty stellar. But the fact that it's unique and the top enhance only sometimes coming into play, I think towards a lot of people, myself including off, we think of cards as how often can I use all the abilities on it. And Paul is almost never going to have more committed foundations than his rival, right? But getting to draw 2 cards in a deck that is discarding cards constantly makes perfect sense. And you know what else makes sense? If your rival puts your attack down to 0, just pick it back up.
Yeah, we checked a 3 on that Pale Rider, which means that we don't get to pay the drive cost, right? You know, what we have tapped out all of our foundations just to pass the card. Now we've entered the opportunity to pay the drive cost. We don't have a momentum, but instead we got the momentum out of your rival and the Murio's ability to commit and set its damage down to 0. Great use of the military airship here because you're not echoing it. It's just kind of now it feels like a waste, but getting that refund and then also clearing your card pool a little better to build some more foundations, including another secret rare backup has hit the board. And we get to talk about a new one that at least I haven't been able to talk about yet today. Scumbug Inscrutable Insect. And we've been talking about all the damage output that Paul Phoenix can do, but now that we've built a Scumbug, we can also look at our checks and make sure that we're checking well too.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about how similar these 2 decks are. Trying to be aggressive early, checking poorly early, potentially tripping over themselves. But Scumbug is going to be huge at preventing that because it's one thing to look at the top card of your deck and know what you're going to check, but because he also has the option to mill it off the top of your deck or your rivals, you only get to pick 1 per enhance though.
Yeah.
But the fact that you can move that card with the same effect is absolutely huge. So dodging a bad check here or there, finding a card you'd rather draw, instead of check is absolutely going to be massive if Barrett Bryant we get another turn, and that is not guaranteed.
But I mean, as I'm blanking on player names, was James is trying to make sure that that Alessandro doesn't get another turn. We just double horrifying realization, use the text on the foundations in our
Whoa.
stage. We are looking for gas. We are trying to push for this. But of course, Alessandro is just going to pitch, oh, I don't need this rising uppercut. I'm never playing that card, right? And then we pitch a cute host Kodo, which we're not using right now, but kicking things off with Repel Strike for the Murio deck. Another 5 difficulty attack that comes in that deck for Murio. But checking another 3, Sam, it's just very quickly becoming an idea of how much more risk can I get for this reward of if you pass back to Paul now with a Scumbug to kind of maybe make sure those checks look really good, it could be a disaster. And now this 3 check is really scaring you if you want to continue.
I was going to say getting rid of the low block that doesn't count towards progressive is kind of insane. However, this attack is almost certainly just going to commit us out, and then it's not really going to matter what we block with, especially if it's a +2 block mod. So Repel Strike is one of the cards that didn't make it into early Murio lists. The stun and wanting to commit your own foundations was not seen as very important. So I'm very curious if this is here because it's a deadlock threat. After it resolves, you build it face down is a really, really strong deadlock threat, or if we are just valuing the ability to commit our rival out as much as possible.
Wow. And while we were talking, you were talking about exactly the reason why we didn't see this card very much, and I think it being a very good inclusion, especially right now, is now Paul is completely tapped out. We saw the other side of the coin that we didn't really talk about with the Scumbug. We didn't look at the top card of our deck, Paul or Sam, because we're tapped out. I'm not passing a check anyway for a block, but we
Right.
looked at Murio's top card of their deck, saw a 6 check, and said, "Absolutely not. Put that in your discard pile." Which then made this new check even scarier. But we did check a 5 on this Schoolyard Smackdown, which is going to grease up our card pool a little bit. Things are looking up now with that 5 check, getting this extra clear of a card out, and it zone changes to what the zone of the Repel Strike was, and then it still leaves the zone mix up that you're allowed to do with Murio. All of a sudden, Schoolyard Smackdown gets a lot of stats really fast.
Comes another 6 off the top. Oh my goodness. If he checks a 3 after this is the scummiest backup I've ever seen.
Nice. I see what, man, you're on top of it today, Sam. Scummiest scumbug enhance I've ever seen in an entire matchup, and really kind of
Back-to-back
showcasing the backup.
Yeah, we get this one up to 9 damage though. Lots of synergies coming in. Ferocious attacker chewing things up. We've got a rival down to 4. It's simply check a 5 and win the game. You gotta go for it. Even through the scumbug, it's not gonna matter because we've got armor of the wolf. He's debating on the zone change or the +1/+1. What do you pick? Do you pick the speed or the zone here?
Zone for sure. Or no, that's wrong. I think it's the 1/1. We're
You-
staring across Paul Phoenix still being up. This is a scenario where now
I pick the zone change, if only
Really?
because it's lethal on a partial.
that is a very fair decision. I mean, I think it's a 50-50. I think either of these could be correct. Looks like
Oh,
we're
wait.
going with mine, Sam.
Wait,
So
he has to pass at least once, so it's lethal on a partial either way. You take the speed.
okay, then perfect. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. We're gonna blow up a foundation. We don't need those where we're going anyway because we're hoping this goes to a game 3. Yes, there has to be at least one pass enhance coming from Paul at some point. We chose our opponent's deck once again. We're keeping it on top, posturing that it's a bad check, but you have to block this. James, you or Alessandro, you are the one that must live here, or we go to a game 3. This is exactly what we asked for here, Sam, on getting ourselves to a game 3. Going for the block, 6
You have a
speed.
+0. Oh, we could check a 6 ourselves. We
But
do not.
There's the 3, and that's going to be game 2 going to James, which means we've got ourselves a match, Sam. We're taking it all the way to game 3, and this is exactly what we talked about. These two 6-hand-sized characters really dishing out the damage against each other. All gas, no brakes.
Yeah, I feel like if there was an alternate universe where Murio is printed today, potentially perhaps he could have the brawler trait as well, because this is exactly his kind of style, mixing it up, getting in there, getting down and dirty, playing lots of 5 diffs, committing your whole stage. It's looking like 2023 all over again. We were chewing up our stage for +1/+1s everywhere. We were changing the zone. Nobody's blocking anything. Everyone's committing on their own turn.
What a crazy event this is, Sam, while our players sideboard and shuffle. I just want to talk about it. Like, we really have gone down memory lane today. Like, we're talking about Murio right now. Paul Phoenix, not only having a top cut already within the past 2 weeks, but having another strong showing here in round 5 on their way to potentially making another top cut on another event. But we had an overhaul earlier on today, and now we have a Murio happening right now from strong, real competitive UniVersus players, and they are showing why they chose this character and the strength that they can do playing just, I don't know how else to describe it, some real simple but also strategic UniVersus. Murio isn't a bad character. You literally were talking to me off the air before we got into this match that you were just looking at this character.
True. I was looking at the Chaos Slams version because there is so many times I want to avoid specific blocks. There's so many times I don't want to let my opponent Aries smiles me, things like that. And you want to talk strategy? We we just saw that he had the 6 under the Earthbreaker. So if we want to talk strategy, rewinding back, realizing where the speed of the Armor of the Wolf would be, and realizing the fact that even if the mid attack is lethal on a partial, this symbol, the order symbol, right, is not going to be partial blocking with a high or low, right? The rising uppercut does not get the response unless it's blocking a high attack to reset the speed. So I think really the correct call was always to do the zone change, because we haven't seen a +0 or too many +1 low blocks on the order symbol or in this deck yet. And if our rival had looked at their own deck and checked the 6 under it to completely block, they almost certainly would have won on the backswing. So I think there it was actually the correct call to look at the zones that our rival has in our deck, always change the zone to low, and say not only do you have to have a low block, but it has to be a +1 low block realistically, right?
Yeah, and while you were talking, I did just go ahead and do a straight check of everything. And we were talking about, you remember that started off with a horrifying realization. We discarded a +2 low block, but I just went through the entire deck here, Sam. There is not a +1 low block at all within this deck, main board or sideboard. So you're
And
right.
luckily this is open decklist, right, Bear? This is open
Yeah.
decklist event.
Yes, it is.
Hey,
We saw actually the players themselves scrolling through while we were vamping, before they started off their game, and they shuffled up and drew up. But I think this is going to be a different tale already this game, because we had Paul Phoenix going first here, but only building 2. Meanwhile, on the other side of the board, build 5 from the Murio player going second, and we did find Lemillion of the Big 3 as well as short-lived promotion.
but
But we did play an Earthbreaker and we checked it.
Earthbreaker is a stun 4. We're gonna discard an Earthbreaker. Yikes. We do have a stun 4 Earthbreaker, so if this hits us, one of those foundations, almost certainly that Lemillion of the Big 3, is gonna get popped, and we only have a 1 card ready to attempt this block.
You're right, but how about instead of a block, I pay the cost off of this runaway? If we checked a 3 on that runaway, Sam, we did fail it, but we didn't.
Right.
We actually checked a 6. So instead of this Earthbreaker dealing any damage at all, it is just going to say, I'll take 5 instead, please. And you don't deal any damage. And we're going to stuff the card pool with that Earthbreaker you discarded. So at least when it comes to card pool abilities, we have access to. Double Earthbreaker looks great, but with only 2 foundations, this turn seems completely shut down without having to play a single block at all.
No. This is perfect. All we got to do is play a 4 difficulty move that draws a card, and then we get to ready capture the target. We'll get +2 to our damage every time we draw a card. So if we just play a 4 diff that draws like 5 or 6 times during this attack, use the Paul Phoenix enhance, we can deal 23 damage right here with a 4 diff. That's not what's going to happen, though.
We didn't do it. We were checking a 3 anyway, so at least, Alessandro felt where the deck was going to be. We're going to build a couple more foundations, the ones that we didn't have when we went first this game. But that foresight also letting us know what's on top of our deck feels pretty good if you want to keep trying to push here. But the moment of normalcy is going to help us at least a little bit survive against high impact cards like the Armor of the Wolf that we've already seen in this matchup. So again, I said it might be very, very good on the other side right now for James, but now you're staring across this reset every single turn. Murio's reset needs a momentum to do. This is just a foundation.
Yeah, and the biggest question for me right now is this the game where someone's finally going to break serve? Right? Then the 6 hand size aggro matchups of the world, you almost always give a huge benefit to the player going first, but that is a lot of gray for Murio, which not terrible. Choosing to build turn 2, I promise my new players out there, I promise it's not illegal. You're allowed to just build twice. It's okay.
The best thing that I tell people too, Sam, and we haven't seen it get played at least for its own ability so far this match, but this Murio deck is playing City Rampage. And I agree with you, Sam. I promise you. Oh, and especially as we horrifying realization into another defensive trick like another copy of Runaway, building for 2 turns in a row. Your City Rampage deck, whatever it could do on turn 2, I promise it does it better on turn 3 when you've maybe sculpted a little better for more attack cards and more of a powerful aggression. Because especially with how big we're going to make our stage right here, Sam, yes, we didn't get a momentum. Our defensive character ability is not really playable right now. You're gonna basically double the stage size versus your opponent right now. And it's going to put Alessandro in this scenario where they feel like they must do something to come back. And that typically means playing attacks, which leaves them up to a backswing. And I think we might see that happen exactly this game.
And I love the defense that we have set up. The runaway on the first attack is going to clog the card pool. And then if he wants to play a second attack after that, as long as we're not facing down like the most ungodly stun numbers, I guess he could go like double haymaker on us. But if we have the enhanced stepping that we get to do, hey, a runaway plus triple inspiring song for -3 to a check, saying the best you can check is a 3, even if you have a 6 on top, is a great way to shut down early aggression. And despite going first, right, we only have 5 foundations. We only have what equates to, you know, a turn 1 build. So runaway plus triple, I'll call it fake breaker, right? The faker on inspiring song is so strong because you don't have to do anything. You don't have to block the attack to be able to use those effects. So I think it would be a huge mistake here to try and play more than one attack. And you see the 3 check already. I can't imagine Paul is going to find a way to overcome this runaway that you have to assume is coming in, right?
Yeah, Paul Phoenix fans are definitely sweating after that 3 check happens. Because again, I mean that's how I set it up, right, Sam? Like your opponent's stage is the biggest you've seen this entire match. You thought you both were just going to sling attacks back and forth until somebody finally checked enough 5s. But then Paul, feeling like they have to do something in the matchup to come back, it's going to be about aggression, trying to maybe get some of these foundations out of the way by blowing them up if this Earthbreaker connects, but running into another copy of Runaway. I think the -3 to the check is a brilliant idea to really shut down this turn, especially after your opponent checks a 3 on the first move. That sounds devastating if I'm Alessandro. But instead, also, if
Whoa.
Runaway would be good on the first move, it's probably pretty good on the second one. But this half block here, attempting at least, as we check a 3, means that we're going to give more options for Alessandro to blow up a selective foundation. But if we let it fail, just take it in full, they can only blow up one of these face downs that we stunned because we didn't even get the bonus discard a card to give us an extra instance of stun 2. We just left this as the base stun 2 as well. So wondering where this turn could go, I think letting that block fail was pretty smart, as it seems it was just the poke here, Sam. We're going to build out a few more foundations so that hopefully Alessandro can do something even better next turn.
Yeah, I get the idea, right? Our rival not discarding a card with Earthbreaker tells us that they're not going to continue to be aggressive. But the runaway clog not only would have saved us one of our face downs, but it would have also made the foundations that rival built a little higher difficulty as well. So maybe keeping the runaway just in case we like hard brick again and we have to play defense again, which we got pretty close to. But you know what the main appeal, the main reason I started looking at Murio was in today's day and age?
Are you setting me up for it, or do you want me to let you say it? Because here it is.
It's too late because he just played it. It's Titan Cliff, baby. This card is a slam, and it builds us a 6 check that gives us momentum for our character ability, which is the 6 check. We just check to play it. Everything's coming up Murio house.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, no copy of City Rampage to be seen, but I think the biggest thing right here is we're going to make a decision of how many of these cards in our hand we want to review and then draw back. Getting rid of these unique foundations that we can't build, even if we wanted to, is very important. Even as we draw 3 new cards, only finding 1 attack card. But, I mean, Titan Cliff plus the Schoolyard Smackdown in our hand, plus the Phantom Threat we just got. And you're right, a finally free coming in here into the stage maybe giving us an extra momentum for an extra little bit of damage push on either the Phantom threat or something else, could be the beginnings of trying to chew through 29. But we are staring across that moment of normalcy. We have to be scary the entire time of this offensive turn.
Fun fact, we're 1 damage pump away from being able to flash a Phantom threat.
Whoa, I didn't think about that. Okay, hold
We'd
on.
have to be able to change the zone twice to do it, though, because we'd have to get the high damage pump from Vermilion
right.
and the low, but it is on the table.
Yeah, especially on the table is this pretty nice Spirit Beast poo block.
Ooh,
Yeah.
PUU.
We checked a 6 on it as well, even though it has a +3 block modifier. Even though it's just for half, it saves us a little bit of damage, of course, and it builds itself committed, not just clearing itself from the card pool, but gives us that extra bonus foundation that we didn't build right then and there as the horrifying realization comes in. And finally, we see the first copy of City Rampage in the hand. You said one more version of damage pump, giving your attack 1/1 as it comes in. Kind of count.
We'd also have to change the zone a second time.
Yeah.
I guess is part of that. So I guess theoretically 2, but zone changing counts as 1 now.
We are counting our stage, though, thinking that this isn't enough to chew through 24. Being happy that we got a momentum and a bonus momentum with the half block coming through off of that Titan Cliff. So we're just going to try and sculpt a little bit more. Being careful not to go into deadlock, and I think that's a very fair thing to do. So yeah. That's it.
I feel like we could have probably tried to force it once we drew the Rampage if it wasn't for the moment of normalcy, right? If that moment of normalcy wasn't hanging out to reset the damage of our big, nice Phantom threat or something like that. I think with 2 attacks and a City Rampage, we could have at least attempted a lethal swing, to deal 24, but it would have cost pretty much all of our resources to do so. And I can't quite tell if that's a schoolyard smackdown or not. I can't tell which exact attack that is.
I think it is. I think we've actually been holding on to that smackdown for like 2 turns now. It was the only attack that we had the last time we decided to build all these foundations. But now this time, with a little bit of extra orange in our hand and now the City Rampage, now it's about like, okay, I'm at 16 and I'm having to pass back now to Paul. I need enough cards that will keep me alive. So I have this runaway and then another foundation to block with before I maybe want to block with the ones that matter. But man, talk about another card that you don't see very often. Another card that can really start stunning down your opponent's board, Barrier Buster, and our opponent is also reading the card. But the thing about Barrier Buster is that if we have a momentum, we can increase the ratings of all keywords on this card by 1. So if we give it an instance of stun 2 with Paul Phoenix first, and yes, it was another clowning around. Explosive muscle, muscle explosion.
Steel muscle explosion.
Yes. Giving it stun 2 and drawing a new card. Now this powerful 3 stun 1, stun 2 move, as we spin this momentum right here, will become a powerful 4 stun 2, stun 3 move. This is going to stun 5 cards right here and now.
Yeah, barriers are officially illegal. They're getting stunned out now. And it looks like we're doing check hacking with Inspiring Song, which I don't hate, but I feel like it could be just a little too late. This obviously would have felt much better the turn before, but our rival didn't have the ability to be aggressive the turn before, so it didn't seem necessary. But we got to use them before we lose them. So using these Inspiring Songs now does make some sense, but we do have the runaway for additional clog, but Paul Phoenix only has to hit you with like 2 moves.
Yeah, especially when this first one is a stun 5 off the bat. And also, we talked about deadlock, but this one isn't deadlock. This has another enhance that says if your rival has 8 or more foundations, give it an extra bonus 3 speed, which is again not really an axis of stat pump that Paul is really doing in this deck. We're usually just using stun abilities. So now you have this 7 mid for 5, and we could potentially give it an extra stuff because of the sacrifice for the cause or Paul Phoenix himself. It just makes it scary to block. And it's obviously not for lethal, but this one move committing 5 cards, and if you maybe try to block it, commits even more, is really scary when this is just the beginning of the turn.
Yeah, I almost want to bait the sacrifice for the cause now, just so that he can't discard cards for damage later. You know, if we did the enhance on Murio, all it's ever going to do is get our rival to destroy one foundation. But when we're already trying to check hack them and probably run away, we might
Yeah.
block with the city rampage here and then try to run away the next card, which I don't hate that plan either.
Yeah.
But uh you know, the sacrifice for the cause means we're pretty much never going to get to use our Murio enhance. I can't imagine that one is ever that sacrifice for the cause is ever going to be the one that we commit to pass a check.
Yeah, and it did end up being the runaway there. Just the attack was too fast, and we were too worried about it. But now this is a card in our card pool, as well as now clogging one for Alessandro or on Paul Phoenix. But because we discarded so many cards, our triple final test is coming through. Just
Yeah.
at form speed, I'd like to draw 3 more cards because I discarded 2. But remember, one of those was the Steel Muscle Explosion. So we're just drawing a ton of cards this turn. So what might have only ended up as 1 attack being this Barrier Buster, we could have drawn into way more gas, and we'll have to see how this turn continues to go, because we do have foundations to help pass our checks now that we didn't have earlier, and we didn't check a 3 on this first one. But this Foresight is telling me a very different result and story because of the minus checks from Inspiring Song. Maybe that's why we weaved it in.
That's my assumption is we played this on a 2, and then it looks like we checked a 1. I guess we got a +1 to our check from one of those inspirings.
1, 2.
I thought we did 3 -1s, but we only committed 2.
But it was a 0 diff on a 2, and we checked a 0, so we had to commit 2.
Oh, I see. I'm counting as a 1 diff. You're right.
Oh, yeah, no, so you're actually 100% right. We had -3 to that check, and we checked a 3. Actually ended up being a 0. But we get to take a peek at the top card. It looks like we're going to leave it there as well. So, or do you have to leave it? You have to leave it there.
Yeah, Foresight cannot move it. We don't have the scumbug out. No scumbaggery.
So now we're doing math, because based off of this reaction here, Sam, it must be a 3.
And yet, I still think you got the game in your sights. Nope, it was a 5.
It was a 5. So 5, 6, 7, 8 here. Checks a 5, 6, 7. One of them being the capture, and we need an 8th one. That's Spear Beast Poo. So we still have 4 ready foundations as well as Paul Phoenix. And again, another inherent stun 2 move with the combined effect of Paul. It's going to be stun 4 basically. And now with how many foundations are in the stage of Murio, this is now the downside of you expanding your stage to pass more checks here, Sam. We've also increased the amount of damage that this once per turn ability can provide for Paul, and we're still staring across sacrifice for the cause. And if we don't force it out right now, we might be forcing out, like, if you don't use the enhance of resetting on Murio right now, you have presided the extra enhance step to where this could easily go way over the top on damage and could easily prevent lethal. But do you just instead maybe use Murio as a readied resource to pass a block check instead?
I think that's the safe play. I don't know how many 4 checks are in the deck, right? It comes down to if a 3 and a 4 are the same, then baiting out the sacrifice for the cause, forcing it to be used for the sole purpose of giving my rival 1 less card to pass their next check with makes sense. If I could potentially check a 4 and need my character to pass this check, because this is only 4 speed still. I haven't seen a speed pump. There might be a speed pump in the stage with the TMNT card, but I think that's the one where the Splinter card, I think it reacts to or it enhances on the rival's turn. But so the I think if there's a 4 check in my deck, I have to keep my character up. If there's no 4 check in my deck, I'm trying to use Murio to destroy your foundation.
Oh, we are going to press the button here, though. I mean, that's the thing is, again, you're staring across from the sacrifice for the cause, and we're pointing it out here. But, remember, we have the City Rampage. We do have that 1 mid block, and that card is high enough difficulty to be a legal block versus the Blitz ability of the
that's right.
But yeah, we have the Ancient Secrets of Ninjutsu here on the stage for Paul Phoenix that we can commit and give this punch, kick, or slam attack, +2 speed and +2 damage, which is going to put it in a faster scenario. This is now a 6 speed move, Sam. 7, 8 to block with the City Rampage. It's check a 6 or die.
I'm believing. I'm fully believing. I'm putting all my belief in finally free on top of the deck, or in the 4th inspiring song on top of the deck. This is all the believers in chat. This is your moment. This is your moment to believe with me.
Check a 6 or die. I've seen Tam lose a game because his opponent checked a 6. I want to maybe see it here. Whether if you're a fan of either Murio, the old school Undaunted Raid starter deck character, or Paul Phoenix, one of the rising Tekken characters. Oh, sorry, Tim. This is what it comes down to. We show the 1 mid block. We go for the check.
Oh, you guys didn't believe hard enough in chat. I was believing. You guys didn't believe.
The absolute disaster scenario.
Down? He's going to go look for that 6. Oh, it was far down.
Oh, it was so far. That's also the gas hand next turn. If we just maybe blocked and lived that turn. But that is game 3. The match to Paul Phoenix at this current pace, Sam. With Paul Phoenix winning this round in round 5, with 1 more round to go, we might see another Paul Phoenix potentially make a top cut in another regional.
And he did it off the ancient Secrets of Ninjutsu. I don't want to hear anybody's card evaluation ever again. This is not a card anyone has talked about since the preview season. It's unique. It's a 4-check. It only works on kick punches or slams. What is this, Jay Talbane? Like, this is absolutely amazing. The margin of victory was literally an enhanced commit on a 2-4. And the rival not having a 6 probably left in their deck. So absolutely amazing stuff. Well played to both players. If we could have both of them win, of course, we would choose to do so. But that is basically only an option for our top tables who are IDing these last 2 rounds. We had an ID, I believe, at table 1, and we're going to expect to see some more IDs at table 1 and probably table 2 after this. But we got 1 more round of action. We're going to try to find a winning, and we're gonna try to find some players who have to play, because I'm looking through the list and we got some killers out there who are losing in these final rounds. Corey Nelson, who got 2nd place at Nationals, US Nationals from last competitive season, up against Calvin H. Used to be teammates. It looks like Calvin H has shifted over to the trading post from Team MGLA, and Calvin was your winner in Louisville, and he took down Corey. So that was a Zeke Yeager versus a Midoriya on the move. So 2 regional winning decks at table 2. Calvin won 2-1. Jacob Johnson, who we saw lose earlier, was at table 3, and he 2-0'd Ryan DeWolf, who we saw earlier. Tim Keefe continuing on his path of destruction, winning 2-0. Ryan Levine, who we've seen, won 2-0 at table 5. So a lot of really good players. Almost everyone we've seen on stream today has managed to stay in the top 10 tables, it looks like. So very, very competitive stuff. Very close games coming down to the wire here. A lot of 2-0s in like the 5 to 8 bracket, but you know, a lot of really, really good decks hovering around these top tables.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely said it, because as I'm like looking down and like going and looking at all these characters, based off of what I'm currently seeing after the results of what we've seen so far of this match or this round, we could potentially have only 1 repeat character in top cuts based off of the results if they like keep carrying through, and depending on matchups, of course. But the action is almost over for day 1. We have 1 round to go. And there are so many heavy hitter names that you just talked about, all in this top 4 tables, 5 tables, 6. They're all over the place, but only 8 players will make it to day 2. And we're going to find out after round 6. It's coming up here with a small break. Don't go anywhere. I'm on the edge of my seat. I hope you are too. We'll see you in a bit.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to round number 6. My name's Tam. I'm joined by Barrett, and we can't have 2 card-carrying members of the Pig Pony Club on stream without watching Pony on a win-in in the event that she's one of the most represented characters. It's just not happening. So I'm very excited that we have Corey Nelson from the MGLA over on a tournament-winning deck, Midoriya on the move, and then we have Alex P from the Trading Post over on Pony. Barrett, you're an expert in this matchup. What do you think is going to happen inside of this game?
I mean, I have to. I'm not just going to sit here and say that I think Pony can win because I believe in Pony. And if I was playing right now, I would be playing a Pony deck. But I mean, the reality is that I said at the top of the day that I believe that aggro 7-hand size decks can exist in this format. And when we're talking about this format, you can't talk about it without talking about Midoriya on the move. Literally has won a regional now. And single-handedly, and remember, that Midoriya deck wasn't even playing any TMNT cards. This one is. New tools like Wing Knight Sabotage and Hang 10 being very nice, you know, not just all in on one move kind of attacks anymore, but volatile. You can play them on like turn 3 maybe and feel better about your game plan, getting some extra resources. But I said that they can do it. I think that it can. I think you can just put the pressure on the Midoriya player because we picked the air symbol. Air Pony is coming into shine. We're going to see some of the successful pieces you can have access to combat the incredibly powerful defense that Midoriya on the move can offer. But it only works if that's the actual result of this match. I think it's going to be close regardless. When we're talking about our format and the metagame, and we look at the character representation at this event and the players and their caliber that are at this event, these players are fighting for their top cut. So either we see a Midoriya on the move make a top cut appearance here, because as far as I'm aware, there's not another one above Corey.
Yeah.
Or we see another pony, because there's some other ponies still up in the standings. We talked about it a little bit before we cut the break. Tim Keefe, I believe, is IDing this round, basically guaranteeing all but a slot on the top half of the top 6 bracket. There could be another pony in representation of top cuts. And that's what I do believe in. I think aggro 7-handers can really do it, but it does take some finesse as well. You got to play a little bit of strong defense against some of these high potent pokes that Midoriya is going to play. And you have to take advantage of Midoriya turning a lot of their stage sideways on the turn that they turn into Quirks Unleashed. We'll have to see. I'm ready for it. I hope you feel the same way as a pony enjoyer.
I'm being told that there's a chance that there's a repair. So we are going to shoot back to just us, and we are going to sit here and we're going to talk about this match, because and maybe we can sit here and talk about the rest of the tournament. I think it's okay to yap a bit.
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
The top cuts that we have, you were talking about it in between of like the players and the decks that we have represented are a good snapshot. And it's cool that it is not the exact snapshot that we saw from the last 2 regionals, nor the snapshot that we saw even at Louisville. Yes, we had a whole set come out, but like there's no Zeke Yeager, the regular, or whatever we want to call him.
Yeah, from set 2. Yeah,
from set 2. And again, you said the names that are there. So going into this round, right? Let's I'm gonna take a look at it. In your first place spot, we've got Calvin Harrigal, Wub, from the Trading Post on Zeke Yeager, War Chief. Kevin Broberg from Rochester CCG, also on War Chief. Tim Keefe from Rochester CCG on Pony. Phil Birch from the Trading Post on Rodan. Jacob Johnson from MGLA, we saw him in earlier rounds on Overhaul. Next to him, Ryan Levine on Hawks. Calvin Dahan, remind me, what deck is he on? Is he still on Godzilla?
He is on Godzilla, yes.
And then your 8th place spot is Corey here, currently at 3-1-1 on Midoriya. The only doubled up is just first, second War Chief.
Yeah,
right.
And that was very much what
spread.
That's why I was telling with Sam before we cut away to break, was like, if you took the results of round 5 and you cut it right now, it's pretty much exactly what I said, is that you're going to see representation of what we saw for the characters at this event. the big snapshot of the event as a whole and the meta game that people are seeing across all of these regions. I think there's some other characters that, of course, haven't seen. Han Zoe, nowhere to be seen at all. I think even of like Peak Finger from Attack on Titan 3, nowhere to be seen, not really represented here. So like there are, of course, still missing pieces of the character pie that people would be talking about, of things to be playing around right now. Mimic, where's the Mimics? Mimic is having great success right now with unyielding destruction, and this current top 8 snapshot looks incredibly diverse with only one character repeat. And again, that's again with characters like War Chief, who continues to potentially have incredible conversion rates, specifically because we haven't seen War Chief actually be on the pie chart, like on the character representation, but they are converting and doing well with the people that are choosing to pilot the deck, which just tells me it's a hard deck to play. People are also playing around the strategy, so it takes a lot of work to get into that top cut, and only a couple of people believe in it.
It reminds me, if you want to take a time machine all the way back to like MHA set 1, specifically more like MHA set 2, of the Momo ones, the Momoyazu ones, of they were never on the pie chart, but as soon as one got into top cuts, it was just the favorite to win. And we might be seeing that with War Chief here. I'm pretty sure we had a War Chief top cut in one of the last 2 regionals. I can go check and see which one. And I want to say that they made it all the way up to the top 4. That could be incorrect though.
I believe the storyline was actually the Reiner deck. I don't remember the pilot right now, but the Reiner deck had to climb through the Chaos Symbol Gauntlet of had to fight a Zeke War Chief, had to fight a Godzilla, and then also had to fight a Godzilla, I think, in the finals or something like that. I think that was like the story, that they had to keep fighting a bunch of Chaos decks, but I might be incorrect on that one.
It was the EU. It was Kevin on Midoriya. We have Zeke got 7th. Congrats to them.
Yeah, so it is still that very much of just like at the beginning of the day, we weren't even sure if we were going to see any of these backup decks being near top cuts because they weren't on the representation of the characters. But here we have, 2 very well-known players literally right now sitting at 1st and 2nd seed playing the same character. That is this backup strategy, but also in a field full of characters and cards that are tailored to fight that strategy. Right below them is Tim Keefe, where we saw the 4 copies of Violet Animus Shot being main boarded, and that card is killer against a character like that. Because the Violet Animus Shot doesn't just attack a backup or whatever. It doesn't just send it to the discard pile. No, it removes it from the game, which is when we talk about the strengths of the backup deck of these Beast Titan Rock Barrages. That one, you can't pick that one anymore. You got to pick a different one. You got to find some more. So it's just like there's so much crossover of all of these decks and strategies, because we're not even talking about Godzilla right now. We're kind of not really talking about Midoriya anymore. There's so much to talk about, and this is not even talking about the Reiner Braun that won last week.
Yeah, speaking of, I want to talk about so we're talking about top 8 here and who's in it, who's fighting with the characters. It's just as diverse all the way down to top 16, which that's the bubble to try and pop into this top 8, right? We've got Richard C from Bouquet FDB on Byaku, a meta staple, always existing. There's at least one at every event. Alex P from the Trading Post on Pony. Ryan DeWolf, which we saw earlier on. Help me out.
Yeah, you just gotta give it. Rodan,
thank you. Rowan F, I believe on that Reiner Braun list that we saw.
Peak Finger. Oh no, Rohan F.
Rohan F is on Peak.
Peak Finger. So it
Justin
exists there.
Martin is also on Peak. Wall of Pain,
Godzilla,
unsure, and then Jean Mitchell might be that Reiner one that we were talking about. Yeah. And then we just watched Alessandro at 16th on Paul. So with a little bit more shakeup, it's tough. It is interesting, but it looks like we are all but ready to jump back in the game.
It looks like there is not a repair needed. It looks like our matchup that we promised or said that we were going to cover, we are going to continue on with it. And that also means, based off what we just talked about as we kind of sum it up in our players' role here, the current pairings, the top 3 tables all just ID'd, Tam. So assuming that they all did their math correctly, those 6 are pretty much locked, and we are fighting for these crazy amount of, there's only 2 slots left. And we just said Corey Nelson here is at the top of the 3-1-1 players. If he were to lose or draw here, completely out of contention. But a win all but guarantees that a Midoriya on the move makes this top cut appearance and has to fight against basically the people at table 4, which is Ryan Levine on that Hawks deck and Richard C., who I know we just said it, but I already forgot what deck that they were playing. And those could just be your last 2 slots. Yeah, and so again, even still keeping that diversity of the only real repeat potentially being the Zeke Yeager War Chief. But if this pony deck, having now won the die roll here, Tam, this match could still get explosive. That's the key to success so far. Win the die roll and hopefully get a win on turn 2 or turn 3 here as Pony and keep Corey and his Midoriya deck on his toes.
Yeah, I think I mean, it's very easy to say that, like, oh, the first 2 turns are the ones that matter the most. But in this matchup, it really is that. How wide can I build with Pony so that on my turn 2, I can be explosive? And how much of a wall can I put up on Midoriya to survive that impact, stabilize? Because once Pony gets to, once Midoriya gets to turn 4, turn 5, getting over his wall as Pony, even the hottest of hands, normally just doesn't quite get there. And 22 is not a hard number for Midoriya to find. But a build 3 is not the situation we want to be in if we are a Pony fan.
I don't know. One of those is incompatible quirks. So we haven't talked about this one all day. I think this card is so strong. Also, when you pair it along things like Science Bros that we've talked about today in general. But you're right. I mean, when you see the reciprocation of 4 foundations built, some of these are very high impact defensive speed hate cards. And remember, we're still on the front side of Midoriya on the move, where any one of our foundations we can commit for -3 speed, as well as there's another powerful ability that people sometimes forget. But if we have a Vestige card in our hand, we can also reset some damage on some of these high impact Pony moves. But with only 3 foundations, how aggressive do we actually think we're going to go here? Or is this the classic play an Electric Moth, generate some horn counters, keep your opponent guessing on where you might go?
I think it's all going to depend on what this first check is. Moth on a 4, check a 3 is very obvious signs to stop what's going on. Moth on a 4, check a 5, unless it's the Goblin Bolt, which we don't care about checking the 3 on.
Goblin Bolt on a 3 is a crazy good read here because, again, if the idea is that it is just a simple poke turn, getting a blitz, sealing a rival foundation, the Aaron sidestep is a pretty good one. Yes, we can still just turn that foundation sideways for -3 speed on Midoriya, but just now getting access for a Pony enhance for not just draw 1, actually draw 2 because of the Wish Hard, and we have a bonus attack we can choose to play this turn if we so choose with that Flying Elbow drop.
Man, probably best case scenario we could have, strictly on the idea of what is Pony going to do, because all signs are leading to I'm going to keep attacking. But we just drew 2 off of these 2 off of this Pony enhance, grabbed our 2 counters. We could just build wide and pass and be okay.
We drew some orange ones though, Tam, so we'll see.
Yeah, we did draw some orange ones.
And it's sometimes really hard, especially when you look at the Flying Elbow drops, because you only get access to them this turn. If you don't, you put them in the remove from game pile for no other reason. But instead, how about a Hunter's Ally on a 6, and we check the 5, so we feel good about this one. We did take a peek see at the cheerleader foundation, making sure how, hey, you can't use this right now, right? Can't flash my move, so I can go for this blitz. Getting a high impact ally card. We usually talk about the Frog here, Tam, but we talked about this earlier in the Tim Keefe matchup, but he wasn't playing a bunch of copies of it. But this one is Science Bros. Extra damage and speed every time a card is removed.
Yeah, love this play. This idea is really rock solid. Hunter's Ally just built 25% of our board
Yes.
while
Yes.
we're attacking, and we still have access to these high impact plays, like what is the name of it? Push the advantage, as well as we haven't had the chance to use it yet, but the incompatible quirks that is available. And there's still a flying elbow drop waiting in the wings of, is this turn over yet, Barrett? I don't know. There's so much advantage to be had.
I mean, the fact is, we're getting the clear here, not having seen any enhances come through Midoriya yet, so we didn't get to, respond, cancel a thing with the aerial Goblin Bolt, but just having it there sometimes threatens that. You're like, hey, you must wait for me to do my buttons before you're allowed to continue with yours. But we did take that bonus draw. Now with only one attack on our card pool, we do get an infinite potential block here on it, which is a perfect, great high block, and it's going to pass, of course. And then here is an Electric Moth on a 5. Checking a Genghis Frog means any future Hunter's Allies we play can build in that card as well. But just checking well in general means we're still looking good here on getting some extra cards in our hand. Discard 1, draw 2, and we still have access to our pony in hands. And if we get any of these cards that remove themselves, like this Barrel Shriek I believe we're about to get rid of, gives us some extra speed and damage from the Science Bros response.
Respond 1/1, bring it up to a 4 high for 5. A little more annoying to interact with. Redraw 1, redraw a bonus, and I think we drew 2 more attack cards. Barrett, the turn is not ending here. I love this. I love this so much.
Yeah, we're getting our first use of Midoriya for Commit a Foundation for -3 speed. So if we have another high block here, we can go for it. But I think the biggest thing to note is not only do we draw more attacks, but this is the scary idea of, like, Pony's good at going in on turn 2, as we're seeing it happen, obviously. But there is a point where if we go to play the next attack, we will not have enough ways of generating horn counters to then kick out this other Electric Moth that we're resolving right here. This is the awkwardness of going first on your turn 2 as Pony without starting the turn with 1 horn counter or having a thing like a Lethal Slash to clear itself. You are going to end up getting awkwardly stuck with something in your card pool. But we did see the Mondo Gecko kind of buddy block come in here, which was still a half block, because I think all of them have mids. And so we're going to take a little bit from that first Electric Moth. And because we're not clearing it, for the one of the rarest scenarios that you see in this Pony matchup, getting a momentum?
Yeah, potentially. There is a world where the clear doesn't happen. It just depends on how much further we want to go, how much extra draw we could potentially have, and it looks like we don't have quite enough to get there. Either way, I mean, this is a successful turn. We've gotten Midoriya down to 23. We've churned through our deck, even if we're not going to be ending this turn with very many horn counters. I think just discarding, grabbing the horn counters, and then they have said that they don't have the we picked up the high block. Excuse me. We
used it while I was yapping. We used a Street Hero, but I think I kind of want to talk about it. Is you talk about successfulness on the turn. I agree with you, Tam. You not only did some damage, got a little bit of poke in, and they picked up the high block. They didn't use it here. We just hit again, but we are just going to hard slam another copy of Hunter's Ally that we drew and build in a Genghis Frog. Yes, our opponent has a high block for this one. Yeah, I get it. But the establishment of our stage, while also representing a ton of damage now and setting ourselves up, Tam, this is the reason why I'm talking about this, because we're eventually going to pass back to Corey, who is now at 19, probably going to full block this move with only 4 foundations in our stage. There's no way we're allowed to transfer him into Quirks Unleashed, right? Turning 3 of our foundations sideways, building whatever we happen to draw left, and then hoping that our flash response and whatever cards we did end up building is enough to survive. This is scary place to be right now.
I feel the exact same way. It is. If we do decide that the transformation is the correct play over and becoming Quirks Unleashed, the cards that we build better be the best cards in our deck. The cards that we hold better be the best blocks in our deck. Double Aries Smile build out 4 could maybe save us. But outside of that, I don't know what the idea here is. I will also say Corey had incredible patience to pick up this 1 high block and not block the Moth to save it for this 8 damage Hunter's Ally, saving him 4 whole damage off of the 1 block.
Yeah.
really shows you how high of a caliber this player is.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Second place at Nationals last year, playing basically the most successful recovery girl in the room. But I don't know, Tam, as we are playing even more attacks, and yes, we did have to commit a card to play it, but when it's that incompatible quirks, you're going to not only get some extra stats because you did remove a card for its cost to ready it up, but we are kind of very quickly destroying our stage here, and it's not lethal.
Yeah, it's not. It is it's 6 damage, right? Just to make us go a little bit more. Just kidding. It's 1 damage.
We had the
From
message.
here, I think we're supposed to just play this card on the 7 and pass. There's no way Midoriya finds 22 here. It just doesn't happen.
No, absolutely not. I think even if there's an attempt to put some damage on the board, right? We're not on the Quirks Unleashed side, but I think regardless of what happened here, although we didn't play the card, Tam, we chose not to take the momentum. Our deck doesn't do that, I guess. We're not used to taking momentum, I guess. And then also, we didn't even ready the incompatible quirks there yet because we want to just save the stage value right now. So I don't mind it. That card is going to stay committed, of course, because incompatible quirks has an effect that says it doesn't ready during your ready step. You have to use its effect to get it going. But we did decide to turn into Quirks Unleashed. And the cards that we're going to be building in is Heroic Passion. That card doesn't keep us alive. Nice Try, that one works. Desperate Plea, that's a good one. And Shogun's message, that one's making me feel a little more comfortable. But as we check a 3 on it, we're now going to lose and trade it for an Aaron Sidestep. So I wouldn't say they're the best cards in our deck, at least for staying alive, Tam. But it's better than I thought it could be. We did draw 4 foundations, and so we can play the game at least.
Yeah, this is the turn. We have to find 18 right now, or the game is over. I think.
Really,
I truly believe that. I think that if we have to find 18, because Midoriya's capabilities of staying alive and finding 22 is so high, especially with that Heroic Passion on the board, turning it into the first attack that I play this turn gets +2/+2, as well as we have access to being a 7 hand size character. It is very, very scary. But here is the leadoff. We've got Flying Elbow Drop coming in, getting flashed by Midoriya.
Yeah,
and
we drew
is
an Airy Smile off the top, but that's not the block that we're choosing for. We are once again, you talked about the restraint that Corey has here, and I think that's fair. We already denied the enhanced step. Don't double up on the uses, right? Denying that enhanced step is very powerful against the pony deck. You denied 2 pony counters or horn counters. We're leading with an elbow drop, which is already an awkward start for the pony deck, and they checked a 3. There's a real scenario here where Alex doesn't get to keep pushing on the gas because of what just happened. I think that might have to just be the play.
Answer is we're going to build pass.
Which means we get to hold this Airy Smiles for a bonus turn in case we just don't draw enough attacks or extra stabilization, right? Because you want to get on the board a little bit as Midoriya, right? And now that was the scariest turn. You're right, Tam. I don't think it's over for Pony per se. I think we can build enough foundations and maybe still make it work. But incredible defense and a crazy good draw, and then also choosing not to use the Airy Smile is going to put Corey in a much comfortable position to play a 1 more turn longer than go for a desperate play.
I feel it. I totally get it. The other thing here is we didn't generate any horn counters on Pony's turn. It was play a move and then pass. If the goal was to just play 1 build out, I'm not even sure that playing the 1 was necessarily correct. Maybe we were supposed to just I think we picked the wrong card. Oh no, we just did it twice. It's gonna be 6/6 to both.
Yeah, 6/6 to the next.
I was like, what?
The Heroic Passion, obviously drawing us a card, and then that Defiant Stance doubling up, and then we just get to sling this Wingnuts Sabotage very much for free because, man, talk about not generating any pony counter or horn counters during Pony's own turn because you flashed their move. This Wingnut Sabotage says you're not even allowed to generate horn counters on my own move.
Yeah. 10 high for 10 You're not allowed to play enhances. I am a Wingnut Sabotage hater, Barrett. I need you to convince me. Why should I be putting Wingnut Sabotage in my Midoriya deck?
Well, one of my favorite sayings of past was, well, you're playing Fatality, I'm not allowed to play Enhances. Or, hey, you're playing Quan Chi, I'm not allowed to play Enhances. And Wingnut Sabotage says, hey, I'm playing Wingnut Sabotage, you're not allowed to play Enhances. And Enhances are the bread and butter of what our game is. I mean, literally what I said about the perk of playing Pony. This character's got 4 Enhances on her. And this one attack says, no, you don't get to press those buttons. So it has... in other card games, we talk about, like, passing priority efficiently in games. Like, how many game actions does it take for you to do your thing for your deck? And Wingnut Sabotage says, if your deck has a high amount of actions to take to do the thing, think of, like, the Peak Finger decks in the world. Peak Finger needs a lot of enhances to pull off all the effects of what Peak Finger can do. The +1 on the asset, the, you know, building the top card from the Peak Commit ability, the transform ability for plus damage or plus speed, and you have to press so many buttons. When you need that many buttons to get extra effects, it's really good when they all work out. When Wingnut Sabotage says, you don't get to press any of those, I'm denying you an immense amount of value depending on what the rate of how many buttons you have to press is. But the goal here was just to get us momentum, because now our cheerleader is live. We even have a second one in case we get a random another momentum. But doming Pony down to 12. And if last turn was the turn we had to win on Tam, this is for sure the last turn.
Yeah. It was... the fat lady is soon to be singing if we don't make some pretty high impact plays here. But there are multiple ways to deal with this Hunter's Ally, either Midoriya to redraw the card, or like you said, the Flash. And it looks like we're going to be going for the Flash, not necessarily needing the draw card quite yet.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, use the stage resources while you can, because you know that your opponent is playing stuff like the aerial goblin bolts. Yes, you already had a second cheerleader anyway. You can't really pick both, but we're going to get the Flash, and then also now the Aries Smiles block, which we can do multiple things here, right? We're going to flip the foundation for its Aries Smiles ability to get that off, but we also could build this Aries Smiles down as a face down foundation with this Desperate Plea response here as well, solidifying even more foundations for Corey's next turn for the kill and the finish, hopefully, while denying an immense amount of play here on the Pony deck.
This makes total sense to me here, and this is the tough spot that we get to be in as the Pony player. I've played an attack, I now have to play a non-attack. If I play another attack, they're going to flash it, and I don't get a chance to clear the 2 other cards in my card pool. This is not the game plan that Pony is looking for, and so with every card that is being played, it feels like the goal keeps pushing further and further and further.
And it's not even just that one, right, Tam? Like, we still have the character response to give it flash. So you would have to play a move here, and then it gets flashed, no enhances, no pony counters, no nothing. You'd have to play a 4th card in your card pool to finally start kicking out the first thing in your card pool. And don't get me wrong, Pony decks can do that, but as we check a 3 here on this flying elbow drop, having to commit 3 of our foundations, as soon as this gets flashed again, it just spells disaster for this turn that Alex really needed to cash in on. It's already starting to see the end of game 1, in my opinion.
Yeah, writing is on the wall. I think it is all going to be based on, we keep checking these attacks over on Quirk's Unleashed side. Is there an aggressive hand to be drawn back and push this Pony, because we did spend the momentum we just earned.
Yeah,
only having to fight through 1 flash attack is probably enough to that we could do. The issue is fighting through 2.
Yeah, luckily only 1 move is lethal, right? I mean, we talked about this when we did Rodan versus Pony, the 7 hand size not having a lot of health, and that Wingnut Sabotage really helping by doing, 10 of the damage already. We have so many foundations, we could actually just turn them all sideways and pass an attack, and it would be enough. But we are playing another move, Electric Moth, and this is finally the first opportunity that Alex is going to have to enter the enhanced step. And this is a good one, don't get me wrong. We have hit the foundation threshold. I'm glad you pulled it up, because Electric Moth is typically discard 1 card to draw 2, but this one is actually now discard 1, draw 3, because Corey's stage is large enough to get that extra bonus effect if your rival has 10 or more foundations.
Yeah, looks like we missed the draw on it, though.
We missed the draw on it.
Yeah, it's hey, you know what? Normally when you're playing as Pony, they're dead before they hit the the 11th foundation. So I get
fair.
it. It's tough to see it.
Yeah, and then not only that, remember, we had to tap completely out to get this going. So we discarded a Mikasa's Intermission, and then we did start doing the pony buttons to discard things like a Wish Hard. But that Science Bros isn't ready. We're not even getting the extra stats here. So this is very easy here for Corey to block. Perfect. We're going to take half from it, but with not getting any cards cleared out of the card pool, 4 of them in the card pool, we got down to 14, but I feel like Corey feels invincible now, as we are just going to try and play this unabashed manner and pass.
Yeah, tough spot to be in if you're a pony fan, but that is how it goes. Like I said, first couple turns are going to be the ones with the biggest butterfly effect, and Midoriya weathered the storm. That turn 2 was really active, really high octane over on pony side, but the end of the game, later on in the game, is where Midoriya is really going to shine, as we are going to keep committing cards.
I mean,
sideways. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got plus 15. Let's sling one move and then see what happens, I guess.
When it's another Wingnut Sabotage, really denying any successful defensive plays at all. We show it. Yeah, I don't have anything to deal with that one. Game 1 going to Corey Nelson on Midoriya on the move, pretty decidedly after playing an incredible defensive turn and holding restraint here, surviving the early onslaught of Pony. But dare I say, Tam, as our players shuffle up here, you're never going to catch me saying this again, so I'm going to say it here once. Dare I say we were maybe a little too aggressive on our turn 2.
As Pony?
Yes.
I agree. I think rebuilding out foundations was going to be important because 29 is a big number. It's big, especially through these blocks that Midoriya had. If we would have punched him down to closer to our health, that 22 range. 22 with a Genghis Frog, now we can find that. That's A-okay.
Yeah, that's just kind of how I felt, right? I mean, I was setting up this big climactic, go for of like, well, when he turns into Quirks Unleashed, he commits 3 foundations for you, and he doesn't have any of the good ones. Like, he doesn't have the Defiant Stances or the Nice Tries at this moment for it to be like a freebie. We didn't have that for Corey. That was the scariest turn when he built those 4 foundations that were like maybe almost going to be good enough. And they ended up being good enough because we went so aggressive on that turn 2. We only had 3 foundations on our stage. So we played 1 attack. It got flashed. And we checked a 3 on it, by the way. We played 1 attack. We checked a 3. It got flashed. And we didn't have any extra resources to even attempt to play another card afterwards. I just think it was a little too much too quickly. Don't get me wrong. That turn 2 was immaculate. We kept playing attacks when you and I thought we were done.
Yeah.
That's awesome. But it led to this inevitability that by the time turn 4 rolled around, it felt like there was nothing we could do anymore. When that turn 3 kill was the key, and we pushed a little too hard on the envelope instead of really stabilizing our stage. So I'm hoping that's the only real adaptation I see, at least as Alex is able to go first again. I'm hoping we get a good match here. I want to see us go to a game 3 and see how the Pony deck even does when Corey gets to go first. But I think another thing to keep of note, I mean, Corey broke serve. That's already a winning place to be with You're the Midoriya against the aggro deck.
Especially in this volatile matchup, right?
Yeah.
For every turn that you give Midoriya, your chances of winning essentially get cut in half. And Pony starts at that really high caliber. I actually, like, on turn 2, if with Pony going first, like, it feels like an 80-20 matchup if you just like have 2 really solid back-to-back turns. Of just like playing these moves, playing out your foundations, keeping ahead, because the amount that Midoriya has to do defensively on turns 2, turns 3 to stay alive is more difficult than the damage output and the card output that Pony has. And so as soon as you get past that turn 3, it just gets cut in half and then cut in half again. And we just saw it. It took 2 attacks to find 22. How many attacks did it take for us to put Midoriya down to 14? 8?
5,
tough.
6. I think we played 6. 4 on turn 2, and I think we played 1, and then we finally hit them again down to with that electric moth. Maybe it was like 7. But you're right. I mean, and that has always been the case for Pony, right? And Genghis Frog helps that story a little bit better, saying, hey, you need a couple less of them. But the Genghis Frog didn't come in the stage until later that turn. It would have been nice to have it earlier, but we built the Science Bros instead, which is a great tool to help also in that same kind of caliber. But by the time we were actually able maybe to attempt a crazy offensive turn with the Frog and a couple of foundations on our stage, it had already been too many turns too late. Midoriya had a great defense set up. And that was, again, remember on that turn when we chose not to block with an Aries Smiles on Corey's side, just blocking with that Defiant stance, which then let us hold it for that extra turn that we weren't as super afraid anymore. But just a build 3 here coming down for Pony as we pass it back. This is looking very similar, at least for game 1. Now the change is how do we adapt on the turn 2? And also, what's this build 1 for Corey be? Because I think these first foundations you build as Midoriya are so important.
Yeah, the most important in the entire game, because they're going to tell us what we are and aren't allowed to do. And we're starting off with a couple of good ones. Code edits. If we are afraid of Genghis Frog, Code edits is a one-stop shop answer to stopping +3 damage potentially for the entire game.
Yeah, at least for the first Hunter's Ally, of course. But, you know, getting some speed hate here, I think this is pretty fair. The Nice Try helps as well. That's at least one refund foundation that we didn't have in game 1 for when we turned into Quirks Unleash on turn 2. But checking that 5 here as well feels pretty good. Build 5 versus the build 3. And yes, the cheerleader isn't live, obviously, right now, but it will be as soon as we play something to try and cash in a little momentum. As we pass it back to Alex, this, I think, is a key decision turn. One of the most pivotal turns in this matchup when you go first and what your options are. What do we decide to do? It's
Looks
a Moth.
like Moth is going to be the opener, checking another 3. The issue with these high count attack decks is when you play attacks, you check attacks, and you don't have the board to facilitate it.
Yeah, but you also draw the attacks, right? As we pitch this Feral Shriek, we're going to be drawing 3 cards off of this Electric Moth Enhance, and then of course we still have Pony accessible, but the Aaron Sidestep for -2, if I completely block this, I get to draw a bonus card. Great early defense here for Corey. I mean, you use them now, right? I mean, because later you won't really need them to help you with your defense, so it's very much about that turn 2, turn 3 defense being used here. So I really do like the use. But that 3 check, I wonder, again, this is the decision. What are we pitching here and what are we going for? The Pony Enhance, get rid of this unique foundation, makes sense. Wish Hard for the bonus also makes sense. This is a real good opportunity here to build a crazy amount of foundations after this Electric Moth, but that only is if we make that choice.
Yeah, I think it's possible that Corey might make that choice for us, as it looks like Aries Smile is going to be coming down. The question is do we go for the flip to politely tell our rival, hey, get your hands off me? It looks like yes is the answer there. Hey, play a non-attack card or pass your turn. I think you just take the gift and say, sure, dude, I will play every non-attack card in my hand, and then say that you can't kill me.
You can lead a pony to water, but you can't make it drink. You can, however, block with an Aries Smiles and say you must play a foundation or pass your turn. Absolutely.
Dude,
And the horse must obey. Yeah, drink a little water, please. But again, here this is, I think, where we maybe didn't make the same decisions or think what we could do. Like last game, we played a foundation because Aries Miles says to, but then we play another attack, the Aerial Goblin Bolt here on a 5, and we checked another devastating 3.
Yeah, this is
as this 3 mid for 3 that gives us an enhanced step for Pony feels really nice and feels good for that kind of capacity. We're only going to have 1 ready foundation if we choose to get the ready off of the incompatible quirks here afterwards. I guess it's now for 5 damage because it's Mikasa's admission, but man, we have now put ourselves in a very scary situation if we choose to build any foundations after this.
It's either that or we clear the Moth that was blocked.
True.
In order to make our builds better, but then that's -3 horn counters on a later turn. It
I don't know.
is a tough spot to be in. I'm not positive what choice that I'm supposed to make, especially without readying this incompatible quirks. We have that Feral Shriek there waiting to be removed.
Yeah, I mean, if we cash it in, sure. I think it's fine if we cash it in, which it looks like we do. So this one's going to check no matter what. We didn't ready the incompatible, so that is something to keep in mind here. That means if at any point we check a 3, even on like a 1 diff here, Pony might have to get committed just to make our stage a little bit bigger. Ooh, the Special Forces elite on a 5, though. It checks. That's a pretty cool one, at least for a deadlock threat. And I think it could matter for how many foundations most of these Midoriya decks go to, while also just saying, like, hey, if you ever play a tech attack, get an extra speed.
Yeah, things like the what is it called? the anime shot that we're seeing in top of discard pile for Midoriya. That is a tech that, you know, 4 diff 5 for 5 has got some on hit abilities. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. Now, again, we have transformed into Quirks Unleashed. One of those cards we committed, of course, being that nice try. So we're going to have that one back. Frantic Rescue, another powerful defensive piece here. And getting some extra kill potential, I would describe, as we are building 2 copies of the third wielder, Fajin, which allows us to not only snap these to our momentum when we commit them for a cost, but when an attack receives a speed bonus of 3 or greater, we can turn it sideways and then give 3 damage as well. It's a very easy way to all of a sudden to really turn into a faster kill potential against 7-handers like this, with cards like that hitting the stage. Passing it back, though, this stage, not having the momentum, obviously, for the cheerleader still matters, but we have the Quirks Unleashed responsibility, as well as that Frantic Rescue could be pretty big here if you just choose to take the first one. But again, I think Corey's done a really good job at just denying enhanced steps altogether by just snap using that Quirks Unleashed response right off the first attack.
Yeah, it's that, or you have them play the first one, you go through all the enhances, you let it go. They go for the second one and they want to try and do something cool and clear it, and then you stop them, and now they're stuck with that card in the card pool. And so there is some back and forth play that you can have, but the question is Hunter's Ally a scary enough card to stop? And it looks like he is. And we say, go enjoy the concert, please.
Yeah, Aries Smile again. Please drink. We flashed this, so no blitz ability. Aries Smile says we have to play a foundation here. And again, we checked a 3 on that first attack. Already, we have 2 of our foundations committed. This is the same scenario we saw last turn. If we play an attack here, we run into a risk. Luckily, it won't get flashed, but it being a wish hard on a 5, checking another 3 here. It is very much a story of misfortunes, at least for the checks here for the Pony player. But it's like you said, Tam, when you have to play a deck like this that plays a high number of attacks, because things like wish hards, they count towards that 3 check number, but you very rarely play them like here. But it is going to get the blitz, the hidden blitz ability, right? It's if your rival has 6 ready foundations or more, it gains stun 2. I think he had exactly 6 ready foundations.
Yeah, that feels cool. But man, if we would have had the +3 damage off of Frog, this coming in as a 2 low for 7, now 2 low for 11, would have felt way cooler, especially if we did the juke out of, hey, you just don't have the low block. Could have been really high impact, but I just have a feeling even if the partial block is going to happen here, 11 just isn't it.
Yeah, I mean,
7 isn't it? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to 8, right? We double pitched Mikasa admission, right? So you're right. With the Frog, that would have been nuts. But right now, it is just the double bonuses from these Mikasa's admissions. But we even pressed the Fearsome Transformation button. Very cool, because we don't have a momentum. So it forces you to discard a card, which gives us the Feral Shriek response. So you actually got a 2-for-1 on the Feral Shriek ability. But yeah, I mean, trying to question, hey, do you have a low? But I kind of also wonder with the random draw, because that you get from the Midoriya Quirks Unleashed response when you press it, you just have the potential to just draw into one.
That's true. It also might be that, like, hey, this 7 damage or 8 damage wasn't even worth it. I do have access to the Frantic Rescue. You've got 2 cards in your card pool, +1 difficulty to all your attacks now. 2 ready foundations. When you cleared, you didn't ready the 2 foundations that you possibly could have. What else could you do on this turn without opening yourself up for some major backswing? Maybe we find 22 accidentally if you keep pushing.
Yeah, I think we are really weighing the risk right now as Alex. I don't envy Alex's position right here of having to go for this risk. Luckily, finally checking a 5. But this was 4, 5, 6. I guess I don't know why we. Oh, Frantic Rescue. I totally missed the
Frantic Rescue.
We ate the Wish Hard, responded. Frantic Rescue is on a 7 actually, so we had to tap down the last 2 foundations. But that leaves Pony ready. So now Tam is that same question. If we want to keep going, as we pitch another Mikasa's admission, this is going to get an extra bonus 2 damage and still draw us the 2 cards. There's maybe still a world here. I mean, that Wish Hard landed, Tam. We're down to 16. The damage is adding up, especially with these admissions, but eventually, that's the 3rd one. We're going to run out at some point.
Yeah, 2 in hand, though. We didn't block the low. You have to assume there's at least a mid. And there's, if we make one more block happen, we then get to use the Break Dancer. Is that the name of this card?
What?
Street Hero.
Street Hero. Sorry.
Pick back up the Aries Smile and say, "Hey, now your turn's definitely over, dude. I need you to knock it off."
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we have to play a second block for that ability to be live. It is, I call it struggling with studies at home for everybody that played with that card. It has a different hoop, right? The struggling with studies hoop was, hey, your opponent had to play 3 cards, 3 attacks. But this one says you have to block twice. And now we have successfully played that block. And without pressing the ready foundations buttons again, here we are. We're just going to build afterwards. Checking well, though, on that push the advantage. And remember, we do have this Web of Blades coming down as well, which is going to feel good nice. Unabashed Manner. Checking a 3 on that one, though. Going to let that one fail. Builds our 2 foundations. Take a little bit of damage and run. And having that block from the Wingnut Sabotage could save us here as we pass back to Corey. But again, with those 3rd wielder Fajins, we could very quickly find lethal as Corey's already reaching for the pairs of foundations to commit for these form costs. We're at +6, +6, +9, +9 currently. And if he checks well, he can still respond with a double Fajin. What is the attack? Is it just a 3 diff? That would be crazy. Nope, it's the Phantom Threat on a 5. And because we're not playing a lot of attacks, it checks just fine here, Tam. Our attack is going to...
Is this lethal, Barrett?
100% it is. This attack alone is going to come in with +9, +9. Everybody do the math as you're following along. That's a 4 mid, 9. 13 mid for 14. But remember, it's going to get a little bit of extra speed as it receives 3 damage bumps. And when we receive the speed bonus of 3 speed, we can respond with both of these Fajin 3rd wheelers to give it +6 more damage, which puts it to, Tam?
19?
20 damage, and we can take them as momentum because we committed them as a cost, giving us 2 momentum. And yes, of course, Phantom Threat has a so powerful enhance on it. And with that 2 momentum, it gives us enough to pay for the powerful to give this enough damage for lethal. The question is 16 speed enough, Tam? I would say so.
Well, I think because of the added damage pumps, it's going to work as well, right?
Yeah, it gets even more speed. Yeah,
it gets even more speed and then just becomes a flash. So even if we had like some sort of hand trick, because it's not showing on the board at all.
No, yeah, we're doing all the final steps, of course. We're showing the motions, but Corey is, of course, this is the bread and butter of what this deck has done ever since Worlds. There's the handshake. In one fell swoop, 22 health is nothing for the Midoriya deck when you give it enough time to set it up. And there is Corey Nelson going 2-0 in the match against Pony Tsunotori. I can only imagine, Tam, this means we will get at least one Midoriya on the move in our top 8. I can only hope. I can't promise anything, obviously. I don't know the tiebreakers.
That or a devastating bubble out. One of the two. One of the two. Ninth place or bust. With that though, man, what a fun match. We got to saw the offensive capabilities of Pony on turns 1 and turn 2. We got to see the survivability and backswing potential of Midoriya. Kind of a great showcase for exactly how these two decks want to be played. How aggressive can I be with my 7-hand size aggro character? How much of my control 6-hander can I facilitate? It was dope. It was a cool match. I enjoyed it.
And regardless, for you pony fans at home, aka me, there is probably, of course, still going to be one in our top cuts with Tim Keefe as the representative with that deck. And I mean, if there's anybody I'm going to put on a aggro 7-hand size character to have a good time, and we saw him on stream already play very well with that character against another 7-hander, the Rodan deck. So I'm excited to see how that's going to go. But Tam, we're kind of done today. We're out of UniVersus to watch, and it kind of makes me sad.
I am sad. A lot of awesome games to be played, and the good news is we will be back tomorrow.
Absolutely. Now, of course, we aren't going to make you all wait for the Top Cut announcements, but please pay attention to our social medias because you will be able to find, hopefully, your Top Cut announcement. And, of course, once the event gets updated as the round finishes. But we're not going to leave you on some more dead air. And, of course, Tam, Sam, and I are going to be here tomorrow morning, same time as it was today, to talk about the top 8 before we dive into it, going into it, because we have an absolutely stacked roster, at least for the ones that we already know are going to be there. Fireworks are actually going to happen this weekend on Sunday in Toronto because I have no idea who's going to win this tournament. Normally, you could be like, oh, this character's the favorite. Oh, this player is incredibly strong and powerful. They're going to take it all down because it's Kevin Broberg, the world champion. But I look at the names that are all right here, and I would not know who to put money on. I have no idea who could win this and what character to even pick in the same representation because they're all playing heavy hitters of the format. I cannot wait for tomorrow.
It's gonna be awesome, and I so badly wish that we actually got to stream all 8 rounds, or all 7 rounds, watching every single match. It would be dope. It would be so cool. But in order to catch all of that, you'll have to catch us tomorrow again. Same channel, same times, both here on YouTube and Twitch. We cannot wait to see you. From me, Tam, Barrett, and Sam, we will see you all tomorrow. We hope you have a good rest of your night. Bye, everybody.